methodical in their approach.
Honestly, my favorite thing about this whole narrative is they're just good.
True.
They're just really good. Like, what else can we say? And speaking of that, Kakuka and I had the privilege of watching Narey land EMEA, doing everything that he does, having the best performance there. Is this what you expected when you heard that he was
Valorant Master udah mulai.
He was on,
Master Madrid.
just for context, he was on Mad Lions last
Game
year.
pertama
Nothing
ini.
against York. We're in Spain. Can't say any of that. But one of the bottom
Armin lawan
three teams in
FPX
Challengers North
tadi.
America. And then he comes to Europe. There's a risk taken on him by the coaching staff of this K-Core team.
Kalau
And
dari
he
lihat
looks
Valor
electric. You could see
sih,
the potential when he was playing back in NA. But it was not unlocked
satu
until
hari
he was
itu
with
2
this
match
team.
ya.
And Bea, the most impressive thing to me is that he's a young player. It's his first time on a top-level team like this. And he's
Master
not just
cuma
playing
8
duelist.
tim.
The guy's flexing around so many different roles and is electric on every one of them.
And that is so
Dan
important, Mimi,
ini-
because the fact that he comes from being a duelist means that he
Grup
knows
gitu ini.
exactly what a duelist needs to
Kayak di
succeed,
Indo gitu
and
kan
he's
apa,
going to
ada
be
league
that kind of
jadi
initiator that
poin-poin
sets
gitu.
everything well for you. And when he's on the duelist, he knows exactly how to complement
Tempat
that.
besar baru
And going
main.
back a little bit to what we were talking about, Eng, Narrate was the player that he wanted the most
kalau-
out of all of them. After just talking to him for a couple of days, he was like, I know exactly what
Dapat,
I'm
dapat.
going to do with you.
Yeah, I mean, the talent scouting from this team is unreal.
Oh, and the process was long. You know how they, you have your interviews and everything. They took a lot of time. Obviously, Ang just loves to put a lot of time into everything that he does, into selecting these players, and he definitely has paid off.
I mean, think about what a risk that is to see a player in Tier 2 North America not performing, ship them halfway across the world, move them to Berlin, apply for all their visas, sign them, pay them.
He has
It's
that
so
look.
much.
He
and
has that
it's
look.
all paid off.
Yeah, my favorite thing about that is after one scrim, one trial,
Tier
Ed was like,
2.
yeah, you're not going to play duelist. Learn these agencies. Yeah, learn them and you're going to be the best. And speaking of Narrate, he gave us a little insight to the game plan, to their game plan even coming into this Masters. Take a look at this.
Min
Give
pakai
everyone a
tim
reason to
player
watch
tier
Madrid.
2.
Give them one reason as to why they should tune into your game.
We're just gonna
jago
peek
ya.
everything. Okay.
Woo! Come on!
Go, clap it.
We gotta give him a round of applause for that! Do you think that's a good game
You
plan?
know, I think for
Yeah.
such a young player, the guy's only 21, such maturity being shown in that statement. Yeah,
You can take him off the duelist. You can't take the duelist off him. Like,
But more importantly, is that a good game plan?
Oke,
You
Fnatic
think
nggak
that's gonna work
lolos
here?
ya.
I think you have to
he's
take
full
risks.
of it. He's full of
No,
it. He
no.
doesn't mean it.
He doesn't mean he's just
Armin
going to do
kemana
that.
ngalahin
But I
Fnatic?
think that this
Enggak,
team has
Fnatic
also shown a
lawan-
willingness to enable their players to take those
Iya
risks.
bener, dia
when they
ngalahin
need to. So
Fnatic,
similarity
kampret.
they have with other top teams at this event, like Sentinels,
Oke, Heretic
being
yang ngalah.
willing to sometimes break that and let their players just
Oke,
be strong individuals.
Yeah, I mean, we need the KC versus Sentinel game, by the way. Like, I don't know what I don't care what else happens.
I mean, Brandon already put it in the script, so we're getting it.
We need
It
a
will be here.
clout matchup. But let's shift gears to FPX over here. Again, some different changes coming into this. Mimi, do we like these changes? What do we think?
I mean, I'll be honest. If there's a team who's just gonna effing shoot them, it would be. Would be this squad. This is their first year in the Chinese league now that it's kicked off. But we've seen this squad before at previous global events. But they've made some changes since then. Picking up Life, who you might be familiar with from his time with EDG and with Attacking Soul Esports, noted a teammate of HFMI 0DZJC. The long name guy, but he's now
You were
on
nearly
this
there, nearly
roster.
there. Yeah.
I almost got it. It's been a while, but they've also picked up Autumn from Tier 2, or from the OCE scene that is, and moved him into this roster. But they still have the kind of identity of that old FPX.
Yeah, exactly. It is funny because I think they interpret the game in a different way. I think that the regions are very different in that sense. You know, playing the double duelist, the double controller, just focusing on those surprise plays and being very aggressive. Not giving that value also to the information. We don't see the Sova, we don't see the Sky, we don't see all of the things that we have seen in the past. They interpret the game in a different way, and that is what I'm very excited to see, because as you said, probably this is one of the teams that's going to pick them a lot. So if Narrate wants to go into those aim duels, he's going to get them day one.
Yeah, and on their map pool, 4 out of 7 of the maps they play, they're playing double duelist comps. All the other comp, or double dive comps, that is. It's not double duelist because they're playing Arena or a chamber.
Yeah,
right?
I mean...
Like, like these guys have compositions that kind of remind me of like early days Paper X, where they just will put something ridiculous together and they will just run at you, but they have incredible aimers and solid enough synergy to make it work even against some impressive teams.
I mean, I'm glad that you guys
Merahnya
mentioned them
bet-
as well, but
kayak
I was sitting
ngeblur
at the
ah.
press conference yesterday just
The
listening
fuck?
to some of the answers coming from Berlin. One thing that I am extremely impressed with and also a tiny bit concerned with is that Berlin
Apa
is
bunyi-bunyinya?
making all of his calls in Chinese and then translating himself into English before every round to make sure that Autumn knows what the game
That's
plan is.
unreal.
And he said that some of the other players are also chipping in with that communication, but he feels that the comms get really, really flustered when they are not sure if they're trying to
ngeblur
speak
gini tuh.
Chinese or trying to speak English. But Mimi, the fact that they're making
Merah-merahnya
it work
ternyata.
is pretty impressive.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And you have to give a little history on this guy, Autumn. He's the first player from OCE, the first Australian to ever qualify to a global event in Valorant, which is pretty cool to see that come through. But it is definitely a challenge, right? Moving up that language barrier for players who have only ever been speaking Chinese in comms. It's very different to
Yeah.
have to make that change.
I mean, everyone is adapting. And speaking of a challenge, earlier I spoke with Autumn about the language barrier he's had to overcome and put him to the test. Take a look at this. Hello, everyone. It's me here, Yingsu. I'm now joined by Autumn from FPX. Hi, Autumn. Welcome to an international event. Now, you joined a Chinese team last year, so I wanted to ask you about how are the comms, how's your Chinese going, what's it like to be on part of FPX?
Yeah, so to answer the question about the comms, it's
Kalau dari ini sih,
I
ya.
think it's pretty good now. But when I first joined the team, wasn't like super good. There was a lot of like my other teammates trying to comment in English, and then sometimes in Chinese I didn't understand exactly what was going on. But now I think it's
Kalau
getting a lot better.
masuknya, Cok.
Just some rounds in clutches, it's not perfect yet, but I think it's
Sentinel
getting there.
masuk
Like the more we play,
lagi.
the better it gets. I think within a few months, or
Marka
like towards the end of
juara
this year,
di
it will be like perfect. I
Oh,
think.
are you studying hard?
Region.
I'm trying to, but when I'm coming to the event and like playing, I'm not really getting any lessons in there.
All right,
But
well.
before that, I had like 2 lessons a week.
Oh, that's quite a few
Yeah.
lessons a week. I'm going to put your knowledge to the test.
Sentinel
I
dia
wanted to see
gitu.
how good your
Kalau
Chinese
tahu.
really is. I'm going to
Oh,
give you a
nontonnya
few words.
PRX.
Some of these came from your teammate, Life. Some of these came from the FPX fans. I'll start with what Life gave me. So I'm going to give you the words in Chinese. So you just have to tell me what you think it means in English. You ready?
Yeah.
Okay. 小心屁股.
Like what? Care flank.
Yes.
Care flank.
Yeah, perfect. Got a spot on. So that one came from Life. Now I got a couple of the ones from your fans. They wanted to test your Chinese as well. I'll start with an easy one. 秋天.
Autumn. My name.
Perfect. These lessons are great. 粉丝.
Fensu.
粉丝.
Yang sweet ini.
Fensu. I'm not too sure on that.
Like it kind of sounds like what it is in English if I give you a clue.
Fence.
Yes. Perfect.
Fence.
Fans. There we go. Australia.
Australia.
Is there anything that you don't actually know? I feel like I need to make these a little bit harder. 队友.
Dwei. Like I know Dwei is right. Dwei. Like there's people. There's
Kinda, yeah, you're
there's a
there, you're
person?
there. Yeah, like your people that you sit next to maybe when you play.
oh like teammate.
Yes.
Okay.
All right. Lastly, I wanted to ask you a question. So I know the Chinese fans, they like to give players like quite cute
Tier 2,
nicknames.
Cok.
What do they call you? Do you know?
I think maybe Chotian or Ultraman. Like
Yeah,
Ultraman. Like
Belinya di
Ultraman.
mana
But
dong?
Ultraman.
Oh.
And yeah, maybe Chotian Ge. Like Autumn Bro.
Oh, that's cute. And is there
That's
any
strange.
Chinese words that you
Rekonik.
particularly liked that you picked up since playing with FPX?
Ini timnya ini.
Someone you say a
Rekonik.
lot, maybe?
Piaoliang.
Piaoliang.
Yeah, when someone makes a great play, it's beautiful.
Yeah, beautiful. Like pretty beautiful.
yeah.
I like it. Hopefully we'll see a lot of Piaoliang plays
Yeah.
from you.
Yeah.
Autumn, thank you for
Tapi
joining me. and best
Adrian
of luck in
itu
this
di
one.
sini.
Thank you.
Honestly, I know they're still trying to
Separan
get their
ini.
comms up to scratch, but his Chinese is really good.
I was
he's good.
surprised, but also knowing that he's playing on the jet, he's playing on the most explosive duelist, and he needs the most important comm. He needs to communicate when he's going to go in, or he needs to be reactive to that information. He makes it that he doesn't speak it, but I was very surprised with the level that he showed.
The thing is, though, that it's very different sitting in an interview on a couch versus all of these words being yelled constantly in hectic comms. It's definitely really hard not just to adjust to a new language, but to to adjust to it in that environment of a live match.
Yeah, I can't wait to see if they're going to be able to bring us something new as well when we get to see them on stage. But speaking of new things, live, we've seen him on the international stage before. Kakuga, he is back. And what is he bringing to this roster?
Yeah, exactly. After his team not making it through Ascension, he joins this team, and he's like the other half for Autumn when we talk about the duelist and when we talk about a little bit more of a passive aggression, to say it in some sense. And he's going to be the Yoru player that we're going to be seeing for the most part. So he's taken not only that that duelist, that operator, he's also part of the initiation that this composition is lacking. His communication has to be very, very good, and he has to be in a lot of sync with the rest.
Yeah, absolutely. For Life, though, I think what you can always expect out of him is just electric performances. The guy is a fantastic gamer. He has been since the first time we saw him back with EDG. The thing is, with how this EDG team, or excuse me, this FPX team plays, they are very explosive. They're playing these double duelist comps. They take a lot of risks, and those risks rely on Autumn and Life being successful when they're going for these double entries, because there's a lot of times where there's not the normal initiator utility, not the normal player there to trade. They have to be good for FPX to win, really.
Yeah, and let's just talk about the Yoru. We mentioned it.
Yes.
We're going to talk about it more.
Both these teams.
Yes, but what kind of Yoru do we get out of them?
I think they're very different.
Yeah.
For Karmine Corps, they play Yoru kind of like half KO, half a jet, right? You're not seeing them very often go for like deep TPs into their opponent's spawn. Instead, they're setting up with Fade Yoru flash combos or double flash combos on the entry, and then diving in with the raise. On the other hand, Bea, FPX's Yoru is teleport wherever you please, go crazy, go ridiculous. It's a lot more chaotic, to say the least.
That's the thing. How is that chaos going to affect Casey way of playing, you know, like taking the duels in couples, being very methodical in how to approach the retakes, for example. I think that FPX is going to be on the surprising side, and I think that that might be a big upset for them, and probably we'll have to, you know, call in some pauses being like, oh, what is going on? But hear me out. If someone can study a Yoru, it's definitely Aang. I know that they know exactly what to expect from FPX.
The thing is, though, today for Karmine Corps, compared to their run in EMEA, where they're very prep heavy, they have a lot to kind of specifically counter strat teams and be ahead of the curve on. They're great at that, given the coaching staff of this roster. I think today is going to be a lot more reliant on just the individual players being able to adapt in the server and not getting flustered by the craziness of FPX. That's the thing. They'll drag teams down into the chaos.
Yes.
It even happened to EDG in the finals in China.
They're very comfortable with it. They will go with the fast rotations, with the fast decisions every single time. So that is the kind of thing that can get into your head and definitely get in the way of your plan. So let's see if Casey is ready for that.
Yeah, and remember, KC, still all these players really young. Most of them, their first year playing on the tier 1 level on a big stage like this in front of a crowd. FPX is a squad that applies a lot of pressure. Karmine Corps heavily favored to win this game, but I still think it'll be a test of how they can perform on the stage.
I mean, Naray wants to peak everything, so surely they're going to have to be ready, or other people
This might be the fastest match ever.
You just jinxed it. You just jinxed it. But it's time to get the results of our MasterCard fan poll. Earlier, we asked you which international league you think will win it all between Americas, China, EMEA, and Pacific. And I can reveal to you, it has been overwhelmingly Americas. 49% of you voted for Americas, 10% for China, 26% for EMEA, and only 13% for Pacific. Is this your doing, Mimi? Did you rally the troops?
Okay, let me just say, I literally said there is no favorite to win this tournament. I think the finals is Sentinels Karmine Corps. I think that is the hardest match to predict. I think that is such a hard match to predict. I think Americas looks great right now, though. Sentinels is in the best form we've ever seen from them. Loud, as always, is back at an international event. They're innovating. They have a strong new player in QCK, and they're living into Sonic's vision well. But I think EMEA looks great. I was so impressed with both Heretics
That's why you're wearing blue today.
Have a lot of experience.
That makes so much sense.
Wait, what color is it, Yansu?
It is blue. It's blue. It's blue. And it might just come down to some mind games today as well. Coach N and Coach Nathan are standing by for map selection, so let's send it down and see where we're headed.
All right, welcome to Map Select presented by Omen. First match for this entire event. Congratulations to both teams for being here. Let's go ahead and get started. Casey, you're a higher seed, Team A.
Team B.
Team B. So FPX, you will be Team A, and we will start with your first ban.
First one, Split.
Split. Your ban, Casey?
Ban Breeze.
You ban Breeze. So map number 1
Yang
from
mana brand
FPX.
sendiri ya?
Pick Icebox.
HP je guys.
Icebox. Side on Icebox.
Defense.
Defense.
Defense.
And map number 2 from Casey.
Big Lotus.
Lotus, side on Lotus.
Attack.
Attack.
Attack.
And then we will go into the next set of bans, starting with FPX. You have Ascent, Bind, and Sunset.
Band.
Ban, Bind. And then your ban, you have Ascent and Sunset.
Semua sekarang
Ban
kayaknya.
Ascent. Map number 3 by default is going to be Sunset. FPX, side on Sunset.
Attack.
Attack. All right. Great, guys. Good luck
Yeah,
to you
nice.
both.
Now, Bea, Casey, they won't get the split, but they will get that Lotus. And this is where in the final we saw them absolutely dismantle.
Yes.
Fnatic, they look so good.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that they have a very good read on the map, but I'm more surprised by the read that I'm seeing from FPX. Deciding to ban onto that split, to have that flexibility and that understanding that maybe that head-to-head could go on the favor of KC, so let's just forget about it and just go somewhere completely different. And I think that Icebox is going to be crazy because for the side of KC, they were the one team that decided to keep that Sage in the composition out of all of EMEA and keep it a little bit more traditional when we're talking about probably two of the most untraditional teams that we have here.
Honestly, out of most of the world, most teams are moving away from the Sage comp, but I actually still think it's really good. They're playing the old last year default comp, just subbing out that Sova for the Gecko. Reason for that change, drone nerf, map changes, makes it a lot harder to clear B main. Gecko, there's so many positions on attack. You can refresh that Dizzy. You can re-clear in the mid round. His ult is also really powerful and very farmable on Icebox. I think that's sick. You can also combine the wall with the wingman to plant. They have really good ideas with this comp. On the other hand, FPX are playing Reyna Jet.
Yeah, Reyna, Jet, Gecko, and double controller. Without a Sentinel, we can expect, for example, on mid, someone is going to have to completely, literally, you have to put a man there to control the space.
Yes.
Probably is going to be the Geckos just to throw a little bit of utility, but it definitely makes things complicated to dwell around the map. Now in the attack, just try break the Dizzy and the Lear at the same time. Just try.
Is that it?
And then a Paranoia will appear.
Yang lama
I
berarti
can't wait,
ya.
I can't wait. I feel
FPX.
like I mean, I set it up as possible mind games,
Dua
and I
controller.
think the mind games were played well. This is it. The wait is over. Our teams are ready, and it's time to kick off the first global VCT event of the year. It's Carmichael versus FPX, Gen G versus Loud. Day one of Masters Madrid starts right now.
Keren kalau Garma di begini. Kan berdiri riotnya gitu. Gak yang biasa gitu.
So this is how it's gonna go. Americas is all about the noise and the volume. We're gonna end on a decisive 13-3 victory with a knife kill to close out the match. Then, when it's time to celebrate, we're not even gonna shake hands. Just leap on the table, lift the trophy, and fight it to make sure it's real.
Tunay? Gusto mo ba malaman kung anong tunay? Ito ang mangyayari. Magaling sa control at pagiging aggressive ang Pacific. Maaaring isuko namin ng ilang rounds, pero tatapusin namin ito sa 13-10 na panalo at jet knives sa buong mapa. Sisiguruhin namin yakapin ang mga kalaban dahil kakailangan nila ito. Iyuko kami bilang pasasalamat sa mga tagahanga habang inaangat namin ang trophy. Hindi ba maganda?
远不如 CN 赛区选手的精准度、爆发力。其他队伍休想拿下任何一分，我们将以是3-0完胜，并与判官团灭掉对手，结束比赛。当我在欢呼中举起奖杯时，我会仁慈地感谢对手所做的牺牲。Son teorías interesantes. Ahora para nuestro 1, 2, 3, 4 sexto trofeo.
Welcome to Masters Madrid.
America's interview, take one, marker.
I like the flames.
Thank you. I'm pretty hot right now. You know the meme with Arnold Schwarzenegger that is like, yeah, like that?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's better.
Será que nós é rockstar mesmo? Eu não sei.
What makes America's the most competitive region?
I would say we have the best duelist in the world, for sure. We have Aspas, we have now second. QCK is proving himself. And we also have a lot of world champions. We have one on your team, for example. So make us great for sure.
Historically speaking, a lot of good IGLs in Americas as well.
I love how you are playing more women now, insane TPs.
Definitely, like, your team is, like, I would say, like, scary to play against because you have, like, world caliber players, world caliber strats.
I'm super happy you guys are here representing the NA with us.
I think Masters Madrid is going to be absolute cinema.
More like absolute defeat. Director's cut.
Bangsat, heran asu.
Celebrity coming through.
Forsaken, you look pretty cool.
Really? Yeah, I look some like superstar, you know.
Can you guys tell me about the Pacific playstyle?
되게 미친놈들처럼 게임을 하고 공격성도 있으며 일단 디테일이 가장 좋은 것 같아요, 보십시오.
I think sometimes we can play like 5 duelists, 3 duelists, maybe even no duelists. It doesn't matter, you know, because we always press W.
Are you guys going to take down Americas in Madrid?
Maybe. I mean, they kind of beat us before, so maybe some revenge, you know?
페이퍼 렉스요? 진짜 너무 사랑스럽고 소중해요. 진짜 빛 그 자체? 젠지 파이팅!
Inci fighting. Anjing.
The EMEA regions, I would say our strongest part is the balance between macro and aim.
Oh, we actually are the future of the EMEA. It's Fnatic and Navi, we're both top 2 in EU. We both knocked them out. It's pretty crazy, isn't it?
Yeah. Congrats to making it there.
Thank you, man. You're expecting Boaster, right? Spanish org, Spanish crowd and everything. I feel like it was destined that Heretics were at Madrid.
People, they think it was a fluke. So we're gonna show them that it's not. It's time for the new generation to take over.
You got this, bro. One of us will make it to the finals, mate, I promise you.
Ini sih Heretic main nih, Cok. Karmin kok bisa
方法是他们一起来到这里跟他们拍摄，然后今天也能跟 Life 在一起，然后在马德里又相见了嘛。
bingung gue.
In your opinion, what makes VCT China so competitive?
我看法是因为我没有康康。
Tapi yang cuman ngelos terus liquid.
然后更多
Ini kan diantara yang
更多的爆发力，还
Bu,
有那
di
些
antara
不被他们
tiga itu
预测到
satu
的
lah.
那些东西，我觉得
Oh, dua-duanya, coba benar-benar Heretica main
不仅
Karmin.
是你跟我，是整个环境其实也更像一个家庭 family 那种感觉，对兄弟。
Fala, manito. Quanto tempo, hein? Um aninho.
Um aninho, demorou.
Demorou, tô atrasado, né? Demorou um ano pra eu ganhar. Aí você deixou eu ganhar também, muito obrigado.
Jamais,
Muito. Valeu, valeu, valeu.
E agora, né? É muito feliz que estamos aqui, internacional junto.
Internacional junto.
Muito tempo, cara.
Tentar fazer a final, né? De novo, igual Américas. É isso.
Final América contra América.
Exato. Fotinha?
Fotinha.
Fotinha. Vamos lá.
Dia jadi IGL, so. 10/8. Benar bisa 1 game tadi, Cok.
Upsets, surprises, we've seen it all on the regional stage, but can these teams continue their dominance when the stage is so much bigger and the stakes are so much higher?
For Carmen Cora, most of these players were picked up from Tier 2, were new prospects heading into this year. They've done something incredible by beating the best in EMEA, coming out as champions from that region. But now it's new pressure, it's new opponents, it's new styles on a big stage. FPX, if they are one thing, they are a team that can upset, that can surprise, they can push you off guard.
And every single team, because of the opponents that they're going to be facing, are so hungry to be the winners of this tournament. You were saying it, Mimi. Anybody can win this tournament. The favorites are very, in the air. Anybody can take this game. And I think the FPX is hungry, is devoted to change our minds, to just not thinking that China is just EDG.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of rookies this year, It seems like the rise of all the rookies, but it's been such a long time since N was on this stage. And just to remind you, the 2 tournaments that N made globally, he won one of them and he reached the final to the other one. So he's got a lot to prove coming into this as well.
I mean, technically the next one he's going to get grouped, or what is he's not making it to playoffs? He's going down one.
No. Hey. I'm not about that life. I'm not about that life.
For FPX, it's been a while since they've been on an international stage. This team has represented at previous events, but they didn't make it to Champions. The big event at the end of last year. They made some changes, picked up stars into this year, and I think are looking better than they used to, but still have that same identity, right? They play weird comps, and Icebox is no different. They're playing a Jet, Reyna, Gecko composition.
Well, at least we expect so.
Yeah.
Could you imagine changes?
They could definitely change it. They've had time to do so.
I mean, we've seen that already, right? Teams that are starting to adopt the Na'Vi way of having multiple comms on one map. I don't think they will change anything coming into this, but Mimi, it will very much disrupt their preparation if they did.
It absolutely will, but this event had very low turnaround time for the teams that went deep, especially for a team like KC, who played so many matches. They had to go through the group
needed
stage,
the reps,
through the
play-ins,
through the playoffs. Like, there really hasn't been a huge amount of time to turn around new ideas, which is why I again think that today, in a match like this, it's really going to come down to adaptation, to the leaders and the servers, and not necessarily the coaches in the prep ahead of time.
I think it's going to be all about exploiting the weaknesses, and I can see a lot of them in the FPX comp. The way that you have to play it, the way that you have to default, having, as I said, someone always in the middle. We do not see many teams playing 2-1-2 on a map. This is not New York, by the way.
But and as we can see from the agent select here, what do you guys think?
It's what we expected, right? I think looking at Carmen Core starting on defense, their biggest strength with this composition is their retakes. They have Sage Wall and Wingman to get on that spike, and they have good flash utility with that Dizzy to fight forward. FPX, I think, need to be taking space past the spike site if they're planting on B, or holding forward on A, and kind of having a scaling defense where they start and move back to not fall victim to these retakes.
And I think it's so important what you're mentioning with the retakes, because that is what has made the difference for most of the teams, especially in EMEA. KC was the best. The protocols were the cleanest probably out of the entire world, the way that they were playing off of pairs and knew exactly what utility to invest, and again, exploiting the weaknesses even with the retakes. Out of this entire tournament, they have the highest success after the spike has been planted.
You have to watch this Jet head-to-head. Autumn and Martine, both of them prospects at their first international event on the star roll for Icebox.
Oh, I can't wait to see it, but that is enough from us. I know there's been 2 gentlemen waiting in the flanks, waiting a very very, very long time to cast Carmichael. Give a warm welcome to Bren and Sideshow.
Thank you very much, Yinsu. Yeah, I'm going to let loose an Alley Le Bleu at some point, maybe, potentially. Bias casters online, mate. I mean, I don't know. We'll get into it. It's Madrid here at the Swiss stage, day one to get us started. Carmen Core versus FPX. You know, you've got potentially quite a one-sided matchup here on paper, but a real chance to potentially show some of that parity that might be there at these international events. I mean, Magnum has spoken in press interviews as well, talking about how, you know, they're familiar, I think, with the way that FPX are going to be playing, but they're not going to be coming into this underestimating a team like FPX.
No, certainly not. Magnum quoted in the press conference saying it's Valorant, anyone can lose. Here we go then, into the pistol round, and Carmen Core have 3 players up towards A. Anticipating this space control perhaps, but FPX are not committed with it.
Not quite. Flash to clear with the Dizzy, all combined up. That's going to be the dash active now for Martin. Using that in the responsive, but there's no go button pressed here for FPX. Keen to just wait this one out on the opposite side of the map. Autumn went poking around, and he managed to catch Tomazy. Good opening here. I mean, it does open up the B side entirely. A repeat from Life. He's got the heal online, but Martin returns with the kill. Nice trade.
Lysor didn't buy the orb in this round, so having to use the wall in order to escape there, that means there's going to be no wall placed down over towards B. So Carmen Core are going to have opportunities to try to deny this plant, though they are players down.
That's true with the paranoia here, FPX. One of the sight lines blocked off.
Now look at this, the Omen smokes are lovely for them to take more aggressive positions on site.
Carmen Core all up towards Kitchen, doubled up here, but just picking and choosing their battles at the right time. They have no idea where they're being shot through the grates here. One player left standing, it's Lysor. We'll see what they can do. Snake bites, at least one connection, but the wall's up in their face. They've got to really just get a move on as well, wrapping all the way around here. Shin sticking the defuse here for the pistol round. It's all Carmen Core.
And that's the power of that retake. It's what the devs were talking about. Carmen Core look so good in those kind of situations, but really, the retake wasn't even where the danger was averted for FPX. It was the fact that Magnum was able to pick off 2 from this angle. I mean,
yeah, looking all over the place. Look at it.
is completely lost
on us with,
and this is where you might start to see the cracks in FPX, because they've talked about the fact that the language barrier has been an issue for them, a really big one in the past. Berlin said in the press conference he's having to repeat the communications twice a lot of the time in English and in Chinese so that everybody on the team's on the same page. That's going to introduce delays, and it was an unusual position anyway for Magnum to be taking that fight.
the pistol round secured. Deep Omen smoke. Magnum has to body check a lot of this space, really. There was some danger there, but clears out towards mid, knowing that nobody's lurking.
And those lurks are going to be a pretty important part of how FPX creates threats on the attack side. Smokes from Lysor and Berlin need to be dealt with. And sometimes that's going to require face checking, and when there's opponents hiding inside smokes, that's a great way for teams to get upset wins.
Yeah, here we go. Offload into util here with a Dizzy. Play's not been pushed off from the backwards positions, though, out towards the back and aside. It's a nasty and messy spray. No kills collected there, but only just for life here with the heal online. But now reinforcements are here, finally arriving. Multitudes of targets to pick from, but really Carmen Core coming up green in the kill feed.
Blue, surely.
I mean, well, okay.
Some kind of teal.
It's a teal. You could make the argument.
Yeah, easy cleanup despite it looking a little labored there from the right early on. And now FPX, first round where they can do some serious damage after the pistol. 5 Vandals facing off against KC, who have 3 Bulldogs online as well. Clear weaponry advantage for FPX, especially down these longer angles, so they might want to take over towards B. And defaulting the Viper Wall, A, at the start of this round. Not quite the same as they did on the pistol, because this time we've got that Viper Orb coming down mid too.
Does have that threat of potentially working their way through into mid. Cool, lovely. Would love to set their sights onto a bonus round conversion. As you said, longer fights to be taken with the rifles of FPX, and they're cautious. Just at the beginning, initially here. Run into things. Omen smoke now propped up. Will divide up the site and allow them to start to take a bit more of that space once they clear through the appropriate positions. But we're almost down to a minute on the clock.
And they haven't created too many threats in mid either.
Almost betrayed there by the ponytail, but Shin gets away with it.
And Berlin with nobody there to try to support. The IGL gets picked off with no advantage, no possibility of a trade, no information even as to where Shin and Martin could have repositioned to. As FPX come back in here, they're going to have to use these flashes, the Dizzy, just to try to figure out where those players on defensive A would have gone.
Yeah, and it orchestrates kind of exactly where these FPX players are going. Now it really does feel like it's going to be landing into an A hit.
It's a great timing on the wall.
Yeah, I mean, for the precisely right moment in the raid. Flash over the top, it's going to be going straight through the gap at the top there. Good connection. Martin willing to take the fight. The transfer damage done, but no kill. In fact, that's all life. Just leading the charge for the rest of his team. Is there only going to be clean up onto Shin eventually?
Martin sayang banget, Cok.
Very weak. 12 seconds, and yeah, life is weak. Pops the ult off. Might be able to get something going with this one. At least needs one more kill for it.
Wah bilang juga.
There it is. Field back up. Needs to get the plan down. 4 seconds. Taps. Force it into the 1v1. It's the only win condition for life, and time is born and played. Frantic in the minute, in the minute moments. I mean, minutia making a difference there.
That's a wild one for FPX to not convert, honestly. The spray from Martin was really labored, a little similar to Narrate when we saw him with the Bulldog in round 2.
10 seconds left.
But how Magnum gets past there without Life being able to get the kill. Life whiffing on the spray means that Autumn goes down. And Life unable to convert in the 1v1 as well. He decided to go for that, the duel instead of just sticking the plant. That's a tragedy for FPX early on.
Knocks the economy down, peg or two, so...
Oke, mau pakai ulti.
Weaker weapon, really. Life's going to be after making the most, I think, of this Guardian purchase.
It looks fairly explosive here over towards B. Aeon having that ult online, it would be a really large investment early on before you've managed to create a pick for yourself.
Smoke's finally back online now to just cut off sections onto the site. Snake bites and mollies just in case they want to press the advantage and push also back in the site. It's just being held for control here. Karmine Corp happy to play this retake.
A lot of focus being put on that angle where Magnum managed to pick up 2 on the pistol. A weak spot, perhaps.
We'll see now. There's Wingman. That's going to be spotting out a player or two. Berlin. Let's get the initial kill, but not enough to get the follow-up here. But down below the bridge, where's the expectation of it? Narrate, he was dropping down, but not enough bullets in the clip to really finish him off. 3v3 shots, Life regaining the advantage potentially there. It's traded back and forth. It's Narrate versus Ayang. Narrate comes up with the goods.
Gila, Karn itu. Kayaknya emang layak menang ya mereka ya.
That one had danger in it. It absolutely did. But Karmine Corp still managed to forge their way up to 4. FPX deciding not to invest Aeong's ultimate into that round, where perhaps it could have made the difference. It did end up being fairly close. Frankly, if Autumn even gets that kill, the round is looking really dodgy. I gotta say, while Karmine Corp are up 4-0 here, this is not the same level of clinical play that we saw from them in EMEA when they were making that run. There's a lot of conversation about, because we've seen so many unexpected teams make it to Masters Madrid, with so many rookie players as well ascending to this premier level of the game, are people going to adapt to the stage quickly? If you have some... It feels like it's a little touch and go at the moment for Karmine Corp, but enough to be able to get them over the line in these rounds. And similar nerves on the other side for FPX. You got to remember, FPX are a team, this is their 3rd time getting to a global event. They've only ever been able to take 1 map at a global event before, and that was against the old Karmine Corp when they played first time at Lock-In. It was a 2-1 victory in favor of Karmine Corp, and that was the old, Melons lineup. That wasn't that wasn't the Madrid clean, clinical Karmine Corp that we've come to expect after their running kickoff.
It's well-honed squad, and to just touch on that rookie point as well, maybe that inexperience rearing its head for some of the players. Karmine Corp looking like one of the youngest rosters I think that we've got coming into Madrid.
They are, yeah.
Maybe that does showcase. Of course, some of them do have that international experience.
They do, and you see Magnum up there towards the top, managed to find that hole in the pistol round and has been very consistent so far on the defense side for his team. So we get to see another rifle round here, starting to get up towards some big ultimates too. Narrate and Magnum's ults in particular going to be excellent on the retake as Narrate takes first contact, wants to hunt for more.
He's not scared, is he?
No, Shin was holding up towards the belt, so he had angles covered. Martin's crosshair placement looked like it might have been off for just a moment as Aang's head poking below, but I don't believe they caught any whiff of the Jet stuck in that corner. I say stuck, hiding.
Hiding, he's got the
starting
dash,
a
of course,
trap.
to get out. Yeah, it's a lovely position to play in. FPX quite like what they were seeing just from cutting the noise there. They show a bit of that presence just initially, now making their way over towards B. Contact reclear, is that what's going to be called here?
Certainly looks like it. The same kind of B end with that double omen smoke setup that we've seen from FPX in a few rounds so far.
All the util combined together. Unfortunate for life there. He will fall just through the smoke as it was propped up, bloomed and blossomed, but FPX keen to still play this one. Maybe a bit more aggressively as well. Look at the position of some of these players. Berlin taking a peek out towards Kitchen, expected though. Now you see it, Thrash exchanged. Dropping down onto either side, detainment potentially there. Looks like it, yeah, Berlin. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, and now positioning, being swarmed and approached from every possible angle. I saw, realizing now that really has to give it up. Wasn't that mid position, he was the insurance policy, but now has to save that rifle.
Gutting as Karmine Corp get up to 5. Absolutely putting away FPX. This is looking like they've got a very good idea of how they want to deal with this classic exec that we're seeing from FPX. Nobody is getting caught on sight. Tamashi is just getting a kill by spamming a common angle where he's expecting them to be pushing up, defending that over push into Snowman and making sure that they have the pieces together to be able to get back in onto sight. FPX are finding it difficult here to force the fight. It's one of the big powers of their composition is the ability to combo flashes together. Not really finding an opportunity to do that because Karmine Corp are playing so much further back.
Initial expenditure of util, but they are playing really far back. I mean, that's just the retake protocols. Desk was mentioning it. It's super, super well drilled for Karmine Corp.
Yeah,
the bread and butter really of what was getting them so many of the wins. They were looking so well honed.
There's always a little bit of danger when you allow your opponents to plant against you so often that you wouldn't be able to pull it off. You know, most teams, even the great ones, are only converting something like, you know, a third of their retakes. But these teams at this event are looking to try to change that. So this makes it feel like it's something similar over towards B, but it's not a full commitment.
No, in fact, they haven't used both the smokes. I mean, Berlin hasn't locked off the angle, so they're getting information the entire time. Magnum has just been egoing the angle on B.
And Martin, ready, waiting, not spotted in this position before.
Be able to receive this. Now, Dizzy wasn't collected over towards B.
Dapat dua nih orang nih gua rasa.
Util to clear this angle. Up top, though, yeah, crosshair placement. You've got to take a gamble if you play in that spot. It could come from 2 different directions, so gambling incorrectly there. Life is the one to capitalize.
Magnum, though, still with ultimate. How does FPX deal with that?
Kemana tuh, Cok? Jauh banget.
Down with a wingman, clears out a bit of the site. Now the plan online, but here's the lockdown.
Oh, Aang denied from even going for that.
They can't go for the plan. Time. They have to fight this one. FPX have to make a call to do so, but now detainment. It's going to be happening anytime soon. This is a round basically done and dusted. Online there with a res. Magnum back into the fight. 3 versus 3. Like this, I mean, there's just no chance. You have to kill everybody.
Belum ke-plan, man. Kami. Gue kan udah ke-plan loh.
They're thinking ahead to, in terms of the ultimates that they have available, it's very clear that that lockdown is going to get used. And FPX didn't come up with a game plan quickly enough to try to challenge it before it went down, didn't have a game plan to try to increase the tempo, and I think we're just expecting to get the plant for free. They're thinking, all right, KC, they've been playing retake this entire time. They're just going to use lockdown, we're going to be able to play the plant. And Aeon could not get that spike down.
I love to see this. The overall game plan of
Gikonya
fundamentally is fantastic.
Salah klik apa gimana ya?
Been playing super far back on B, almost.
Oh, keren nge-plan pakai Gecko loh.
Got nobody playing.
Pakai wingman.
Bener. Whatsoever, and then they're playing these one
wingman ya?
towards A. I mean, yes, Martin ended up falling, but they've just been doing such a fantastic job. And like you said, you know, too delayed in terms of just thinking about the game plans. Can't go 1 step ahead.
This is also the second timeout for FPX, called already. So if we, you know, framing this in the context of FPX trying to get this revenge matchup against a Karmine Corp that's retooled so heavily, looking for a potential good beginning to Madrid, this is a disaster. They had their chances early on in some of these rounds, but the later that this is going, the less and less chance it looks like they're getting as Karmine Corp polish things up a little. and get comfortable, get into the groove. Down 0-6 without any timeouts remaining. If they don't end up winning this rifle round that we're about to watch, it's a disaster zone.
That could be dire.
I mean, they are quite literally running their heads into a brick blue wall right now. They cannot find a way through.
Now, are they going to get conditioned? You can see elements of it from Karmine Corp again. Like I was saying before, they weren't playing anybody up close towards B. They've got Martin with an op now. He's playing in this spot. Karmine Corp, I think, are hoping now that FPX make the decision to start contacting into B. Dizzy broken. Martin can now play onto the angle. Watched for the shot. Missed and go to wide.
But they haven't heard the dash. They know that Martin has not left that in a hurry. There they hear the shot from the operator, and Martin's going to bait that out, make it feel like he's still there, and try to rotate to anticipate this attack side rotate that Berlin is calling.
Yeah, and he is. He's already called it for the rotation. The troops on the move. And guess what, Martin? Again, one step ahead. Like you said, still has the dash in his back pocket. Didn't end up using it to escape.
A lot of flashes that he has to dodge here, though. Leah, Dizzy, both broken. Narrate with a pick.
I mean, Narrate just back towards rafters there. Dizzy also returning as well, getting the acknowledgement that there's players there. Now there's 45 seconds left. Could pivot into a different direction if you want to, but FPX looking a bit indecisive. Just a pause in the play. Now the paranoia. Sent flying here, but again, no connections. Martin towards the back. Trying to go wide here with a Dizzy. Narrate is on one man.
Hampir ace dah tuh kampret.
Almost there for the ace, but 4 kills eventually shut down in the end, but 7-0. The scoreline we're looking like.
Ini ngambil OP-nya.
Differential is immense right now, and you truly see
Sombong tuh OP-nya diambil.
it was going to look like one of our more one-sided matchups, but Karmine Corp, in almost just every element of the game right now, they're ahead of it.
And they're destroying them. Kukuga said on the desk, trying to break the Leah and the Dizzy in one go. Narrate's like, yeah, bet. Just rinses them both before FPX can use them to get into the site, and then swings around for 4 kills afterwards. FPX are getting pasted. And I think it's a really interesting idea, right? This is one of our most one-sided matchups you could possibly see at the tournament on paper. But what does the parity look like? Everybody was saying, you know, anyone can win Madrid. There are chances for even these teams to be able to make upsets.
Even Magnum himself, you know, coming into this, they're not going to make a mistake with prior teams. You know, maybe they turn up to these international tournaments, they expect to have a freebie, an opening match that just is so one-sided, but I'm of course still showing him respect.
Absolutely. Yeah, Magnum said, quote, if I had to rate FPX in terms of macro, I think they have a lot of gaps. And then he said, but it's Valorant. Anyone can lose. Martin, under pressure, though.
Yep, Dizzy in his face, though. It does fade away. He's just absolutely caught a timing still. Autumn will shut down a counterpart. Damage done, but no kill collected. Smokes at some point surely going to be fading. How are they going to get this spike down? They really don't have any options or tools, but there we go.
Nice. Huge one.
Yep, a gap available with that op drop down. Autumn picks it up. Acquiring that upgrade. Now we can really just see if he can hunt for any more sort of kills. Now this is a player advantage for FPX.
Kalau kalah sih sedih ya.
Now how do Karmine Corp approach it?
Kena dong.
Down to the back.
Enggak, cuma kena flash.
Players all over the place. Thrash to lead the charge.
Alah.
There. Shin
Alah.
around to the side, but doesn't expect Berlin. And there it is. Okay, around on the board for FPX.
Gua kira tetap kalah, cuk. Anjing udah 3 lawan 4. Sedih
Now
kalah.
basically set up by Autumn getting into a nice spot. Martin has been caught out in a number of these more aggressive positions. And this is the opening. He had a chance trying to take the timing, but then Autumn also finding this pick onto Tamashi over in Snowman. That sets up the player advantage. And FPX are finally able to capitalize and bring around to themselves. Can they work this
Sedih sih kalau terima kasih kalah.
and make it less of a one-sided matchup?
They would love to. Now,
Gila, Karmine bagus gini.
back into the action, you're seeing it. Line in the sand drawn in terms of the skirmish.
Berlin has the
He's got
operator.
the operator, yeah, I mean, he's thinking close.
Yeah, of course your IGL Omen has the op. Angel emote.
Now an attempt for them to try and get themselves into the side wall. Definitely impeding them. Dash to the top here, Dizzy in their faces.
Kambing selamat, cuk.
Not able to see really anything at all, but FPX granted the site now, so plans online for them. A forward position here, playing inside the pit. This is really going to test Kamiko once more, especially with Autumn ripping off heads towards the back of the side. Just really impossible to clear this through. And here it is, momentum on the side of FPX. This is basically a done deal into the round.
Nice.
Second one on the board. Now maybe you can start to keep this going.
That's huge. Didn't even have to use all of the ultimates at their disposal. Still have the Thrash available for them in the next. And FPX using the pit to be able to establish much more aggressive post-plant positions. Put pressure on KC before they can get into retake spots. Look, Narrate's just flooding out heaven there thinking, yeah, they're going to give us this space for free. That's what they've done every other time. And FPX have brought the battle to them. Amazingly enough, those 2 rounds have actually been enough to knock down the economy of Carmichael. So we're not seeing a full buy here.
I think the money would be flourishing, but instead, okay. At least Martin has a rifle.
Armin nih IGL-nya duelist ya.
But Martin hasn't been able to do too much from these extremely aggressive positions. He's the danger in the round. The rest of KC mostly playing for a little bit of plant pressure and then the retake. Martin's been the dice that they roll to see whether he can find value. And this time, just missing the timing of FPX, who've all gone into B.
Clear and Dizzy all comboed up. Smokes to get himself into the deeper angle. Autumn, he's here this time. Not using that second smoke to block off this one. Autumn, he's got the operator. Aiming to lock this one down. 2 potential positions. Shin, he's taking out Berlin. Now Berlin's been playing that angle all the time, honestly. Most of the time.
Yeah, and it's a spot where Autumn can't actually hold for Berlin to get into position. It's a bit of a freebie there, actually. Kamiko giving it.
Diligence being shown with the util to clear through most of this.
KC have a wall to work with. But there's a flash on the other side. Martin, what a peek.
What a return, Ayang, though, straight there. And here it is with a sound of life. War can't save you from that one.
Great awareness from life. Adapting to what Kamiko have been doing, making sure that he's in a position where he's still going to be able to get picks over the top of the wall.
Ini live ini coy yang main nih.
Holding on in these post-ban situations. I mean, Ayang is like lining up a shot with Martin and Tomaji's right behind. FPX going from 0-7 to winning 3 rounds in a row with the potential to make this quite a competitive half.
Yeah, you wouldn't think it. You would not think it if you were only tuning in for the beginning, but they have the chance. Slow warp. Used here, Shin feeling the danger now. The heat turned up. That isn't okay. Slow warp.
Okay, Martin.
Molly's being used. Snakebite here close, and there it is actually. That bouncing into that wrong angle. Martin can't evacuate. Can he stand his ground? Can he hold it down? The answer is no.
And that's probably going to incentivize Narrate to try to make a play here instead of just playing for the player down retake. We get to see now. Do they trust the system? Do they try to go for the hero play?
Man down here, Snakebite forwards, life. Tucking behind the box, out into the open though. Has to just spank on the rest of his teammates. Lovely move from Ayang, Magnum. Nasty stuff! Oh, almost making a go of it.
So close. And Berlin, the player with the open hand,
Kayak ngetro aja.
win the 1v1 at the end and keep this momentum going for FPX. KC making a good job of it despite the fact that they were down players. But this opening play as Shin swings to try to relieve pressure from Martin. Martin can't quite get enough kills to help. Final round of the half here, and KC are going to be knocked down to 4 Bulldogs. There is a great chance that FPX get up to 5 and rewrite this terrible beginning they had to Icebox.
That's just insanity.
The pick got popped down over towards B. No immediate pressure. So Tomaji might think that the rest of FPX are looking to work down mid or over towards A. Martin once again alone on A, tucking himself into these aggressive, unexpected positions. But generally, FPX have been able to either dodge or deal with it. It's slow and somewhat ponderous, though, for FPX in the first 40 seconds of this round. Now they're making a commitment to deal with some of Magnum's utility in mid and create threats and pressure around. A leg.
Oh, it's betrayal. And there it is, sets up Autumn for an easy one.
No possibility of that being rezzed.
It's now being offloaded. Dash towards Boredom. Top of the box. Just spotting. Head of Shin.
Alah, timing juga, Cok.
Caught into the mid flank.
And now the ult online. Magnum has that retake ultimate that caused so much pressure for FPX previously.
Could be opting to use this as a really forward backside position. FPX are trying to fight this one. Then they realize at least now that the lockdown is down, but do they have any util to try and fight this one and clear it? Out and through, they don't need util, man. They got guns and weaponry still. Lockdown didn't get broken. 1v2. He's out of dodge here from FPX. The positioning is going to be known and noted. Narrate. How do you hit that into the 1v1? Wingman. Exactly the partner in crime that you'd want, at least taps out of position, trying to force Life out into the open, but it's a guessing game for Narrate entirely, doesn't know where he is, and Life playing time immaculately. It's 7-5. How the bloody hell did FBX salvage that?
What a ridiculous comeback. We were all ready to talk about how it was playing out as expected on paper, and then FBX fire back with 5 in a row.
One enemy remaining.
And a lot to do with the rifling coming online. I feel like Ayoung has just woken up.
Go on, look at me, bro. Let's go.
They're fired up. They're feeling it. Life on his feet.
Angkat dari 7-0 tuh.
Certainly are. Let's send it down to the analyst desk.
7-0 75 kan, nggak jelas.
Thank you very much, guys. What a great half that was. A nice comeback from FPX, but Kukuka, it all started with a great
gerakan apa tuh, Cok?
Yeah, exactly. And it was a perfect example of what we were discussing, right? Those retakes coming in, the protocols being completely sharp up, coming in from KC. I think that round 5 is a perfect example of it when we would see the exchange of the movements from Gecko, and they know exactly where to put the pressure and how to address everything that is going on in the map by the positions that they expect the other players to be in. The follow-up from each of the players, it's clean. But then after those 7 rounds, something changes in FPX maybe.
And for FPX, I think the adaptation was really good. In these post plants, once they got that spike down, once they got that space, they were using that second Dizzy refresh to fight forward and get space in these late rounds and really punish KC while they were still setting up, getting their util in hand. That's the X factor of this team. They will sometimes pull out these hyper-aggressive rounds where they stop you from setting up the way you want to play. It was really good on that comeback.
I think it was a little bit of both, right? We have a KC that maybe is getting too comfortable because everything is working, and an FPX that, you know, starts making a little bit of mistakes. We see, you know, the flashes being a little bit separated one from another, but then when they realize that they just have to disrupt that and just keep pushing a little bit more, that changes. Now, coming into their defense, as I said, it's very complicated to defend this map without a sentinel. The aggression has to be there. FPX is very known for that, and they have to keep it up if they want to keep that score.
It absolutely does, but if KC wants to close this map out, they have the fans to do so in this arena right now. There's not a huge amount of fans out on day 1, but every single KC fan feels like 10 of them.
Yeah, shout out to the Gentlemates fan as well in the Gentlemates jersey, but this blue wall, it is looking so strong, but I'm going to send this back to the casters and see if KC can close this one out.
We'll see if they can close it out, but listen, FPX, kind of momentum behind them as well. All it takes is a pistol round. You've got an even match, at least an even map. And this is a team, and I mean, a reminder, I think this is an FPX squad that's got a bit of a chip on their shoulders from the previous international appearances. They want to turn up to this event, and they want to really prove as well that teams should be paying attention to them. They want to teach teams how it's done. They've literally said that themselves. And for Carmen Core, left reeling a little bit, I think, as well, off that string of rounds, but we'll see. It's a new half now, getting started with a pistol.
And it looks like there might be a clash of B main to begin this one very quickly. It's an unusual spot to fight over. Not too many teams trying to fight this area aggressively. But FPX have got a pistol round strat that involves them pushing down mid off the back of this pressure.
Yeah, the Viper Wars.
They've actually abandoned it very early though, Brent.
I mean, it is easy. Surely you collect the kills. Berlin gets 3.
That's wild.
Get the hell out of here.
Gila, dapat 3 deh, Cok.
I mean, the man was basically alone. And now, how do you clear this one out? Lee Saw to the side, lovely peek, off with the Dizzy. That is a slam dunk finish.
I don't want to hear any more about the blue wall. Tell me about the Berlin wall. That's ridiculous. I mean, how has he managed to pick up 3 there? That protocol of jumping through the one-way, I think is a really nice idea. First player jumps through, drags the crosshair is the game plan. Perhaps doesn't quite drag it far enough in that situation because they're swinging almost exactly into Berlin's crosshair. It just worked so well. Bottom of the scoreboard and comes out like that on the pistol. That's what you're saying, Brent. It only takes that 1 round.
They are being swamped in this position. Lifeswan doesn't know which way to look. Teammate happens in it back. Okay, traded. 3 versus 3, equalized here. Dash forward to the peak, Ayang.
They want to get aggressive and defend these weapons, I think. But Kamikor aren't even going for them.
No, not quite. Wall up onto the high ground. Really just props up Thomasy for an easy peek. Easy kill for Ayang. Autumn there. Can't quite land the shots there with a Marshall, but finally a bit of damage done to the body. 100 left, 1 player left standing. It's Martin. Put the plant down, but this is a really difficult situation to try and win. And there it is. Spam damage and the flank attempt there.
Very surprised that Kamikor played that round so quickly after they got themselves into a 3v3. If they'd slowed things down, I believe there were 2 Bulldogs lying around for them to be able to try and pick up and use. But they got roped into the pace of that. And then all of the danger just kind of trickled away. See Ayang deals with that boost play. It's quite a nice idea from Kamikor, but something we've seen a lot from these Sage teams.
Paksa lah ya, bukan ngambil dulu dari itu biji itu senjata.
But 7 in a row, straight back for FPX, means the game is tied here on Icebox.
He's set up now onto the bonus round. 2 players survived in a prior round here for FPX, so there's not too much danger, but guess what? The Avengers are plenty here. I mean, listen, the amount of players they've got trying to play that 4 position. Belt not really accounted for. It's a high-low setup. They are really mopping up the rest of these players. An attempt by Life, repositions, but just out into the open.
Alah, mati dong.
Watch for. Cheeky idea. I do respect it.
I love the idea. But FPX take a gamble, shove 4 players in, and KC, that discipline that we were seeing from them all throughout EMEA, I think that's the first round where you really see it exemplified here in Icebox. All down to 1. Looks almost impossible.
Yeah, so it's just going to be looking to do that.
Surely,
damage.
Surely here the streaks are broken. We don't see another 7 in a row for KC, right? It's not even possible.
It's really not. I mean, at that point.
You're in the map 14-7?
Yeah, dusted. Maybe we get them to skirt the rules. We'll do 1st to 16.
FPX, though, really have shown that they're not willing to just roll over in these kind of games, especially when they push. I mean, they certainly come into this one as the underdogs, but I had a chance to talk to Berlin before, you know, these games kicked off. And I asked him, how much better do you think this version of FPX is compared to last year's? You know, if you were following this team in 2023, okay, they looked all right. They were making it to some of the international events. Since then, they've added Life, who's up towards the top of the scoreboard for them here. He's been a big player for them. And Berlin said 2.5 times better.
It's very precise.
I don't know where he quite got that from, but he's a lot more confident this year than he was in the last, when they were only able to get 1 map at 2 global appearances.
They've run the numbers. 2.5 times, maybe enough to try and take it against them. That's a cheeky play.
Cool idea.
All to boost themselves up. Berlin, no. Deals with the trespasser in through mid.
Coming,
The follow-up, Ayang. Watching it for any sort of passerbys. Only 3 players now left standing for Kamikor.
Looks like a read to me that they were expecting Berlin to be playing B. You know, both of those controller players for FPX fighting over B.
Allah.
They baited out Lysor there, who swung off the back of a paranoia that was extremely optimistic.
They are so damn aggressive, though.
Willing to take the risks, aren't they? I mean, Ayang has just walked up all the way behind. And all of this in a player advantage situation where you don't need to force fights like this. It's a round winning or losing play, probably, that Ayang and Life have gone for. Kamikor are well and truly trapped here. Though I don't believe they know it yet.
No indicator. Here. Contacting together. Opened at the gunplay, can carry them through a round like this one. Looking behind, never know, not to the side, not expecting a player out towards Yellas Berlin. Still not cleaned up. Spike planted, 2 players though for them. Flash over the top, Martin.
Kambing.
How's he doing this? No way to Kamikor find
blow on. Nah, ini udah 5 lawan 3, coba dipaksa-paksa.
Caged up, no exits. Utility being used from the back as well, and Martin.
Bahlul ya kan, 5 lawan 3 loh itu. Public coy.
How have they done that? I mean, the first pick, lovely. But then this kill before getting the dizzy, and then a jump flash into the lane. Stand up now! All right, a bit of fire with these Karmine Corp players in their first time on the Big Masters stage.
Getting heated. Stack though from the FPX players here. Ball is made to refight. What a shot. Still aggression showcased here by Martin. His teammates are going to be there with him. Got his back live. Live? What?
You see KC have no idea that that was going to happen.
Even a possibility. Yeah, just no idea at all.
They didn't even think of that as a timing that FPX could have chosen for some aggression. You can see how the unexpected nature of how FPX plays can catch teams off guard. But thus far, Martin in the last round and this has managed to bail his team out.
Berlin.
Alah.
No gun.
Kambing.
Watching for the mid-aggression.
And Ayang, they should have some idea, was over towards A earlier on. That Dizzy was used. His shooting's been fairly good. But the most likely outcome here is that he just goes down and gets the Thrash online for the next. This game has been so streaky. There's only 30 seconds left. I don't see how he's able to convert. And KC are going to be able to respond with 3 in a row after FPX got 7 to tie it up. Now, would you refer to this one as a back and forth game, Bren? Because technically, it's gone back. And now it's going back again.
Yeah,
but
yeah. By the technical
Aduh, udah
Yeah,
unggul
but it
5-3,
really
ngapain
has not
dihantam?
been competitive in the round-to-round basis.
No, no.
Very streaky.
Very, very streaky.
Autumn's going to get an op online and try to peek under tube by the look of things. Would anticipate him just getting smoked off by Tamashi very early on, but we'll see.
Yeah,
he
there's
gets
an early
the
pick. Wow, okay. Tomazi, Thrash. Used to see if they can clear and cleave their way in through B main.
Nice, nice.
Yang. He's open to the window here.
Alah.
Lurk timing could be brutal. Lurk timing could be brutal. Spots the head. Spots the head. Magnum. He's racing ahead, man. Doesn't want anything to do with this. Look at him. Ducking straight into the floor. Maybe anticipating a repeat, but no, he's backing it away. In the meantime.
Yeah, speaking about repeaks, Berlin in a player advantage situation again. FPX deciding to try to make the play to win the round. Unnecessary, for sure.
Kan?
And Berlin does get punished for it.
Udah lawan 3, Cok.
Res on live for Shin. He's going to play for this one. Portion of the wall broken, but that's all good.
Yeah,
all
thankfully.
good.
Thankfully, Autumn wasn't watching that again.
There's only 45 seconds left. Walking their way over towards A. Starting to get a move on, though. What util do they have to try and clear close? They are, I think, quite scared of the prospect that life could be just in a one and done. Especially when he's playing Reina. Does he see?
Nggak kepalanya.
On the belt there. Looks unlikely. Orb in his face.
30 seconds left.
Players approaching rapidly on the position. It's a double face as the orb goes down.
Only 20 seconds left here. No real utility as far as I can see for FPX to deny this one. Magnum is really far behind and has missed the timing.
Yeah, he has, but he's going to be making a call at least for his team here. Over to buy some time. Really wide-faced by Narrate. Claiming it. He's feeling it, man.
Timbah
This time, Karmine Corp are not messing around.
2 kali, Cok.
This is another situation where KC lost players early on in the round. They weren't expecting the op to be on that sight line. It is entirely possible for the Viper to throw that mid lineup without exposing any part of their body. But Autumn caught Tomashi at the beginning of the round. And Berlin ended up making a mistake when they were up, and it just opened the door for Narrate to take over. Narrate for Karmine Corp, one of the North American imports over to EMEA, has been lighting the world up. He's been looking unbelievably good, but certainly one of those players that we don't know quite how they're going to perform when it gets to the Masters stage. Are the nerves going to be there? And Berlin goes walkabouts again in this round.
They just expect it. It's happened so many times now. They were doubled up. I mean, basically a high-low setup. One player crouched in front of the other.
Yeah.
Just waiting for the aggression.
Yeah, and it's very, very similar to what Berlin did in the previous round to lose them that player advantage situation. FPX have got to be careful. They've clearly got what it takes to be able to bring the game to Karmine Corp. But this is giving me flashbacks of the finals they played in VCT, where they arguably should have beaten EDG, and they let so many of those advantages slip through their fingers. Here comes Ayang with the play again.
He's got a flash out in his hand, still gets one kill. Maybe setting up Autumn for a bit of success, but no, everybody cleaned up. Karmine Corp live and kicking with 3 of their players. Just got to try and hunt out where is life. Healed up now, not letting anything slip. Thrash there, connects, detained. Humiliation time on the grand stage as Carmen Core up to 12.
For our first knife kill of
Ini
Masters
settingan
Madrid.
coy.
Do they really count when you've got the Thrash Detain on
Ini
them?
Berlin dibayar ini orang.
Yeah, I think they shouldn't
2
personally.
kali dia.
Don't think we should be recording those in the stands.
Barusan yang ketiga kali dia maju mati.
Yeah, this is very well dealt with by KC. You can still see some moments where they're
Kita lihat
not quite
Berlin ini orang mana.
anticipating what FPX are going to go for, but for the majority,
Taiwan cowok.
for the majority, they have got this on lock.
Asli
The
sih.
anticipation of Berlin's push at the beginning of that round and the way they executed was immaculate. They're looking for that punish again onto Tomaji. It's not there.
Not gonna get it.
Yeah, this time playing a little safer, doubling up with Magnum as well. KC 1 round away, 5 chances of converting. Keep it clean.
It's gonna be their aim. Tucked to the corner.
No,
Life
go ya.
avoiding the initial flash across from the ropes. Not accurate enough to win that fight out, but dismiss in towards the back now. Underneath rafters, plenty more players ready to try and fight him. Target-rich environment. Take your pick, take your time, son, because this is you lighting the world on fire.
Ace gila.
With the ace. Holy. And he's on his feet after that one too. If the KC players are trying to keep him rooted in that seat, they've well and truly failed in round 20.
He's dropped 24 kills.
I mean, he's the only player that's actually able to evade
Menang
the way
tidak
the
perlu
KC are playing.
klip nomor 1.
Get one, get out, and pick the most awkward timings through all of their utility. Springs out of his seat, almost almost knocking it off the stage.
He's feeling it. Definitely feeling it. Back into the fight. Back into the action. Carmen Core, slow and steady. It's their approach to begin. They know how aggressively FPX are liking to play, and they do have both the duelist players. Dash still available. Dismiss there if Life gets a kill. Lots of exit strategies, but here we look at this. I mean, they're just holding. 4, it's still Life claims it.
He's on fire. Barely a shred of Narade poking out. Still manages to catch the headshot. Magnum's 1 away from having a massive ultimate, and they're sneaking around underneath them. Life goes for the re-clear.
It's a dizzy, still, it's traded. Magnum is there.
Nice.
For the 2 there. Hang drops down, Dash is there. Martinez finds it. Forwards now. After the lockdown, it's 2v2. This could be it to seal the map. What is going to be the answer from FPX?
Walking out.
Walking out, hoping that they can punish, but no. Just granted the kill. And Berlin, the IGL, it's a 1v2. All on the line to keep his team in the map. Paranoia available. Smokes still there. Wants to walk though. Doubled up. They're dominating the position. If he chooses to just peek ever so slightly into it, it's going to be a shorty ready and waiting. More smoke used. Tap. Force them out into the open. No easy fights, no easy exits. That is Carmen Core sealing it up. Nice and pretty for map number 1. 13-8.
A bizarre opening to Masters Madrid, but it had some great moments. FPX 7 out of 8 of their rounds taken in a streak.
Yeah, absolutely. Was going to set it to a short break.
Bayar
The other side of things, of course,
Berlin
the
ini.
continuation of the series. Don't go anywhere.
Berlin dibayar cok. Fix. Mir dong 2 kali udah unggul pemain. Sosok maju lah. Apa nih? Pause kah?
This is very interesting. Welcome to the Paranormal Research Center. It's commanding of the spirits. We could be looking at an army of ghosts.
That's messed up.
That orb prophesied to bring about the end of humankind.
The second Ice Age.
Kita buka TikTok dulu di HP. Nah kalau buka TikTok di PC nggak jelas. Itu cuma 20 menit kan kayaknya. Kalau dua mau bisa di tunggu match Kenji semalam main game kayaknya. Sister udah nggak metal lagi, Cok.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Ada beginian, Cok. Tereng teng teng tereng teng.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Red Bull gives you wings. Kamu gue denger tuh, Cok. Red Bull give you wins.
Hey guys, Mega Fabs here, and I'm standing right now with Coach Eng of Carmen Card. Congratulations on that first map, the first map win of VALORANT Masters Madrid. Now, of course, we saw FPX had that near comeback. So how did the boys keep their calm and how were they able to close it out? Let us know what's going on behind the scenes.
I'm not gonna lie, I didn't say anything, to be honest. I feel like we are ready, we prepared, and I don't know. People don't understand, but FPX pretty decent team. They're really strong aimers, and yeah, it just I expected that they gonna shoot hard and hit hard. So yeah, it's kind of. But about us, yeah, I didn't say anything, to be honest. It's just all like props to our teams and Ewan and Ahmed. They prepared them also. The mentally wise, that's yeah, we are ready. So I don't know. I'm just happy we won.
Full trust in the team, gotta love it. Let's hope that Carmen Card can close it out in map 2.
Oh, if N is happy, I am happy. What a start it is for Casey here at Masters Madrid. I'm your host, Yingsu, and I'm back here with Mimi and Kakuka. It was a great start at Kakuka, and also a very convincing way for Casey to close it out.
Yeah, exactly. It's also not the fact only that they managed to get that first win here at Masters, it's the fact that they managed to mentally reset for what was happening on the server. I think that Eng was very right. FPX can shoot very, very hard. Like the rounds that Life was having, how they were just pushing onto them and doing this kind of things we were talking about before, how they thrive in the chaos. It is something that Casey had to overcome and did.
Yeah, they absolutely did. I think they looked really good in that second half with their game plan on how to shut down the aggression that even on the defense is being brought out by FPX. It's kind of hard to get that initial bit of space and punish people who have pushed up when you only have that Gecko, but I think they play around that one piece of utility, even though you can't combo it with another flash very, very well. For me, that second half was a showcase of just how strong Casey's fundamentals are.
Yeah, Mimi, let's take a look at round 18 because not many people can deal with K-Core's pressure. And unfortunately, FPX couldn't do that either.
Yeah, not many, including FPX in this game, like you say. But this round was pretty cool for me. The way that KC are scaling together into this site. And also, I think it's a showcase of how FPX's comp really does show some weakness. Running no Sendy on this map means that if you're hard
Look at where Magnum is.
rotates, which you kind of need to when you have this initiator comp where you're trying to set up those combos, you leave gaps like this, and Magnum was just taking advantage of this.
Yeah, exactly. And if you combine it with a Narrate that was extremely explosive and just going in for the kills, he said that he wanted to pick when he got to Madrid, so he's definitely doing so. And I love that we have this stats for him. We were talking about the versatility, the feeling comfortable, and I think that this was a perfect showing for him.
It absolutely was. He said he was just gonna swing everyone at this event, and you saw
take the fine. Take the fine.
He did swing in this one. I think that when KC is willing to in the late rounds take a little bit of that risk and let him go crazy when he's feeling it is really good and adds an extra dynamic to this team.
I mean, this is the thing. He does this on Gecko. He will do this on Fade as we see him later. Which version of Narrate do you guys think is the final boss of the Narrates?
I really like his Gecko.
I'm on the Gecko train yet, but I'm a big fan of
It's so hard
Gecko.
to play Gecko solo initiator.
Yes.
He does it so well.
Yeah, exactly. I think that he has a very good balance on how to support the team, how to go on those more aggressive plays, because he's the kind of player that can do it and will do it without shaking or having like second guesses. When we see him moving around the map and taking the right covers and making the right choices, everything is very well wired in his head. So I think that is why I like the Gecko, and also because he can just like
do it. You have to do the voice. Too good. Wait, also,
she's actually the voice actor.
I am actually Carnalito.
Yeah, can you please share that? Because I feel like it's a way better name than Wingman.
Carnalito, yeah. It's not even the Spanish one. It's in Latin America. They call it little boy Carnalito, and he's very cute.
Carnalito.
Carnalito.
I vote that we only call him that from now on.
I'm ready for it.
Carnalito! But we do have a Narrate here, can you believe it, warming up in the Aim Lab shoot-around. I need his sense, I need his game sense, everything, you know the meme, how it goes, because he's able to perform EMEA on LAN, and it's great to see that Mimi, he's also able to perform on a global stage already as well.
He just had to get out of an A.
Oh!
He was good.
He was getting held back. He was getting held back.
He was actually... He is what your ranked teammates want to be, in that he needed the right team, right?
Yeah.
He can probably
honestly, he needed Eng. I think that there is a lot of similarities between the case of Narrate and some other players in KC. For example, Alpha Year. People might not remember, but there was this moment where Alpha Year was just 16, just picked up by Fnatic and just performing the way that he was because of the coach that he had. And probably in another environment, Alpha would not be where he is today. But going back to Narrate, love the fact that he's feeling this comfortable, that he has this sassy personality outside and inside the game, and he can bring it to the international stage.
He absolutely can. We've talked a lot about the coaches today, but I think you have to credit the gelling of this team as well. Magnum played with Fnatic right at the very beginning, famous for the ill-fated Sky Flash at the end of Reykjavik. But since then, he's been grinding down in Tier 2. He's a name that I think a lot of people had forgotten. But now he comes back in with this KC roster and is absolutely a pivotal part of this system they built. We saw some great adaptation and mid-rounding on that map. And I think you can accredit a lot of that to this guy Magnum.
Yeah, this is the thing. People don't. People forget that he was never IGL before. He only started IGLing on this team. I also love a moment we had in EMEA where N called attack pause when they were like 11-1 up, and he did that a lot back in Canada. And we asked him, "You're 11 up. Why are you calling attack pause?" And he's like, "Look, I want us to close out the game, and I heard Magnum make a call, and it was just the wrong call. I had to step in and be like, Magnum, look, I appreciate what you're doing, but you should not be doing that. You should be doing this." And he also said that as time went on, he's had to do that a lot less. His trust in Magnum has grown a lot over the kickoff period, and given the fact, I don't think they called a single timeout, right? I don't think.
No, I mean that's what Eng was saying in the interview, right? He was
hearing the right thing.
Magnum must have been saying all of the right things.
Many people might think, yeah, after you lose so many rounds in a row, why didn't you call a tech pause? Eng is hearing everything, and if he feels that the right calls are being made, and to every problem they're already thinking of how to fix it for the next round, you don't really need to call that tech pause. Do you think that your team is going to be a little bit thrown off the game? You don't want to interfere too much. You think that first attack pause was enough? Why do it again?
I think you also have to remember that those pauses also give your opponent a chance to talk to your coach. I think we've heard from like Mini before that sometimes he wouldn't call pauses because he trusts his IGL more than the opponent's IGL.
You were talking about Fnatic.
No. But it is something to think about always, of like that trust in your IGL. Once you build it up, it means you can save those pauses for that perfect moment. And I mean, right now, I don't think that game ever fully got out of hand for KC. They started losing those 3-4 rounds in a row, but the last round, they turn it back around, they fix it, and then go into the second half quite strong.
Yeah, and he didn't need to talk to his players, but his players were giving it on the server. Take a look at this. There's some trash talk from the last
Guys, some smiles in our faces.
Hey,
play the game, play the game.
So it's just for Mazzy.
Tomasi, by the way, another youngster. If you remember seeing him last year in Seoul, we had to do it. It was completely different, right? I think that the environment that they have created, how they're living everything on stage.
Oh, Mazzy, over
So I watched some of the Carmen Core vlogs this morning.
Did we get some mewing from Martin already? Not yet? It will be there.
I really thought we could go a long time without bringing that up here.
No.
Oh.
Sorry, I'm kind of disappointed we haven't seen it yet.
I'm disappointed in both of you, but what I'm not disappointed in is what I was saying with Tamezi being such a great emotional leader. But we're into the agent select here already. Carmen Core, we saw them play the Fnatic comp and beat Fnatic, but for FPX, this is one of those maps where they pull out the chamber ban.
Yeah, exactly. Funny enough, even though KC has a very good record on this map, this has never been their choice. This is the first time that they actively choose this as their battleground. It was always like either the third map or something that other teams picked up for them in EMEA. Even with that, I think this is the map that shows perfectly and more exactly how good they are on the retakes and how the protocols are perfectly sharp, because of course with 3 sides things change, and they also change when you have a chamber on the other side. Not very popular in EMEA.
Absolutely. This comp, beyond just the chamber, has a solo deco initiator, which I think is a lot harder to make work on this map. If you go for hard attacks, that Dizzy gets broken, which honestly, map 1 KC was doing a great job at. If they can continue to do that, I think they can really punish this dive player. This is an opportunity for KC to close in 2.
Yeah, well, things are going to get a little bit harder for FPX here. It will be KC's map choice, and it's time to send it back to your casters. Here's Bren and Sideshow.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, let's get to it then. Map number 2. In for Carmen Core versus FPX. I mean, listen, map 1 was an interesting one, to say the least. I mean, very streaky in terms of the rounds with Carmen Core. You got to expect, you know, these guys are phenomenal on Lotus. It's a map that they've taken, you know, many a strong team to. They look really primed in this map. They have a ton of great ideas. But now, you know, how are they going to be dealing with FPX, especially Life on the chamber? This guy has been a standout in the past, and now he's going to be looking to do a little bit more. There's a smoke here. Haunts dealt with, taking care of. TP back with a rendezvous, but, well, Lysol just trying to help out his teammate.
Yeah, bit of a strange decision, actually, because Life already had the exit with the rendezvous. Just looking to try to find a timing. Now they're headed into Magnum's setup, where the turret is going to take contact. And this Viper wall, previously used by teams like Loud on this map, going to allow KC a really nice C retake.
You can see from Magnum's setup here with an Nano Swarms. I mean, it's just to make sure they can't cross past the wall, buys time for the rotates. Here now, the spike's going to be planted. Nice shot onto the target. The fight
Mati lu.
They're not clearing the corner. Half clearance still. Autumn snaps it back around again. They want to really just take the fight in the battle straight to them. FPX are not messing around. Shin, so much to do, doubled up, stacked up. They
Oh,
get
yeah?
a freebie. 3 kills now. But a 1v2 and 17 health to do it.
Almost impossible. He doesn't have very much information about where the others are positioned. And Life, with the Sheriff just watching this smoke. Gonna put it down.
Yeah, with the double set up there, high, low, and kind of quite ready there for the aggression, at least a second wave of things.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of looked like they were ready for the aggression, if anything. I mean, Narrate is tucked into the corner, has his pick, should have been able to pick off Autumn. Oh, and that glance behind. And yeah, it's just the fact that Narrate isn't able
Yang kalau
to
di
hit the
ramen
gunshot,
itu
be able to pick up a couple
nggak
of
usah inilah, namanya sosok trigger disiplin juga.
But certainly, I mean, to your point, FPX pushing so deep. They were taking a fight against Shin in Spawn, basically. And if that's the adaptation that they use, going from map 1 to map 2, to keep trying to fight Karmic Core at all times, never allow them to set up for the retakes, I think that's a very good strategic idea.
Works well, it really does.
And you said as well earlier, Brent, that Karmic Core have got a lot of experience on Lotus. They feel very comfortable there. The desk was talking about that too. But they've also played mostly against more meta compositions and relying on having a great understanding of how those work, the timing things take, the utility that they throw. They had very good specific anti-strats in EMEA too. This FPX team does not play conventional Valorant. No. And the composition shows that, but also the way that they run it shows that too. And it's going to be a little harder for KC to get a read on.
KC showed her hand, really, that the stack is over towards A, forcing the pivot now in towards B. Having to stop this. I saw back position, almost asleep at the wheel there. Needs to call for reinforcements and backup here to try and play this crossfire. Set up, Bulldog singing true. Finding their marks, very wide face, but the second shot of the Outlaw is enough to shut that one down. So should be very clean and clinical round here for FPX. Second one now for them.
And it's also close to getting Ayoung's ult online, so I would assume he's going to try the chase. Berlin snipes it, steals it for his first ult.
Nice.
Don't worry, we don't need the Gecko ult anyway, I suppose, as we head into the bonus round. It would have been nice to have it online. Still possible, of course. Ayoung might get it for post-plant here, with something like an ult or pick-up and a plant. At KC, the War Machine starts to rumble. Tomashi picks up the Odin.
One enemy remaining.
This team as well, Karmic Warbang lineups. I mean, you're seeing FPX as well take a turn with it as well, initially in the prior round, but now we're getting started. Just trying to punish that peak here. The shoulder just sticking out with life. He goes for another one.
Very bold, very confident. He was dominating in the individual fights when it came to Icebox, so I can respect that level of confidence. But KC, punishing him there. And despite the fact that there were 3 players from FPX defaulting over towards Mound at the beginning of the round, they don't actually have any control there. Double smokes, and Ayoung's Dizzy has had to be used twice already in the round just for Mound control. So they're still 10 seconds away from using that in any kind of push into C.
Shin smokes as well. I mean, they jut out just far enough to really put the fear into FPX, wondering if there could be a player lurking and creeping. The door is going to be hit there with a switch. Now a call is made. Paranoia, Dizzy, everything offloaded all together. Shin is really in dire straits. He needs some help from the rest of his team. Dodging and juking side to side. How does he get the 1 kill eventually? Falling. Backing away here, Narrate realizing he has to respect this one, doesn't want to toss away his life, wants to play for the full retake with the rest of his
bakal mati cuy. Mati beneran cuy.
That's a perfect placement of the nade, yeah.
Mati beneran.
I mean, if anyone was going to go down, and I thought it would be Autumn on 30 health, but Lysol just tanks it. Maybe not hearing that in the moment.
Narrate, despite the fact that he's spamming down, trying to get a second bite of the apple, taking out all of it, leaves it to Berlin. He's just got so much working against him.
Okay, nice.
Berlin, hello. Here's your time to shine, but Tomazic shuts that one down right quick. So bonus round conversion not there, but he made it a hell of an expensive round. I mean, listen, only 1 player surviving.
Yeah.
KC.
Absolutely. I mean, when Lysol goes down to the nade, it looks like KC are going to have their pick of that one. It's going to be an easy battle, but Berlin once again in a pretty similar manner to what he did in round 13 on
30
Icebox.
seconds left.
He's been able to get way more value from a position than you would expect from him. Makes it very damaging to KC's economy. So now, Karmine Corp coming into the next round have a Bulldog and a Judge to work with. Martin is playing Judge Raze here at the front of B to start this round. FPX haven't been wandering close to B, but I wonder if they're going to try to set up some kind of trap here on Mound.
A chance of it.
Or blast pack out, do something crazy with the Judge perhaps.
Yeah, I mean Shin's position is playing really quite far forward there.
The problem is, the more space that you give them over towards A here, Bren, the more that you're going to allow A-Young to get set up with the Thrash, push Magnum into uncomfortable positions, and get plants down on A. So this is, despite the fact there's a Killjoy and an Odin playing on the A site, this does look a little weak.
There it is now, Thrash clearing out towards tree. Magnum smart enough to give up the space. Free gained now. Plant down for Berlin. Unconventional plant spot. Post plant doesn't allow you to play from stairs to really try and spam that one down. It's actually tucked to the corner. Heavy reliance on tree. See if that bites them here. Here's the initiation. The moves in. The Judge eventually shutting down that threat. Martin can't get anything done, but Karmine Corp still there with the rifles. Off to the side, Autumn inside the smoke. The rate. Last player left standing. 1v2, maybe even second guessing himself, wondering if he gets one could be played, but no, now making the smarter decision here, so saving a rifle, running away with it, so FPX up to a third round.
Yeah, getting themselves into a really nice position. The thing that catches Karmine Corp off guard there when they go for the retake are the unconventional swing timings from FPX. As soon as they hear the Paranoia double blast pack come out, FPX don't respect it, they swing into it. And that catches KC as they go to try to push off the back of the utility, taking gunfights at unfavorable timings. And you'll see here Berlin just manages to catch this one. And you also have Autumn coming out through the smoke. Perfect timing to try to catch Martin in the back.
Enemy remaining.
The damage that they did on the bonus, capitalizing there. And leading to a really nice beginning to this map from FPX.
That's fantastic. Keep this one going as well. Listen, generate the ultimates, keep using them to just snowball your way forwards. I think the more rounds as well that FPX get and start accruing is that question you brought up earlier, you know. Karmine Corp, they've been playing against the Metacomps. How do you deal with something that's a little bit less standard, especially against a team that plays a little bit less standard too? You know, FPX, we've been seeing them play. I mean, they don't shy away from a lot of individualistic plays.
No, not at all.
Shin tucked to the corner. Will he be taken out? Yeah, and dealt with. Winning the showstopper there against the weaker eye.
Yeah, so expensive. But starting to build up to, you know, a Viper's Pit for the next as well. So the ult cycle is still not in a terrible situation, even though they felt it necessary to invest that. They're in a great spot to be able to close this one out too. The weaponry is not great on anyone other than Narrate.
Holding all the players down for the double face. Autumn, 3 in a round, might be looking for another one. There it is, the fourth, so...
With the classic of all things too.
Steadily building his way back up to his own ult that he just expended. 4-1 here, FPX might be starting to run away with it. Important round coming up now. Take a look at the economy. Karmine Corp be able to get some of those rifles online, but I don't have any big ultimates really. Yeah, I mean, okay, Martini's one away. Maybe if he gets a kill, showstopper too, but it's imperative really that they put a stop to
tadi Karmine di
Icebox.
Icebox.
Getting into position to pit on the site, because we saw that on Icebox, that the pits and the more aggressive post-line positions really messed with KC in the way that they wanted to approach things.
Early fight, here my life. Doesn't expect that Shin has already crossed one way, might just see the feet.
Not quite catching it.
Yeah, quite.
Oh, has he got a glimmer of it there, perhaps? I don't think so. The boombot used from Autumn close to B main as Life forced to teleport away. Autumn has not quite cleared Thomas yet.
Yeah, it was broken.
Lagi.
It gave the indicator. It gave
Okay,
the indicator
nice.
for Autumn.
Great movement to be able to escape.
Really heads up as well, knowing that the boombot was cleared. He's expecting it. He's like, okay, potential there, behind the box tucked. First kill for them, so 50 seconds now. Magnum moves over towards the A site. Magnum is here, ready and waiting with the setup. That's the Nanostorm still. Paranoia goes wide. He's holding an off angle. This is really quite aggressive. And Autumn just offsets the movement ever so slightly enough. Flank around Shin. They weren't expecting that one with the TP, but he's only one man. What can he do? Paranoia glides, TP in face.
No way.
No way. No way. Shin. That's monstrous. And Life, he's nowhere near. Sticking this one through. Where's the defuse, but not a clue. Still half on it.
Nice. Kambing Life.
To bed, puts him to
Anjir, hampir clutch dia.
What a kill to end that! And what a play from Carmine Core. An attempt to try to set that up. And timeout called. That was an enormous investment. I mean, the play that they went for there, Nightfall into the Omen ult. They had no idea that Shin was all the way back there. They had no audio cues. Paranoia, so they have no audio cue on this either.
Ini cuma gameplay tai.
Shin was set up for success. And Life shut it down.
I said at the beginning of the round, that was a pivotal one. Economy going to be reset here for Carmine Core. Instant timeout called.
Yeah, this is now serious danger. KC unveiling one of their big ideas for how to go for a retake there, or at least to put pressure onto FPX as they were going for the plant, using a really nice ult combo. Still gets stuffed. Autumn is currently sat 12-3 up at the top of the scoreboard for FPX. Finding so many good timings. His awareness in that round to be able to pick off Tamaji early on. In the previous round, to be able to catch Martin as he went for the double blast pack retake on A. Autumn has been playing wonderfully here.
Pride of OCE. Stepping up here onto the big stage.
And so many conversations about, you know, what do the communications look like within FPX, because Autumn isn't super comfortable with only speaking Chinese inside the team, so they're having to do a lot in English too. Is it worth it? Well, if he plays like this, it is.
Yeah, it definitely is.
And Life, who was at the top of the scoreboard on Reina, is still 6-1, barely been punished. Only that one time where he overstayed his welcome slightly on A.
Udah teringat, guys. Pernah ngapus di chase ya emang Carmine, cuman
happy to do so. Autumn also one away from his ult.
Yeah, and look at how that round is about to spiral the ult economy out of control for FPX. This ult cycle is getting monstrous.
Magnum is tucked here, has the stinger. Too much util, still finds the kill. Just taking the timing as well, knowing they were going to explode into the side, and he backs away, so toss away his life for no reason. Plant.
This is going to be difficult though for Carmine Core, because they're going to come back into this against potentially big ultimates if Autumn or Lysor are able to get a pick. There are huge ults on the other side. It might have been a good idea to try to stack one of them, the plant.
Yeah, potentially, because Martin's now going to be coming back in. Nade, rebounding, snake bite, ults, offloaded. Thomas, what a shot, what a shot indeed! The players are toppling here, the rifles matter not. Carmine Core on display, showing exactly what makes them that #1 seed from EMEA.
And just a bit too passive from FPX.
ekspresi Carmine bagus ya.
The game plan that they had coming in, and that's our second MasterCard Thrifty of the series, I believe. But from what we'd seen earlier on, when Carmine Core were fighting aggressive post plants deep into spawn, to this, like almost the most passive way that you could play this situation, not loading the plant into Lysor or Autumn, where you would have a big ultimate to be able to work with. Bit of a misplay, but like I said, the ult cycle is demonic right now for FPX.
Online.
They have literally everything, yeah.
It's a rubble fight, not being contested early by FPX, so it had nothing to do with it. KC not even really using too much util of their own. Stalemate just to start things off. Life with the tour de force. Hoping that he can contact in as a slight gap into the smoke. He was praying that Magnum potentially cross into the sideline.
And Magnum is just holding angles where he would be able to catch people you know, blast packing in with an ultimate. He's looking to try to catch Autumn in a very non-committed place, Magnum, but one where he can just catch headshot sightlines.
I sent flying out towards B. Narrate's going to be calming this. You still.
Not a full commitment though at all, is it?
No.
It's just supposed to feel fakey.
All over the place here, but really there's not too much behind it. Still, okay, Prowler, peek, Martin, what? A shot, the quick scope of life, shuts that one down, now the showstopper. Or lay it out on top of it, Magnum, he's out of there, vacates it, wants nothing to do with it. Side control gonna be gained for them. Fight's being lost all over the place here with Thomasy losing that one. Paranoia swing through, a little bit delayed here, but FPX are the ones that are coming out on top. Kill feed, filling up with red, and that's all they're seeing right now. Hunted for the kills. Magnum, lovely shot with the discipline. Shin, he's setting the aim just enough. 1v2. Does he still choose to make a go of this?
He's worried about those aggressive timings that FPX like to take. Fear in his heart, causing this to be a retake. Sorry, a save. Meaning that KC are in a hole right now. And in a whole lot of trouble. FPX still with some big ultimates that they didn't feel incentivized to use there. We were watching that fight happening over towards the defender's side spawn. Actually, the big deaths happened in Waterfall.
Yeah.
Those are kills that I think either happened over the top of or through a smoke, and obviously that first pick is massive. But yeah, just as that smoke was about to bloom, it's a one-way actually from Berlin. That's so nice.
Interesting ideas.
Lovely idea. And not something that KC was set up to deal with. It is an attack-sided map from everything that we've seen, but FPX here are looking so much more successful than they did on Icebox.
Ways exchanged, Berlin. Looks like he could be playing
Apa
a
itu?
deeper angle, potentially even inside the one-way, but...
FPX previously, when they had Ayoung's ult online, did end A. They expected it to only be one player there. It was Magnum with an Odin. And now Ayoung looking to make his way towards A again. But Berlin with the spike on B. So there's a serious potential that this becomes an A fake with the Gecko ult into a B pivot. That's going to be challenging for KC to deal with.
I think it depends on the success of these A players. Berlin does have the ult tucked away to reposition to A if they are going to find a kill, but no. Broken wide. Paranoia was sent flying a bit prior here, and they've put players into 4 positions with Lysor. Be attempting the backstab.
Weird though, because that means no pit available on site.
Locked down. Close forwards here with a Thrash. They want to seek to try and fight this one. Really far back positions. Can they deal with it? Magnum!
Nggak dapet, cok.
Nails it with the detainment. There's 2 players there. They can't actually enter the fight, but really, they've done the damage here with the bodies. Nothing to break this lockdown whatsoever. Life was being pressured onto that position. Once more detainments across the board. Narrate sticking forwards here. Sees half on the board. Magnum really just seeking to delay. He's got his teammates back. Ayoung forcing out the wingman. Horn drops down, rebounds, half on it, really needs to swing wide. Magnum needs to shut it down, not even necessary. It's Carmen Court with the win in that round. Themselves that 3rd one.
Really important round for KC to be able to get on the board. But I like the ideas actually from both teams. Sure, we didn't see the pit on the site, but we did see them save that Thrash for a post-plant situation to try to challenge the lockdown. Unfortunately, the fights just simply didn't go their way. Magnum being able to pick up both of them in that situation is just enormous.
Rumah kasih kok kata gue.
There's a great chance that FPX are able to push forwards, get the kills, break the lockdown.
Nah, lebar tuh situ.
A lot of aggression out towards A rubble now. Well, okay. Deep Horn just tagging up there onto Lysor. Couldn't stand his ground there, and even life traded. Taking out Paranoia to set that one up, jumping up into their face. Shots going wide. It's the weaker weapon, so it should just be an easy job finishing them up.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, kambing.
There's a rifle gained here for Berlin.
He doesn't have the spike.
No, he was hoping to just TP himself out of there and doesn't win the fight out. So, real rapid one. Round 10.
But now FPX rifles back on board. And this is where the ult cycle has declined a little bit here for the attack side team. But they haven't really been able to find use out of this pit. It's been the one big ultimate, actually, that they haven't used at any point. They're going to take a timeout here, discuss what the round game plan should be. I feel like the game plans have been good from FPX.
Yeah.
Generally speaking, apart from that one round, was it round 7, I believe, where they just played a little too passively. For the rest of it, they've been up, aggressive in Karmine Corp's faces, forcing the duels, utilizing nice pieces of utility like the one-way on C, the Thrash to push the lockdown over towards B as well.
They're really proactive calls being made by an FPX team that, honestly, I thought were going to be riddled with these communication issues, you know, having to really translate twice, you know, Berlin having to talk and describe these game plans throughout. It led to the macro game of FPX looking a bit weak. I mean, Magnum pointed it out. We've said it many times now over the course of the series. But it hasn't really been the case. I mean, they have been rapid in terms of the way they've been pressing the issue, forcing KC to react to them. And it's been by hair's breadth, really, in terms of KC being able to win some of these rounds out. Maybe they can even it out. Maybe they can make it 6-6 here. Timeout is being taken by FPX because they're feeling that struggle now to hold on and maintain this lead that they've gained.
KC have also, I think, found it a little difficult to tell exactly where FPX have been moving around the map. Because they're playing quite far back. I mean, they push forward in like B main at the beginning of the rounds, that kind of thing. But generally speaking, Karmine Corp are taking a more passive approach to the defense, relying on those good retakes. And that's giving FPX a lot to work with. Here we see KC start the round with 3, ready to play around a rubble. A very classic setup here on the defense.
Just a one-way used. Berlin hoping they hear the sound cue of that one. Viper's Pit dropped down in through C.
And Narrate actually saved all of his Fade utility. Didn't throw
Ya, bisa
any
masuk
rubble
sini.
fight at the beginning of the round. They're not worried about that area of the map. KC have maintained control of it at the start. And now you can see both teams saving a lot of their utility. They're expecting KC to play passive, and they're also not really fighting rubble, so both teams coming into the mid-round here with tons to work with.
Just conserving everything. A lot of contact plays online. Re-clearance of rubble is called. Snakebite and a nade combo is excellent, but no players ready to receive. Still, it gives them the space. Haunt really actually catching on to a few of these players. They're lucky to be alive, backing away.
Oh.
Meanwhile, out through B, that's a trade from Ayang, and even more so.
Oh, that's wild.
He's ripped away Narate's head.
And he's just swinging through an Nanoswarm there as well. He's opened the round up so wide for FPX. Looking to try to get
Nice.
there, and he does. Ayang's been such a beast in this series so far.
Pit dropped down. Berlin's watching for it. You can hear it, the rumbling of the footsteps. That is 7-4.
Pakai tuh ultinya
Josh. I
cuk,
mean,
tinggal
AI
satu.
be the difference maker.
Respect
Like I
atau
said,
Mirdong
Narrate
gitu.
didn't use a Prowler,
Itu Mirdong sih
Seize,
kayaknya.
a Haunt, whatever, at the start of the round. But he did Prowler B main, and he found out that there was a lurker there. But he thought it was only one. Magnum is about to pull out his turret after killing Life there, because they are so convinced there would only be one B lurker. They're getting caught off guard by the unconventional way that FPX are playing, and it creates moments like that, where KC have an assumption that is wrong, and it bites them in the ass.
The money is just absolute bargain bin purchases for Karmine Corp. Working with scraps to the final round of the first half. This led to them to make the decision, really, to just give up C. I mean, they went aggressive towards B main early, hoping that they could maybe get a favored fight, taking it with the numbers that they've got. But for now, space given and granted for FPX out towards C mound.
And Ayang picks up his ultimate. So FPX really happy to work the map. And this is looking like another one where they fake it. Bit of a feint over towards C. Now opening the door, putting pressure on Magnum here.
Pulls out that trap play setup, this wall tucked behind it. Magnum, maybe he could do something about it. Nightfall here, forward sound cues, missing, taken away. Plan still online for it. No, he's just spotted. Everybody watching towards the wall, but that is a nasty shot by Tomazi. And through main. That angle up actually might just be through to Smoke here. Oh, sound cues, Life is really just going to rely on his aim. Smoke finally blooms and blossoms to cut off these available players, but guess what? That flank of Lysor is coming in right from the side. Thomasy sticking, half already, has to get off of it, has to get the kills, but not expecting it. The full wrap around and an 8-4 finish for this opening half.
Very nice ending there from FPX. Good way of adding extra layers into that. And a very competent attack side on a map where KC have been very dominant in EMEA. It's an attack-sided map in general, so don't count out the European squad from being able to make a comeback happen. But the pressure is now firmly on them.
I'll send it down to the analyst desk to break it down.
Thank you very much, guys. It is a great half and a nice start from FPX here. But let's take a look at a Verizon high-speed moment of the match, because this one goes to Shin. And what a play this was, Mimi.
Yeah, it was impressive, right? But this round started off so good for FPX. They got a huge advantage. And then Shin, I mean, just incredible instincts to get behind instantly on this TP and almost win it. But he did lose the round in the end. And that's the story of this half. It is FPX up 8-4. And for me, this was a very different FPX from map 1. It wasn't defined by life going crazy, by these super aggressive pushes in the late round. It was instead them playing really good fundamentals. Starting off 1-3-1, pressuring the extremities, and then late round making really good reads and actually outcalling Magnum to get ahead.
Mungkin next stage main. Next stage sekarang udah mainnya main Dota.
For this map, if we look at the Viper wall that they were using from the attack, it differs completely from what we see in EMEA.
Main Dota deh sekarang kok.
The Odin, Thomasy going crazy on that. It doesn't hold a lot of value if that position is not going to be.
Sniper deh.
But this does get risky in the second half. This map, as the casters were highlighting, it's a lot harder to defend on, even with FPX having this lead. And I think on this defensive side as well, this is where we really get to see what this team is made of. They have to be on top of these rotations, because Karmine Corp is a team who's really good at selling these little fakes, at playing into the right side,
nggak tahu nih kayak tadi nih
super strong post plants.
Yeah, Xbox nggak jelas kan, udah unggul player nge-push
into the second half with your casters, Brennan Saisho.
So for Karmine Corp, I mean, backs against the wall with this one. Hefty lead for FPX. Look keep it going with the pistol.
Look at this pistol round buy. It's really interesting, actually. We've got 3 players with Sheriffs online. Shin on attack side Omen has bought 1 smoke and a teleport. So he's clearly planning to get value out of that as part of their pistol strategy. But if they're going to end B here, that means that they're only going to have 1 smoke. They're going to fight Heaven aggressive with the Viper wall.
Oh, again, trying to disrupt this one. FPX cracked open the wall out towards C, trying to double face this one, but they've gotten deep into Heaven. Karmine Corp. There's the second protocol, just leaping, boundless, man. Jumping straight into the face of Ayang, and he can't withstand that kind of pressure. Into Link now, Paranoia. Sent flying, corners cleared, making sure they're there with the diligence. Nade rebounding, but Magnum holding down the ground, forwards. Is the approach, but again, there's just nothing to deal with this guy. He's just rattling off shots. Left, right, and center, straight from main. Finally smoked off. Berlin diffusing. Half, sticking, hello, gets off of it, but now damage is done. Snakebite tap, they've got to realize this now, surely, with the time cues, but they all collapse in time. Karmine Corp, the pistol round win.
I thought there was a little bit of danger there. Turns out, Thomasy, he had his orb and a snakebite on the plan. So not too much danger. Berlin was maxed out at only being able to get half of the spike. This is the play, though, that really wins them the round. They're not just fighting Heaven aggressively with the Viper wall. They're planning to swing through their own Viper wall to be able to hard clear out anybody that was looking to try to play retake in that area. Great pistol round strategy. Well cooked up by KC. Gives them a chance.
Nice.
Util going to be expended here by KC. Some control towards a rubble, but a stack of 4 players are going to be meeting them pound for pound. Yes, they don't have the weapons, but they do have the util. And look at that dizzy connection. Which way is the fight going to go? Paranoia blinded up. FPX could have gone in any direction, but eventually it's the Bulldogs that carried them through it.
Yeah, after that initial wave of utility, got the first 2 kills for FPX. They just couldn't quite hold on. As soon as the KC players could see, they shot back.
Alah.
And Life tries to make the play there, shut down. all down to Berlin. We've seen some outrageous situations from Berlin so far in this series. He's managed to pick up a bulldog.
Mirdong ini yang bikin kalah tuh di map Icebox nih.
He's gonna need a freebie.
IGL ya.
Karmakor haven't really been offering too many of them. There's an option though. Magnum's just turning the corner out towards Link. Berlin making sure to clear everything before he starts the approach now. One smoke, two smokes. Freshly rejuvenated.
He's found a time to pass Magnum, but he's set up a crossfire. This triple setup is so strong.
You just don't win it. There's too much to account for. Too much to account for. So,
dia IGL-nya kampret orang.
3 players surviving here for Karmakor.
Ingin kalah satu map.
3 rifles to carry into the bonus.
The Bermuda Triangle post-plant setup. You ain't getting out of that one.
No, you can't do it. Can't do it.
So yeah, this is going to be a fairly potent bonus round, but not the most that we've seen. There was a little bit of damage there. Also, something to keep in mind, Autumn was 12-3 to begin this map. So you look at where he is on the scoreboard right now, he hasn't been doing too much since that absolutely electric beginning.
A bit of a struggle.
In order for the FPX to be able to close this out and take their second map ever at a global event, you're going to need big players like Autumn or Life to really make sure that they can close this one out.
Berlin trying to make the most of the Odin spam. Well, that util was used just to set Shin up into a forward position. Rubble. And a second wave is going to be used early on here. I mean, talking a minute 20. Now, Karmakor could look to try and go all the way back over towards A. Berlin. He's going to get pushed out into the open. He's going to get pushed out into the open! I mean, the Berlin, what are you doing? They are wild. Oh no, I can feel it, the danger zone. And it's there.
GL Mirdong, coy, ini Berlin.
FPX now forced to try and do a lot more. Ayang out wide into the open. Lysor, he's found his straggler up onto the opposite side of the map, but really the damage is done. Life has to make a go of it. Wall fades, no one accounting for it. Spike dropped down, he's brought this into a 2 versus 2. Definite chances here for him.
Serious opportunity for FPX to be able to recover this. Oh, that's a ton of damage onto Life, though. The Odin spam perfect, but he might have distracted for Lysor to find a timing.
What happened to backside? Shinny's just on top of the ropes, man.
That's a bonkers play to go for.
This post plant now gets so much more difficult. Lysor, how do you cut up these angles? How do you find the right fights? How do you isolate them? He's not even clearing Shin. Tucked up there, and there was a player ready to swing.
Ganti IGL, coy, ini FPX.
Should have been more dangerous than that actually for Karmakor. Shin somehow manages to make that one
bikin kalah di
pushing with an Odin in
Icebox.
there. But it's the player on the other side. It's Shin's opposite, Berlin, who just threw the round away so early on. This is an anti-bonus. You have an economy advantage to clear the round out, and he just wanders out through the rotating door. It's the kind of play that you should never be going for. And I think he just got completely lost with what was occurring there. Didn't think that KC were committed to Rubble whatsoever. And we've seen a few moments from him throughout this series. He's matched the big round-winning plays with those kind of moments where he loses the plot a little bit.
Certainly has. Interesting play by FPX here on their half-buy, eco, whatever you want to call it. They throw a ton of utility at a Rubble, and they over-rotate immediately, so they have the stack. They're trying to force Karmakor right into them. They're going to get their wish granted. Martin can't see anything yet with the Phantom in his hands, making short work at him. Face driving by. One player left standing, it's Autumn.
Mati dong itu. Mati dong itu.
Feels his position. Earns a kill because of it.
Spike planted.
Really should not be any more danger in this.
Now, with the stack dodged, KC should be able to rely on their discipline to get them through this one. No problem. The time's an issue. Autumn's been stuffed into a corner, has no idea that these two players are so close.
He's getting bullied. Lunch money taken here. The high-low setup. Very little chance and opportunity, and so 8-8.
And not only 8-8, Brent, Karmakor now actually favored, in my opinion, because I talked about it on the attack side for FPX. The ult cycle is just monstrous. Look at what they're starting to get up to. Nightfall, Lockdown, available. Those are going to start to build up. The Pit and the Showstopper. This composition has so many tools to be able to chain stuff together on the attack side.
One enemy remaining.
Macam-macam Berlin, cok.
And this now might be a little too late for FPX. They had their opportunities early on in this half to make it dangerous for KC. Round 15, round 16, getting that stack that you called out too, and yet weren't able to convert on them. Now they need some hero plays. Because if you just look at things, all things being even, an attack side map where KC is starting to get big ults online, with the quality of this team, FPX should be in the squeeze right now. So they are going to need somebody to step up.
That's why the timeout's called. Honestly, maybe just reining Berlin in a little bit might help. But it hasn't been costing him too much, just that one round that just sticks out in my mind, of course, when he donated over the Odin.
Yeah, but the thing is, if you have those round losing plays in big situations, they're actually worse than the round winning plays that you get in some other spots. And when we think back to Icebox, one of the worst parts for FPX was that they were only winning 43% of the time when they were up a player, when they were 5v4, when they got the first pick.
I mean, speaks volumes, I think, about Karmincor's ability to turn situations like that, but also for FPX, I mean, that is...
They were tossing some of those situations.
It's pretty dire, isn't it, not being able to convert?
With things like going for those mid-round reclears and trying to take possession of the round even though you were up players. It's a very risk-positive play style that FPX have, but they can bite them. This is where you gotta try to take risks, though, I think. You can't just sit back and allow KC's ults to come at you.
Right for whole cacophony of util, used to try and clear out towards the C site. Shin's ult just being offloaded here, so...
Yeah. Looking to try and put pressure on anybody who might be anchoring into the site. They would have been deafened. Shin might have been able to get huge value out of an ultimate there. But they're not overstepping themselves and overreaching. FPX are now going to be in a retake with life, opping, no ults to work with.
And this lockdown. Precise time.
Mana lah ini? Bisa nge-retake.
Used here, ults, util, paranoia, but it really doesn't do enough damage to clear this one out. So FPX forced to run away, tail between their legs.
Yeah, the mosh, the nade, none of it finding value.
Time now becoming an issue. Here comes the approach. Satchel's in, Dizzy's there, but Wingman follows it up, stunned up. Well, cosmetic in nature. FPX still all here now. Shin, last one left. Having a defuse. They're watching for it. I knew it was there. Barely enough with the time.
And what a retake from FPX.
They hit the commit
button and they won all of the aim duels. And they'd already used such big pieces of utility too.
How did they win now when they're retaking with it off?
It's wild. I mean, look, no paranoia, no nade, no mosh. Just being able to win the raw fights, particularly those kills against Martin and Tomaji there, being massive difference makers. Head in hands for Zeish.
Analisnya juga kok bisa kalah kata. Kok bisa kritik.
And
what the hell, boys?
Big ultimates used too. It's broken their ult cycle.
What a time to do it for FPX. Same opening for Karmincorp. Out towards C now. Lysor. That is the Snakebot going to be using. Wow, okay, just spamming straight through. That's one way to clear the pit. If he didn't get it, at least Martin with a showstopper might have.
And I say broken the ult cycle, but Martin being able to enter the showstopper.
Nah, ini benar nggak bisa retake ini kayaknya nih.
Being able to get the pit online as well. They're fighting tooth and nail for this. Making sure that they don't get pushed into an uncomfortable spot.
Real uncomfortable though is the retake. How do you choose to take this one? The pit blocking off all the avenues out towards Waterfall. Thrash might be the answer here for Ayang. Berlin can't work his way through that one way. A lot of util being used to try and push them back. Look how difficult this is. I mean, you're just clearing one section of the ult. Detained. Did catch, I believe, the one clearing through. Need the guns, at least with the fight. Find them. Just dominating that one angle. Looks to really just step towards the final few plays. Berlin's out of there.
Oh, what a response from Karmincorp. Kept it simple, used the ultimates, got themselves a round win.
Impostor.
And that builds up the economic safety net that they have.
Yeah.
But now it's 9-9 with all of the big ultimates starting to try favor FPX. You know, it's going to be a while before Karmincorp have those to rely on to be able to string around together like that. It does feel like Lotus is very based on what ults you have online. FPX, economy disadvantage. But it might not feel like that if you end up running into life. KC just looking like they want to focus on mount control into the C hit.
It's the same hit over and over again. The deep smoke that Shin places down, everybody plays inside of it to dodge any attempt of a flash repeat.
And this feels like they're just punishing the lack of the killjoy on the other side.
Yeah.
They're not worried about running into life.
They're scrimming, man. Practicing the C execs.
Very much so.
Autumn does have his ult. Needs to stay alive, though. If he wants to use it in this, any chance of it, a tap from the rate. With the spike, they are trying to force out at least some util, maybe the ult out of them. Now sticking and committing into it. Ground setup. Backing them away with the rifles here.
Mati lagi Berlin.
Just giving up basically the back section of the site.
Does Autumn choose to ult? Down 4v5.
Would be a crazy one. That's essentially a solo swing there from Lysol. Not really set up for it. Life onto the flank. Lambot notifying a team of his position. There's not too many more pieces left for FPX to do anything about it.
And these last 2 rounds have been just what the doctor ordered for KC. It was looking on a nice edge that it could spiral out of control, and instead they've kept it so clean, only that 1 round going the way of FPX. And at this point, FPX are going to have to try to come up with a different way of holding on to C. You look at how Karmine Corp are taking mount control at the start of the round. Shin throws a smoke, they get a teleport into the smoke, they have double faces in case anybody's playing aggressive. They can use Fade utility there as well, Prowler when they get in. It's all very rigorous. Look, there's the smoke that you can see. Martine's inside of it instantly. They can swing out of this in a variety of directions, avoid any dizzy. If there's a paranoia, they can hide inside the smoke. You know, creates that little safe beacon, safe haven for them to play around. But they haven't neutralized the danger on the opposite side of the map.
No, looking for a re-clear here, but it's a high-low setup. Safety, at least for some of the players. Now Swarm got to respect that one. Berlin.
Ada line up cok situ cok.
Being used to clear. In the midst of all of this chaos, Berlin, man, he was setting up another one-way smoke. Still with the rifle traded. Shin rips that one away from him. 50 seconds left. Quite efficient on the attack side around here for Karmine Corp. Plenty of time left if they want to take a pivot.
But the problem is, the more the time ticks, the more Autumn's ultimate becomes a game changer. You do not want to get in a situation where you're trying to exec with only 25 seconds left and there's a showstopper on the other side. KC hoping that any stack over towards C would have been dismantled at this point because of all of that rubble pressure.
Feels like they're going to be pivoting into a to B almost, with them opening the door up, but
high-low.
Set everybody out towards C, and the players
Alah,
are running
timing,
away,
Cok.
but they hear it jumping around. Autumn is popped off the old high-low setup, not expecting it. The rate's already there. Dizzy avoided, but no, just catching onto him. 15 seconds left, has to deal with this player. He's got the spike in his hands, no teammates. Nowhere near at all. He's got to try and force this fight out. The
Alah,
Ray wins it.
Karmine.
8 seconds. He's going to get this plan down.
Blend.
And it's being covered. Surely no spam. He does. An extension into the round.
Monstrous from the Ray. He's 22 and 11 in the map so far and trying to win this round almost on his own, waiting for the cavalry to arrive.
Horn spotting it, avoiding it. The bullets hailing down onto it, but his head just peeking out and over. No, Ray can't be stopped, man.
It's just disgusting. The Des was talking about, do you like his Gecko more? Do you like his fade? Naray is out here dumpstering people.
No matter what he plays.
Playing like this flex initiator role. Sometimes we'll see him on duelist, and you can see why when you look at this guy's talent. So many duels here that weren't favored, where it looked like an FPX player had caught him.
Ooh, Marshall. Marshall. Marshall, can you look at me for a second? Oh my.
Yeah, Shin's happy about that one.
This time Karmine Corp setting the sights over towards A.
And the push out C from FPX, they knew they had to change something up. And now Magnum's got the read on it. All right, so they were aggressive on C. Let's try and push it into A fast.
What is that? Spam through, catch onto Berlin. Didn't stand a chance there. Well, they catch the C push yet. Magnum is watching for it, knowing that.
Another duel, though, where Lysol could have found the timing. And instead, the Karmine Corp player comes out on top, readjusting the aim.
It's fallen to pieces. Ayang makes a good go of it there. Looks away two of them, but not enough to withstand the pressure for the players there. Now, a deep push from Life. He's the last one left. Hold up, rotations, players.
Alah.
It's a timing game.
Alah.
It's a timing game. Shin's seen the barrel. He's seen the barrel, and he takes care of him. 12 rounds. Now game for Karmine Corp. One step closer.
Emang Berlin ini yang bikin kalah, Cok.
Entirely.
An 8-4 half. And as soon as KC get onto the attack side,
Berlin sinir dong anjing.
danger, putting together some
Udah kayak
excellent
player
rounds.
publik, Cok.
Chaining ults, punishing the C defense, reacting correctly too. And a reminder, yeah, we thought that this would be one of the least even matchups on paper. FPX came into this one hoping to be able to get at least a map, maybe a match win, show the global stage that they were capable of so much more than they've done in the past. Now they're one round away from getting knocked into the bottom portion of our Swiss stage.
Face your fear!
9-4, suspended once more. Prowler connecting, Magnum holding, watching. What is that by Autumn?
Those are amazing.
Hell of a time to come alive. This team definitely needed it, and the kills are just being collapsed upon. Shin has got his ult, picks up the spike, repositions now, but guess what? Berlin might be one step ahead. He's running his way back over towards A, anticipating this kind of reaction. A plant, though, won't be pushed back. So Shin has a chance to close the case entirely. 1v2, Ayang has the ult, a lot of util. Shin reveals his position, Thrash. Oh, bunny hops online, wide swing and face there. Paranoia repositions out wide to the side. Shot connects, snaps to it. Shin will not find it. FPX
Masih poin
alive for now in the map. As Ayang has the one to do it.
What a recovery in that round for FPX to find 4 kills off the back of Guardians. 2 players, the 2 star players, Autumn and Light, just being able to pop. Those initial kills though, Autumn, again, I keep wanting to mention, he was 12-3 at the beginning of this map. He's still only got 17 kills. If he can wake up, FPX can still bring this to overtime. The big, heavy-hitting firepower from FPX has got to come online now when they need it most. Otherwise, KC are going to win this series.
First time we've seen a bit of aggression on the defensive side here from Life. Horns dealt with, smoke forward, so many positions to look for here, but a Boombot now, look at the levels to it, the layers to it. Boombot proudly, you have to respect it. Rendezvous back now, and here comes the C hit. Pressure there, Martin. Vulnerable up, there was a nanoswarm at his feet, but now there's a snake bite to try and respond, and a flood defense by FPX is caught. Is he missing wide? Facing Lysor. He's got his 2 there. The rate is eager to take the challenge straight to them. He's eager to put an end to the entirety of this series, but a spike has been dropped into the middle of nowhere.
That's the big problem now. Extraction is the name of the game. KC, Magnum's trying to cause some chaos, see if he can pull people away from the C site, threaten some kind of wild lurk, but would they really push through Waterfall here to retrieve the spike? Or is it all a fake?
Subterfuge being thrown into the mix.
Berlin gak usah maju-maju, Berlin kampret. Gua bilang juga impostor.
And White now have to deal with these players. Karmine Corp! It's all down to 1v1. And this is it. Again, continuation of the series, or will it be that slam at Dunk? Thomasy wraps it around, 20 seconds left. Spike still not retrieved. Thomasy!
Impostor.
On their feet before you know it.
Kambing Berlin ini, Cok, gak jelas.
Opening batch of Madrid.
That's a great way to get the nerves settled early and showcase that you can do it on the biggest stage. The Global Masters
Kena mental,
stage. These
Cok,
players
temennya.
with such small amounts of experience, but such a great system behind them. And passionate fans that are hoping they can go so much further. FPX certainly pushed them, but no map
Bahlul cok. Kacau. Oke. Bisa Twitter dan ada yang rame. Nah CKT. Mana yang itu apa nih? KT48 report story. Ya. Ngomong apaan deh? Lama tuh. Di delete kan? Ini di delete juga dari ini. 3 jam lalu. Ini. Ya udah di delete cok. Bisa lihat berarti ya. Ada. Salah. Ya. Sekarang gue mau ngomong apaan dah?
Kenapa Jakarta setiap jam segini tuh macet? Kenapa? Capek banget. Cuma mau pulang terus makan. Tapi kenapa harus macet? Kenapa gak pernah berhenti macetnya? Kayak di mana-mana macet, semuanya macet. Kayak kenapa gak diciptakan inovasi mobil terbang gitu loh? Kesel.
Tweetnya di delete. Nih. Lihat quote tweetnya. Lihat quote tweet di sini mana ya? Nggak bisa ya? Di HP saya ada ngeliat quote tweet gitu. pakai buat UPI coba aja jelas. Mau goreng tengah pas baru ya itu pas. Ini guys pasti kalian ada posisi dia ngeluh macet sambil main HP sendirian. Matan dia sama orang lainnya. Gak jelas. Ini kita ya? Yap. Udah sih, terus yang nubirin udahlah. Aduh, ay geramnya. Jelas. Kampret. Waktu ini semua orang ngeluh macet padahal dia pakai mobil dan itu sendirian. Dokumen asli. Puasa dulu X-nya scroll aja. Sambil mikir apa yang boleh dipublish sama yang enggak. Tapi dari mana-mana deh lebih nggak bisa di timeline ke banyak quote tweet ini cok, cuman nggak bisa ngeliat ini, nggak bisa ngeliat quote tweetnya anjir. Ini apa? Valorant. Nobar ini. Farmite crank up. What? Mod arcade. Mod. Purnawarman, Sumur Bandung. Sebelah mana ini BIP ini? Taman Lalu Lintas. Wait, what? Ya sih. PC. IP. Pas. Unisba. Emang jalannya gini ya? Aceh. BP kenapa sini? Oh ini. Oh ini. Ya, benar. Ya betul. Berarti kalau dari atas itu setelah BEC. Mana lagi tadi? Ini di atas ya? Utara. Betul. Dari mana BIP-nya hilang? Kita dari sini ke BC itu satu arah kan? Set. Sepati. Foto Hornet nih. Mampir Best Esport Arena sama sekali tidak mencerminkan hal tersebut. Oke. Ya lama nih ya. Ini bisa main dulu dah kayaknya. Ini itu juga ya. Ya main lah segame gua. Gua main dulu segame. Nggak jelas emang. Berlin. Bisa bawa impostor ya. Oke. Ke game dulu kak. Wah ada cak. Esport live. Gimana? Schedule. 2-0. Genji versus Loud. Bener banget sih ayam Berlin itu cok, kacau banget. Berapa kali lah dia gol pemain, ngepus mati.
Match found.
Rex Divine siapa?
Match found.
Jatuh. Ya ampun. Apa ini? What the heck?
Match found.
Be humble. Oh. Okay, Your Majesty. Kambing. Bentar. Ini dipercepat kayak. Kok jatuh kan? 3 menit. Gak dipercepat. Datang tuh. Udah di stage lagi.
As many souls as it takes, Lucia. Te lo juro.
Weapon here.
Jadi stage juga, Cok.
Hello. Yes.
Dihantam nih kayaknya.
Here.
Apa?
İyi geceler. One enemy remaining. Reloading.
Careful flank.
Gua tumbal, Cok.
Look for my shadows, they will hide you.
Weapon here.
I will buy.
Let's go buy, bro.
Gak ada damage,
Bye-bye.
Cok. Nggak mati doang.
For you. Grenade! Satchel out. Satchel out. Grenade! Bomb by one enemy remaining.
Ya ampun. Kalau boba. Ya ampun. Boba sih, boba mah di map lagi, Cok. Ya ampun, kalau udah mau es gue soalnya, coy.
Now keep them there. Weapon here.
Weapon here.
Ambil orb kali ya.
Omen. Drop. Share it. Rest.
Ah. I'm gonna getting orb, bro.
What?
Da. Heaven.
Here. Here.
Oh. Mana ya?
One enemy remaining.
Like Sagi with sets, bro. What's that? The fuck? Lari kemana sih kambing ya?
They're starting to panic. I can feel their pulse weakening.
Bukti gua nggak pakai, cocok.
Where are you from, bro? Guys, where are you from?
I'm from here.
What?
Orang Indo nih.
I'm here.
Orang Indo nih orang. Loh, kok kayak udah mau mulai,
Really,
Cok?
bro?
Sit.
enemy remaining.
Weapon here. Now that was a work of art. Reloading. Their teeth will chatter in the cold and dark.
Ya ampun. Emang? Ya ampun, one side, one stairs.
One enemy remaining.
Stairs.
Spike down A.
Have the spike. Spike drop. Spike's here.
I have the spike.
I'll find you.
Oh.
Plant a spike.
Spike planted.
That's going to make.
Teret. Yang bakal main ini, Cok. Cepet apa ya? Ini 30 menit sih. Keren. Oke, lari.
I'll flash for you. 3, 2, 1, go.
One more up. One upper. Two upper.
You will not kill my allies.
One enemy remaining.
I'll find you. Pry open their mind. Find the weakness.
Rafter di mana rafter ini? Apa ini? Enggak ada damage, Cok.
They are mine.
Ya. Ya ampun, gak kena dong gua nembak. Sage mir dong.
Last player standing.
Sage kambing. Umpan dia lari-lari, Cok.
Deep breaths, everyone. Your hearts are pounding.
Reyna. Drop your skin, bro.
Itu di wall kan, Mas. Salah, anjing.
One flank.
Ya ampun.
So what I miss? Don't panic. I'm on my
Rena.
Spike down A.
Got a flank.
One enemy remaining.
bomb buddy out. Blinded. Reloading.
My city needs me.
Terus gimana nih, Cok? Saya kok kira skin baru lah. Yang kira kami kan.
Ushi.
Kayaknya gue nih pakai ulti nih.
Can someone get this? Thank you. Time to work. We'll catch them.
Ini ada kawan sini, Cok.
One enemy remaining.
Ya ampun. Ada 4, Cok.
Sweet dreams, asshole.
Finally it's our time now.
If you must fall, then fall near me.
Mulai, Cok, nanti. Oh, lari ke bom, kok lari ke bom lu.
Spike down A.
Oh, lari ke bom man. Aduh, kambing. Nggak ngecek cocok.
Spike down A.
Find you.
Oh yeah! Monster on the loose!
Ah, lama nih orang, cok. Ya ampun, ngapain kampret turnamen lu.
Enemy remaining. 30 seconds left.
Finally it's our time now. Lagi.
Last round in the half.
Don't be scared. Spend it all before
My
it's gone.
ultimate is almost ready.
Teman gua Dobinya ikut mati kan.
Weapon here. Weapon here.
Ampun, apa nih? Ampun.
My ultimate is ready. Satchel out. Satchel out.
One enemy remaining.
I'm still here out there.
Musuhnya mir dong, Cek. Gua nembak nggak jelas.
Switching sides.
Thank you. Here.
Mati lu, men. Ini. Ngumpul doang gua nembak, cok.
Spike planted.
Enemy down.
Last player standing.
Where are you? That makes 3.
One enemy remaining.
Nas Roy.
Got to be
Finally it's our time now. It's our time now.
Anyone have any splints? I may have jammed my finger.
Time now.
Multiple fingers.
Beli ya. Kayaknya mereka kecil ya. Jadi gue di C ngepick.
Let's start this party.
Yap, gak kesini kampret. Anak ayam. Oh, kok kelihatan sih?
Last
Come on.
player standing.
Ya elah. Ini gue sendiri dari situ, cok.
They have courage.
Kira-kira kemana nih mereka nih? Kayak si kecil ya. Selang-seling gitu.
Rena.
Ada.
Thank you.
Oke, tag isu nggak jadi main.
Gue.
In.
Ya ampun.
Enemy remaining. Last player standing.
64.
Where are you?
Kecil udah cuk. Udah main kami.
Spike planted.
Cepat cuk. Ini mana dia?
Find you.
Sorry, bro.
Clutch.
Ada.
You say something? Sorry, ear's still ringing.
Shadows traveling. Enemy spotted C.
Set.
Kampret.
Rena. Wait.
Komen kambing kok dia maju, cok.
Player standing.
Komen asem. Maju dari di sana.
Bam, my ult is ready. Take them! Mark 2.
One enemy remaining.
Resort tanah.
Hesitation is for amateurs. Let's go.
Ini di A sekarang ya.
Rena. Drop skin, bro. Player retake, bro.
Ya lu aja lah retake kambing.
Player retake.
Okay, retake is good, man.
Gue. Retake.
Itu apaan?
Don't pick, bro. Go back.
You will not kill my allies.
Spike down A. One enemy remaining.
Ah. Ini juga tuh.
This seemed
Thank you. 30 doang, Cok. Nah, kan kayaknya kecil deh. Nah, kita nge-pick DC. Kan gitu. Aduh kamu.
Spike down, C.
Take hold. Feeling sight. Feeling sight. There. There.
Finally is our time. Bakal 3-0 aja lagi Genji, Cok.
One last fight, everyone. We can do it.
Here.
Oh, ini penambung, Cok.
Request, bro.
Shadows traveling.
B.
One A.
You should run.
Ya ampun. I think one side, bro.
Enemy remaining.
Thank you. Aduh. He was B.
Rest. Rest.
Your duty is not over.
Nice.
Tumbal
GG,
gue,
bro.
Cok, kampret. Anak ayam. Jadi tumbal gue. Enak bom gue nggak ada, coba ini kampret. Oke, jadi kita lanjut nonton ya. Carry hard kan. Kita lanjut nonton, bro. Kita dipercepet, Cok. Anda mamang.
Keep eyes on this because that is a prized possession and Munchkin's got it out
Enggak
of
ini
his
sih.
cold, dead
Betul.
hands. Now, Mike, that side take, that pressure, there was no safety there for Lau.
Wih, buat tonton langsung dapat poin, Cok.
Both players force off these early angles. Nothing really from the operator, no pressure on an early angle. And straight away, Texture and Karen find kills. And early on, we see this was the intention with that earlier Stinger purchase, but this time around, able to find the value on the way in.
Yeah.
And Loud have to respect it.
Yeah, that was really
So
quite special to watch.
with a response there in terms of a kill to trade back for Loud, they have tools. They have the Hunter's Fury, the lockdown to come back into that, but didn't seem feasible for them.
Well, they found something that worked. Might be running it again. That was a MasterCard Thrifty too, in case you missed it. That was still those Stingers, those Sheriffs, and now with a little bit of the ults behind it, they should be able to clear sight very comfortably. Gen G showing us what they can do here. Obviously known for the individuals, but this execution works well. Now it's Loud with numbers though. This could be the difference. There's the lockdown. There's the counter utility. They're starting to build back in and force them away. Spike planted. How do they deal with the back line though?
So what did Loud get done whilst this lockdown's going through? The Hunter's Fury posters on UCK on the flank, found by Texture. Beautiful headshot here, and now seemingly just get nothing but space. Look at the HP bars here for Gen G, but less will remove Lakia.
good shot, but they're still not on the spike.
No.
The defuse still not started. There are problems here for Loud. Zadak with the first tap, but it's traded. Again, still numbers sitting well enough for Gen G. They've got to break that back line. Cow and Zine desperately trying to do so. Texture, he's on it, and he's absolutely belting in this game so far.
Korean Jet kah? Ini Korean Jet.
Through there and found a kill in mid.
Wow.
Closes out the 3K on site. Cow and Zine did, for a moment, slip the net there, unnoted, but couldn't find another kill. Like I said, it was crucial, really, what Loud could achieve in that time of the lockdown. But it wasn't anything. No safety here. Tui's not even really able to secure a half defuse or anything with the Cove. Early timeout called here from Loud.
Probably the right choice.
Apa Windows?
They've been presented something that they don't have a solution.
Windows Capture nggak ini, Cok?
I mean, a Thrifty
and a lockdown.
Yeah.
That was meant to be the one where you think, oh, okay, well, the last one they caught off guard, maybe didn't have the opportunity to use all that util. Okay, well, this one is still on the full buy and they've got everything they need. That still worked out just as well. So credit where it's due, and starting to see Texture warming up here. That's another tick in the box.
And I don't believe this time was really to make many adjustments this early on, especially with this scoreline, maybe to just quell any sort of momentum Gen G are going to get off that Thrifty and a fast hit. Definitely
speaker.
Keep our eyes on what the response is if Gen G decide to continue with this pace, because now, obviously, Bladestorm invested, there's the pit available, a lockdown of their own in the hands of Meteor. Munchkin, one off the null command as well, so definitely tools to continue with that sort of pace and seemingly get a site for free off the back of the lockdown.
Speaker kan.
Secure with the pit. Now, I'd have to have a bit of awareness here. Well, they want to dig a little deep. Obviously, QCK now no operator to play with. A little bit of a broken buy, actually, if you look at Cow and Zine.
Yeah.
On top of that.
2 players, be able to get that full
X2 is brought down to 600 as well.
And it looked like Gen G were considering readdressing that B site, but back to what worked, and a more proactive beginning on the B side of the map as well for Loud, already going to post up QCK and drift back over. So maybe a little bit of a different look, but Gen G have tools now. They have that lockdown for themselves, so once again should allow safe passage towards the site.
Actually, the response there, yeah, Les going to put out the pit to try and prevent any sort of value on site. Can he get back into the stone? Texas look at the challenge!
Look at that guy! Oh my word, Cowanzy, that's a little bit of an upset
Mati
for him.
Choles.
At the very least, I guess you're going to have to get what you're given at that point, but Lankia didn't relent. He didn't fall away, and he still got 2. And now into a 2v3. Numbers favorable to Gen G, and that post-pump
GG Gen G.
to break. What can Tui's and QCK do? Luckily, yes, QCK did get a rifle now, so maybe a little better equipped. But that back line, it's always that last sentence in this Icebox chapter. How do you get around it? 'Cause look at the util again. QCK with a glimpse towards the spike gets warded off. Meteor willing to live close by. Again, the utility poured in. Meteor getting closer, just ensuring it. He doesn't want to even let it go to chance or lose his life, but the time's already lost. And again, Gen G showing off a little now.
Texture with a hero play here to shut down any sort of re-aggression from Loud as soon as that lockdown's expired. I think it's actually a second ahead of it as well. So he's catching maybe a couple of people with their backs turned. You know, here, yeah, Karen's it. That's unfortunate to obviously lose less in that situation, because he did post the pit. I was curious whether or not he had the timing to get back into that to maintain, but
oh, they're loving it.
one more round to tie things up, and even with that broken purchase previously,
Terus
now
mau
able to maintain
harbor tuh.
rifles here.
Udah kayak apaan tuh? Gagak kan terbang.
Right? It just felt so out of
Jadi wallbang ya?
Actually astray there.
It's the first time we're starting to see Gen G re-explore a little, already show something towards B. It's not a great deal yet, but the pace
Satu
is
maju
different
katanya.
already. So Loud knows
Udah
something
mundur
has
lagi.
changed. It's just what's changed.
See the pings here, they're also going to hear QCK fall back from B main here. You can see Gen G stacking up behind this, leaving Meteor the solo lurk. So QCK will be called upon here.
This is a lot to handle.
Alah.
And he takes the scalp of 1. Caron gone. He's going to fall back safely.
The only
Smoke
and
less on the other side of the map, so almost trade out here, right? You've got Les gone, Caron gone, but now where do they go? Gen G have a little bit of the run of the map here. They can try and pull those rotations. And a lot of faith being left in QCK because they're going back towards A.
And now with a decent read on this, on the back of that information, Cowanzine's Al drone, but
Are they expecting everybody? Yeah, it's a very late hit here. Tui's throwing up another wall, but the null command will be the catalyst here. Gen.G going to try and brute force their way on here. Texture to lead the charge.
Kawan's so blind. Again, these side takes between Larkia's flash, between
kambing.
It is just gorgeous to win.
Nice kawan-kawan, nice kawan-kawan. Oke, ketahuan.
Final seconds of the round, when it was late, it still looks comfortable. This asks a lot of QCK. He started well, he's going to have to end even better. Third. Oh, yes. Oh, my word.
He was almost on for the adjustment there.
Yeah, I thought he might have that, but Meteor there, safe pair of hands, and Gen.G looking like the real deal here, Mike.
I mean, able to overcome Loud in a situation where, like I said, they actually timed that perfectly with the Owl drone. Only spotting Meteor, but not over-rotating. And this is something that I can notice, especially in the secret matchup regionally. Gen.G really struggled with some of these later round hits where, you know, they don't win out on the initial plan. The perfect example here of something maybe they've cleaned up in the downtime.
They're happy with it. QCK trying to get in their faces, though. Oh, dear. You feel a bit silly now, don't you?
Salah.
The awareness.
Obviously
the knife has pinged him, so diligent by Gen.G, but Meteor, a very deep position already. All the way up to Boiler here.
It's double dipping. Not what you wanted
dry,
there.
though.
Yeah, no support, no flash, nothing. And there's Meteor striking as well. They've just found layers to this. They found availability, right? They're starting to really turn the screws. Sight still, oh my word. A little bit of damage, yes, don't get me wrong. It is a 1v3, but you look at the HP. Look at what Les is working with. Oh, he's barely breathing. Gonna wheeze his way out of this round, probably. Texture, though, he fancies his chances. Deeper angle, tricky to clear. Diligent from Les. Doesn't matter, though, does it? Gen.G tipping the scales now into their hands.
Nice. Gila, gue tonton langsung menang 5 round berturut-turut, cok.
A little bit of a look back towards, you know, testing middle a little bit here. Didn't do it
Apakah
instantly
ini
after
namanya bawa
learning of that
hoki?
space that Meteor garnered way earlier in this game.
Si
And
paling
now
bawa
starting to
hoki.
flex into it into round 9, starting to really punish the stack that they've had to put towards A, but still not able to break Gen.G's approach.
And just coming back to what we did see regionally, it was on the attacking side where Gen.G looked a little lost for, you know, any sort of mid-round ideas, how to really pivot out of tricky situations here. I'm not even really seeing what their win condition was, which was Munchkin kind of dominating late rounds on solo efforts, Texture doing the same thing in the early round. A little bit concerning here that Gen.G have relatively easily taken total control for the first half of Icebox here. It's only 1 round separating them though.
Deep flash.
Alah.
Work off the back of it, Texture.
Texture quarter, yeah.
Yeah, a little unfortunate, and we've seen that position do well. Yeah,
Malah kalah,
Loud still
Cok.
seem to have such a good read on this B take, but anywhere else, if they go away, they're screwed. Yeah, Loud, just with a quick reminder of who they are here. For Munchkin, rough position. Does at least have time on his side, but he's got a lot of targets to handle. Goes up, lovely adjustment, but now there's problems. 9 HP and a bit of a dream.
Alah, mantul,
It's not
cok.
where you wanted it to go. Still got to do more here. Pressure, up close and personal. QCK
Malah
going to
mantul.
close out the round with a defuse coming in from Tui's, but again, Loud's problems weren't on B. It was that A take that we saw Gen.G running against them that worked.
Similar to before, where we see them obviously concede this space. They're happy to have somebody watching the backside of this Viper wall, but they anticipate all of this aggression all the way towards Snowman. Less actually the one to shut it down, seal the deal on that control, but Gen.G already built up a bit of a bankroll with that string of rounds. Comfortable in the purchase, just about getting back towards some of these key ultimates coming online. On the side of Loud, Kawanzine and Tui's, who have theirs available. Operator back in the hands of QCK as well. Curious what he can get done now.
Okay, well, it's been noted early, and it's a 3-2 split for now, right? So they're going to try and keep touch on both sides of the map. But Sadak, are you ready for this? Absolutely not. Karen was holding this. We've seen a couple of rounds of them holding deep like this. It got checked on maybe once, but it's not every round. So a little bit of variety, catching Loud out once again, opening up that opportunity towards A.
Apa nih satu kayaknya nih?
QCK, you look at the backfill this. The timing is everything, though. He's got support, 2, 3 players all looking towards
Apa
middle.
satu
This
nih?
is massive!
Gua bilang
And a
juga kan
great
dapat.
shot from him. He needs to play this out. He needed more than that, but luckily for him, there was support, but Caron again still there. Still getting the favorable trade, still getting the spike back to hand, and it's just less now. They have no idea where he is fully, right? They're going to lose track of that, but with 50 seconds, what does Les do?
I'm curious now of whether or not he's even caught a step. Knows that obviously the turret was removed previously. Whether or not they have a read on where Meteor's utility is going to be, I guess by default. We'll be here to hear the plant at least.
He's guessed correctly. But it's just... Oh my word! Oh!
Hampir cok kalah kambing.
This guy is impressing me. You got Texture kind of the headliner, right? The guy towards the top of it.
Juga kena tuh kalah ya.
Open some of these rounds, but Caron mechanically looking sharp to close. So again, very impressed with Gen G here. Very impressed.
And I'm curious if this is kind of something that Loud want to drill with Sadak to be the one to force the issue all the way out of B. Whether it's just that the turret's there, they anticipate that the heavier lean for Gen G is outside A here, and Sadak's going to maybe have a 1v1. Or maybe somebody lurking up towards spawn ramp. But shut down so quickly that it gives Gen G so many options, with the Killjoy falling first.
Just checking if anyone's getting up close. Not going to be rewarded for that, but again, kind of Gen G slipping into more of a default, right? Maybe expecting that Loud be going exploring, which they've been rewarded by in the last couple of rounds. That mid presence, that lurk up B. They've truly got that kind of I'd say understanding of the tempo that Loud
definitely
wants to do.
Almost trying to bait it out here with Lakia posturing a little bit with the Odin, but Loud not biting. Obviously less down on a stinger, so whether or not you see any sort of aggression here or wait to maybe retrieve a weapon off a trade or something like that. The knife going to give things away. Up on 45 seconds left here for Gen G, but their sights set towards A.
4-play stack. High flash goes in.
Command's going to come out here.
Yep. That's going to be ready to go. So again, we were crediting and complimenting these late round hits. Loud have numbers, but do they have the ability to stop the roll from Gen G? Already, sight is theirs. It's so comprehensive from Gen G. Minus bit 2. What are you going to do against this?
So many tools there. Hang on, Caron just got warbanged.
The
pit's down. Lockdown's going to expire here, and actually the reaggress here on 2Es and Kawanzin's ultimate.
Texture. Hold on, still in a good position. Oh, the tie-fight from Sadak! Ridiculous! This is how Loud
gave them the lockdown!
Okay, and there it is. Gen G forced to respect it, have to drift away. Still trying to keep eyes towards the spike. Where is this? Great shot towards 2Es. Wants the fob. Gets the fob.
He got detained.
Oh no! He just jumped a touch forward. Munchkin now forced to go in here. Has to hold it together. He can't do it. Loud fighting back in the last round of the first half. Barely closing this up.
What a ridiculous back and forth for the final round of this half. So many ultimates in play.
Laron tersayang banget kena wallbang, cok.
The pendulum really swinging. And such a crucial kill to shut down the Viper's Pit. That's the stranglehold that Gen G had, Lauren. That drive-by is ridiculous from Sadak.
It just felt inhuman. You know, Loud will give you a couple of those, I think, but I think credit where it's due. That 5-round run that Gen G went on was masterful. Outstanding. Let's see what the desk thinks of this.
Oh, I'm so happy Icebox is back. What a start that was, and a great half of Valorant. But it's time to jump into our HyperX Reflex of moment of the day. And this one goes to Texture.
Ini si kamper tuh.
I think that this is probably the moment where we see Gen G back into the game after Loud gets all those rounds. And it's Texture getting all these kills and doing so in actually being that determining piece into, hey guys, I cannot go alone. I need you to follow right after me because they're very well positioned. But if we overwhelm them, we can make it through.
Texture and Caron, both these players who were great in Pacific, showed up here in the first half. But I think what made it for Gen G was that flash combo and how they built those execs. The KO Gecko combo, especially when going A, was excellent, and Loud was always forced to play into retake. But towards the end of that first half, Loud's retakes really started to step things up. In particular, some of these rounds where they're kind of intentionally playing back, waiting till they hear that flash combo, and then instantly swinging forward to Flood. It was really great adaptation by Loud to bring a have 6-6 that really seemed like it was going to be dominant for Gen G.
Yeah, exactly. And now thinking about the switch, like how is this going to look from the defense? I want to see Texture just jumping up on them. I want to find that balance that I've seen from them in many other maps, just knowing when to aggress and knowing when to give the space. I feel like there was a bit of overheating coming from Loud in some of these rounds, just because they wanted to show they're the better team, they have the upper hand, and I think that calming things down probably gave Gen G some advantage here.
Yeah, Loud on this attack side, when they're playing the Harbor Viper, they're really good at kind of playing the mid-round a little bit, using the cascades to take extremities, and then having these powerful late-round sight hits. But again, this is going to be about the retakes. The Gecko KO comp is really strong at that. Gen G honestly should be favored here.
Yeah, I don't know about you guys. I smell a little upset coming up, but let's jump into back into the second half and see if we are indeed going to get an upset.
Yeah, Sue, I completely agree. Smooth on that one.
It stinks in here. It stinks.
You can smell it. The upset is in the air. 6-6. There is something in this game that we can't ignore. Gen G coming out looking good, backing up the words they were happy to bring out that, hey, we weren't here when Gen G, you know, when Loud were winning champion. None of that. So it's like, okay, we'll see. We'll see if it's actually there, if it's all just a little bit of hype talk. But for now, quick pace coming out from Loud. Making no secrets of this, but Texture, Lakia, they're all there, and they are all winning out these fights, leaving
Nice.
Jump Guarantee to Texture.
Okay, nice.
A smile on his face as well.
Love to see it. This guy is getting fired up.
And this is a pistol round that's almost designed to take control back, get themselves back in control of the tempo after that first half. But Loud absolutely shut out of B site. Bodies in place here from Gen G. A good boost for them as well to try and carry this across into the second half.
Oh, that's huge. All the things that can go right have been, but this is quite audacious. Loud can punch this. Oh, or not! Or not! Apparently Munchkin just gets away with murder. Eventually goes down to less. But he's just left a massacre on the ground by
What
A.
the hell?
G gonna be smiling about this one too, looking clean enough. Certainly not flawless at this point, but still. What can Les do with this anymore? He can maybe claim pride's sake.
Alah, mati lu.
Texture's gonna back off from that one. He's not like what he's seeing, but still, what a start here.
Here's Munchkin really putting up numbers versus Secret that individually just looked
Mukanya panik, cok.
absolutely phenomenal.
Gue mati
Another
aja.
performance like that here, with that round 2 of the second half. Already off to a good start in that regard. Les is going to be given a consolation here.
Maybe.
He's going to make sound to drop off here. This is Karen to be the first, but once again, shut down here. Gen G.
Banyak tekstur panik, cok.
2 rounds to kick off the second half. In early response here, we saw how quickly Gen G were able to carry away once they did get control in the first. That was after Loud started 4-0.
Pala.
You can't ask for much better, can you? You have your probably, you know, one of your big name players, Texture already having a great start. Then you're pumping up Munchkin as well, starting to feel out the game. I mean, Munchkin's one away from his ult.
Yeah.
It's
in round
right
3,
there.
yeah.
Wow, got to answer back here.
He's going to get it. So the orb retrieved here outside A.
Ngapain tuh kambing lo, Lakia? Mbah lu.
Okay, had a chance there to swing onto Lakia, but respecting it.
Careful.
So contact found, and Kisuke actually dashes all the way out.
Yeah, they're drifting across already, going to pull those rotations in.
Once get down to 55 HP, obviously with the ultimate. Maybe a second chance at life here. They do decide to invest. 2 Guardians, 2 Bulldogs. Next year with a scope in hand, so. A little bit hesitant here.
Yeah, there's a
from
pause
Loud.
here.
I mean, they have successfully baited out the ultimate, but Munchkin still delivers. QCK will fall.
And you know what, if he didn't just get that round he had one prior, I don't think he's swinging that on the HP, but he just delivers it again.
Mati lagi,
Baron
cok.
on the back lines, great shot towards Sadak. And they've just capitulated. They've faltered, which is very anti-Loud. And they pick it up here. Munchkin is still down low. County's gonna find Meteor, but no, Munchkin's still gonna hold that line just perfectly.
15 HP, still
Falls away.
delivering.
He's still holding. He's buying time for this flank. Look where Texture is. Look at the minimap right now. Come back to watching Munchkin. If he can buy a couple more seconds, precious time, that's perfect. So he's going to tuck himself in, make him try and hunt him down.
He gets spotted. They spotted the rifle.
He's cleared, but there's Texture. That's what it was all about, trying to buy time for him. But now the position's noted. But 13 seconds, this puts two. He's right under the gun. He's got to get that plant, or he's got to toy with the time and try and catch out Texture. But Texture's looking ice cold. He's looking like a killer. He's moving in, closing in, and he's got him dead! Gen G off to an amazing start in the second half.
Beautifully done. Munchkin running down the clock. And actually, the kill comes through. It's traded out at the perfect time by Texture. Tui's just so many question marks after that. Tries to get the cove down, tries to bait it out with the first tap of the spike, but Munchkin, man, like I said, 15 HP, still delivering, digging his heels in here. That's a 3-0 start here. Loud back down to a broken purchase. Some pistols, a stinger. Tui's an ultimate to work with, but not much else really to pin your hopes to.
And this point, unless, you know, Loud do rekindle a little bit here, that's rough. That's rough. That was ambitious. Didn't work out. Now down to the 3. This is when I start worrying about the larger picture of the map pool, because we are walking into the unknown after this.
I didn't want to talk about it. Yeah,
it's early, but it's looking like 10's just around the corner. So it does make me worry about seeing Breeze.
It does.
So I'm sure the desk will, you know, hit on that afterwards, and we will, I'm sure, harp on about it. But this is certainly scary times for Loud and the fans, as Gen G looking meticulous.
Let's go menang lagi, bro. 13-13.
Already here. Loud. Very precarious in terms of their finances here as well, because they're going to buy back in here. Potentially, if they concede this, it's 11. This is a pivotal round in terms of the outcome of map 1 here. Sadak's unable to really convert the damage through the wallbang there. Again, I don't think it really would have made too much of a difference. Gen G well equipped on both sides of the map.
They're having fun. Every round just seems fun to them, which is, it sounds silly, but it makes such a difference.
Yeah, and the concern being coming into round 17, there aren't enough real playmakers in terms of the ultimates here to string together for Loud. They need to do some heavy lifting here to find their way into this.
Oh, di sini Breeze, cok.
Series is there, but feels a little flaky in a full 5v5 execute to throw that ultimate out.
So early.
To spot it out as well. I mean, look at how deep Gen G are pushing now. Yep. They're so happy to continue this limit testing here and forcing Loud. I mean, look at the minimap now. There's no other options really.
Too risky to go anywhere else. So.
Well, Loud are still considering it. With 60 seconds on the clock, they're going to potentially re-explore mid or A.
I just feel like I haven't seen Loud play like this in a long time.
It's hesitant once again. Noted it in the first half.
Which is bizarre. It could prove a nice little fake.
Ini kalah 12, cok. Match point.
This to be, you know, the one to show. But you're leaving the rest of Loud, you know, QCK, Tui's, to walk into A.
Siapa yang bikin suara tuh kambing?
Just hope they succeed. There's still 2 players there. They haven't pulled these rotations.
Alah.
That is huge, but again, I'm looking at the 2 players on A. Now, less court Texture. That's the one that mattered. There is still a man close by. That being Lakia. Can he do any damage? Can he be the man? No, not this round, not now. QCK with a quick beheading and looking to dominate, looking to control this site, make sure it was worth it. A long played fake coming out from Loud. Very valuable and very well handled. It's just Meteor now. Position is noted. And Loud looking like they clawed one back here.
I was going to say, need to keep it clean here. I just want to see Meteor getting any other consolation. A must-win round for Loud, and they deliver. Retaining 4 rounds, a little bit better in terms of the progress towards the ultimates now. A crucial kill from Sadak and Cowanzine to remain outside B site here. Try and catch a rotation. It just so happened at pretty much exactly the same time.
Yeah.
The other half of Loud did find success on A as well, catching, I believe it was Texture to full first, and Akia second on the chopping block. Operator back out for Texture here, Bladestorm in hand, but I said with that round victory, actually Loud now with the upper hand in terms of this ult cycle. Nothing available just yet, but look towards the Hunters here, the pit and the lockdown in this composition. All within touching distance.
Well, the mid walk will have limited success, at least initially, because of the turrets. That should alert Loud that there was an attempt, but no one particularly fussed by it just yet. Still very focused on this approach. Again, these 3-2 splits. Last time it was more kind of 4-1, Sadak being the one to pressure towards A. And look at the pull-off rotations. 4 players in response. This could be quite, you know, the masterclass if Sadak can keep calling these fakes that are pulling the rotations.
Nice.
Lucky's timing was just out of this world. QCK caught unawares. But Cowan seems there to back it up, so still going to keep players close by. But now Loud needs to strike, right? They need to kind of find that timing to hit B here.
They do.
Caron is holding.
They need to capitalize because Munchkin's slowly edging, making his way through mid, under tube. Plant will come down. I don't think Karen can deny. Oh, nearly catches Sadak on a retreat though.
Okay, they got what they wanted.
We do have a late Hunter's Fury here though, so whether there's any backline awareness or Munchkin's going to be the one to potentially try and shut that down. Actually invested, but not going to find not going to find anything on the back of that.
No, so now we wait and see. Does that pressure start mounting? Can Gen G break the back line? They've already pulled Munchkin back through towards a standardized approach. This is now going to get scary, right? There's the Hunter's Fury, going to be drawn out from the tap of the spike. Spray from 2Es is good. Follow-up is better. They're holding on to this. Munchkin going down on 2Es. Exceptional work there. Loud finding life, finally.
And a couple of those and potential to break the funds of Jedi. Actually, even looking at it here, Karen's down to 2350. Maybe that's why we see the timeout here. You have to string something together, but really well coordinated here. It's obviously QCK, heartbreaking to ever see a death like that. He's just a split second away from maybe slipping into a more dangerous position.
But the overall picture, it's Loud achieving great success on these kind of fakes. To an extent, I say fakes, but it's just kind of showing presence on the other side of the map. I mean,
it's just a widespread default that they are finding value on both extremities.
But it is so widespread, and it does make me slightly nervous. For now, it's working, so I'm not going to doubt it, right? It's silly to doubt something that is proving fruitful. But as said, when you saw QCK catching some really bad timing, fortunately, Kalanzine was there. But it's quite precarious. They're willing to make these risks, which is working out for them really well here. Forcing the timeout from Gen G. The gap getting close enough, they thought, okay, let's pump the brakes a little here. We don't want that momentum. Almost a response to what we saw from an earlier timeout from Loud. So very symmetrical in that matter. So we kind of check in on the ult. Almost again, very symmetrical in that regard. Both very close by. So this isn't just back in Loud's control. I think these have been some quite precarious rounds they've run. Obviously, Loud being as good as they are, they make them work. Exceptionally done. Now we're into the meat of it, though.
The concern being if you have somebody that's going to deliver for Gen G, I guess across the map and from an individual standpoint, players like Texture, like Munchkin, potentially even Karen in these situations. I mean, it was called upon in the previous round, but not much of a chance to really stop that plant from going down. That's when it feels a little uneasy.
Ooh, late switch as well. Just about, yeah. So Texture going to go for the operator, soloing out A, it looks like.
Oh, yeah, very, very early indication here of some aggression on the side of Gen G. Loud have to respect it now. I think initially they were going to throw a little bit of U2 out. Texture able to control that op shot. Could have been rewarded wrong. Karen.
How did he get seen there?
Not entirely sure, but both snake bites used, and now doesn't really have the security to play up close and personal. As Loud look to re-aggress, but will shut down the Owl drone. So question mark still here.
Audacious from Munchkin to be the one to go back in. Oh, come on. That's filthy. Back-breaking for Loud as well, just to lose out to that judge. They've got the upgrades they wanted to. Karen was willing to die for that. That's fine. He'll take that every day of the week. You guys lock it down afterwards. I've done the damage. Less than QCK now in that position at yellow could be the end of the Munchkin. Still holding on to this one. QCK going to try and check close, loses out. And less now. There's so much and so little opportunity.
This is so bizarre. I think at some point Karen spotted. Whether or not they don't see he's got a judge, I think is the issue. The knife obviously removes the Owl drone, and immediately Gen G re-aggress. They post up close once again. You see here just under the minimap. Obviously the suppress onto Kalanzine. Loud just caught off guard a little bit here.
But a nice gambit, right? A nice little just, okay,
sure.
Get the judge, play up close, see what we can do, right? And you're willing to give it a run. we're back into a more traditional looking round, it seems. I think apart from QCK, but he does have his ults, that's not a problem. But a Brawl looking to break out. Lakia, the first one forward, finds the scalp of two. He's looking for the bomb. He's going to get at least an attempt at it, but backups arrived. Caron, Munchkin, all here. Dizzy goes out. Lakia still buying time. Stanak still putting up numbers though. Body's starting to drop here. Can he do any more damage? Lakia is holding his nerve. I don't know how he's still doing this. Oh, less lovely work from him. But look, you can see the crunch, right? Texture is on the way. Meteor, how long do you hold here? How long are you going to stay
Look at the flank
here?
from Texture.
He's on the way, but...
He's already on the outside of this lockdown.
Oh my word, Meteor. Scary to me.
Alah.
A little bit curious.
Yeah, don't know what the game plan was there. Mike, did I miss something?
A little bit curious. There is a space in that, so he had a chance to at least, I don't know, take a 50-50 back up into the corner there.
Better than a zero. I mean,
because then Texture's completely caught off guard.
yeah, that was...
Scratching my head a little bit over that one, but I mean, maybe just a little frantic, maybe expecting Loud to push up and maybe, I guess, lack a little complacency. But after the start of this round where Gen G time and time again have shown they're happy to be aggressive on A, yeah, left scratching their head as well.
Maybe we missed something, maybe so did Gen G at that point.
I mean, I did touch on this initially, the plans for Gen G, and talking back to some of these series that we saw recently, the initial plan, and things kind of just going really skew if after that falls apart. They're not really knowing what to do, not really having any direction when, you know, there's sort of a little bit of chaos, or there's some questions to answer mid-round, and a reaction is really required from them. But yeah, I'm not sure.
And funny enough, it's a timeout from Loud here. Maybe to let them just...
take stock of things, we're obviously getting towards the end of this Gen G up on 11 rounds, but...
Look at the string of rounds, though. It has been the two back-to-back for Loud with those lovely kind of, you know, wider defaults, you know, more exploratory towards A as well. One right back into it, and then the answer just then, there was, as I said, a very uncharacteristic round, kind of caught us all off guard. But we refocus and we look towards what we're seeing, and Gen G's money has suffered. Yeah,
I mean, two Guardians and a Vandals come into this, but look at what the old cycle is potentially going to be in the next round for them.
Snowball.
Yeah. Lots of things at their disposal. Less than 2E's ultimates on the other side. QCK, an operator back in hand once again. Gen G happy to continue. I mean, it's 4 deep here on A site. Now going to try and make a quick decision on the back of that.
Alah.
Shots.
Les absolutely decapitates Lakia.
Les is pretty decent at this game, isn't he?
Texture going to swing on it as well. Yep.
Oh,
Alah.
the baiting though. They tried to play him in off it, but it looked like Lauder is starting to really get that read. Starting to feel a bit more comfortable, seeing a little bit of that diligence, kicking back into place. Meteor and Munchkin just trying to make anything happen, and Les is having none of it really, just free farming now. He's already got his ult. Oh, the moves. Not going to happen there, Munchkin.
Really, really well handled anti-eco here, and that's the sort of composure we expect from Loud to punish these sort of plays, keep Gen G in check. And to say that though, 11-10 the scoreline, still need to tie things up. Bladestorm out of the equation, but these big ultimates still available for Gen G. Lockdown, no command, and the pit.
They are looming, right? There is that slight worry. It's just kind of hanging over the head.
I mean, I'm worried because we're already at this scoreline here.
When do they
to
pull
be
it?
honest, with how Gen G have performed, the nature of some of these victories, it's been really telling. They were the ones really that set the precedent at the start of this map, and in my eyes have continued.
I agree. Now, operators come out for QCK this time. Looking to maybe work off the back of that owl drone, clearing the space towards B. We do see there is a player tucked in by yellow, and massive rotations actually. 4 players being called back in towards B. Maybe just off the back of a lack of any audio cues, any presence towards A. Maybe putting stock in this now after falling foul to those A presence plays. But already you can see that flash coming in and the fight starts. Caron with a fantastic double. Finding Les, finding Cowanzine, and they are running.
Yeah, Texture. The anchor over towards A. Sorry, Sadak.
Ooh, you seen him?
Does catch a glimpse. But a crucial 1v1 here.
Does he go again? Texture. You can see him. He was considering it for a second, but he thinks better of it, right? Play safe, play your life. The double pump.
Wait, yeah, 2E's has just completely faked this out with that utility.
Look at that spike running that open. And the lockdown. Oh, and do you know what? If Sadak
This is
feels like
devastating.
he's being a Galaxy Brain, get into middle if you feel like he could, but he's going to back up his boys, get back towards the site. They're going to get a plant out of this. They don't know the level of success they've had, but they could not have asked for a better outcome, making the impossible possible. And now how deep does QCK go here? Oh, that's perfect. Meteor's out of there. Fair now. 3v3. Ridiculous. Munchkin still got ult, still got knife. Not much utility outside of that, though. Where do they find that success?
Yeah, no
QCK at yellow here.
No flash to really open things up here, so it's going to be a dry gunfight on the way back through. Munchkin drifting pretty deep here.
Here we go. This is a scary time. Spots
Allah.
the second, a pixel out of place, but he's worried about the fuse
Nice.
texture. Punishing QCK, I thought he saw him, but maybe it's just a stray shot. Tui's now getting paranoid, getting pulled in, and maybe Texture going to close that gap. He's trying to. Sadak in the same sort of position, and now Tui's, he's overwhelmed. Gen G.
Dapat, Cok.
This time is down to the
Dapat, Cok. Nice.
Oh my god!
Calving dapat, Cok. Nice. Anjrit.
And again, it's a little chaotic there because I don't think the communication is clear on whether or not the diffuse is being stuck.
No, they had no idea.
Both individual
Close
players
the
were
look,
able
look
to
again.
spot out two members of Gen G, but they're just charging to, or maybe they think they had the timing down and they just need to get bodies off the spike. But this kill onto Sadak here almost seals the deal with Tui spamming so much.
Sudah mundur. Sudah mundur dia. Anjir.
0.26 will get Gen G to
Anjir.
map point here.
Nice. Oh.
Wow. That is
Nice.
a
Oh.
kick to the guts for Loud, though, isn't it? Feeling winded after that one, after calling the perfect rotation.
That felt done.
Yeah, but Texture
Loud had done everything they needed to.
He's going walkabouts and Sadak. He's missed his timing to catch this. It will eventually show, sure, but by now,
That's
space gone. This scares me. This
yes.
scares me. Look who's lurking, look who's waiting. Texture could be in for a blinding round. Bear in mind, he could get played in Balakia here as well. There is that opportunity.
This is rough because the pings are coming out. You can see on the minimap here, Nest and Pipes have been pinged.
No idea about Texture.
Oh
How long
my
does he
god.
wait? Does he keep his cool?
He just hard cleared under on the wrong side.
Oh my god, they line up! And he almost knocked him down.
Nice.
Swings into that last minute. Punishing Kalanzine. This is looking like Loud is on the ropes in map one here. Opportunity dwindling. Less than two. He's going to have to dig deep now.
Yeah, detained. Up on Pipes here, it's less. Left-standed, but Lakia will fall now.
They need more. That can't be enough. It needs to be more. A 2v3. Spike still in the hands of Tui's, and let's try to control the site.
Does have the pit, but obviously the null command going to remove
Allah.
that. Meteor will fall here. Let's going to get another one. He has indeed. Oh my god.
Kambing.
It's an absolute beast. When Loud needed him, he was there.
And Gen G just seemingly no awareness that he was going to stay tucked into that corner.
Because I thought there was going to be Texture's moment, right? You're looking at that round, you run it back, you look at the minimap, surely gets to bailout from Lakia coming in less. What is
He's
that?
just so clean. I mean, even here to react to Munchkin,
Like,
throwing
touch the
his
corner
life
as well.
on the line.
God tier, God tier.
Gecko-nya tadi, Cok.
Gen G to pump
Kaki
the
ya
brakes
tadi.
a little bit after a heartbreaking round loss. And that will break the bank as well.
Ini kalau kira relax aja nggak langsung ulti, biarin. Nunggu kawannya aja.
I feel like Loud come out of that
4 lawan 2 itu.
gleaming. Definitely with the upper hand here. A pit of their own, one away from the lockdown, two off the Hunter's Fury as well. And a shot to the heart of Gen G, who probably felt like they were closing out map one there, Lauren.
Oh man, yeah. Oh come on, you're feeling that, right? Like you, as said, you look at that mini map, you play that back in your mind. You think, how does that play out? You're putting Gen G up there, right? Yeah, that's anyway.
Lawan 2, Cok.
But then there's one man less standing
Absolute
there. What
superstar.
A talent. What a talent. And that is again, when you talk about value of kills, Les has got 25 kills. He is currently leading by a country mile. The value of those kills just then have kept Loud alive in map one.
The value of round 23 alone, sorry.
And he's broken the money.
Yeah.
Money's in tatters for Gen G. It's never stopped them before, but in a moment like this, gotta still those nerves now.
Sadak, if he can sniff this out early on, turret's going to go out. Yeah, Sadak immediately bolting away.
Something.
Yeah, exactly.
He can feel it. And Sadak's calls, I've got to say, have been quite nice, especially on this half. I've been liking what I've been seeing. Now much info does he get? Okay, a little bit of info. Not going to have the full weight
that
behind it,
should
but
be
it should
the
be
green
enough.
light. Absolutely is. Utility invested now. A-site up for grabs. QCK happy to take this space away. Meteor, will he get a chance to find anything here? But he's only got a Guardian. He's got one.
Massive, massive work. And now they're halted. The rotations are going to be in. Loud might have dropped the ball at the final hurdle. But Meteor getting a little too ahead of himself. Still wanted to do more. 50 seconds. There's time for rotations.
Texture, the only one actually in a position to catch this. Doesn't overcommit, but it's a little bit of a fake. It's pulled Lakia. Is it potentially going to pull Karen as well? They spotted the cross, but Loud immediately drift back towards A. And look at the map now.
They've been conditioned to respond to this. This is what Loud was doing during those string of rounds. So now it's all on Munchkin. He's trying to play ahead. This is so brave, so bold. He's going to take 1, 2. Oh, I thought
Nice.
But it's massive. The site is open, though. And with Les still alive, there is always going to be a chance.
And he has a pit to play with here. 1 snake bite left. 2E's commits to the plant.
Plants in.
Ampun kalah dia, Cok.
The drop down, did he spot it? It doesn't matter. 2E's is there. And now just Caron. This guy has to step up. He's got to try and do something. But so much against him. And look at the reposition from Les. So hard to find, and 2E's going to try and play his life. But Karen takes it away. 1v1. He knows where he is. But what are you going to do about it?
Les is wrapping heaven. He's buying so much time.
But can he get a safe defuse here?
I don't think you can actually get an angle on this.
Can he span it? Can he stop this? Because Karen ain't stopping. He's going.
Coming. Nice.
Heartbreak for the hero Les having to watch that slip away.
Untung ngeplannya begitu ya.
Rookie closing out with a Red Bull clutch versus none other than Les. What a ridiculous way for this map one to conclude. And the penny drops just too late.
Alah. Sedih dia, Cok.
Hell. What a map one.
That was ridiculous.
Come on, this has been unbelievable. I've got to have the death thoughts. I've got to have map 2. Let's get out of here.
Banyak yang megang lo, Cok.
Excuse me, would you mind taking a picture of us?
Oh, no problem.
Thanks.
Yes, problem. You need Verizon. Trade in that old thing and get a new iPhone 15 Pro with tons of storage.
The
So you can
fuck?
take all the pics.
No problem.
So many selfies.
A preposterous amount of panos!
That means panoramic.
And as many portraits of me as your heart desires.
How about none?
None feels right.
Trade in any iPhone in any condition and get iPhone 15 Pro and iPad and Apple Watch SE all on us. Only on Verizon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Red Bull gives you win.
My head in my hands, listen up, says my teacher. In front of the class, he says if you're not a believer, all of you is that's on you. Better shape up and pay your dues. Off with you is that's on you. I'll be on a flight soon to the end. I sing you. Gotta know all this propaganda. How do you do? Better get it in my own medicine for you. Never gonna make them think I'll stand there. For all the things that I've said, pushing me closer to the edge. And I don't let loose. Don't mind if I do. For all the things that I've said, pushing me closer to the edge. And I don't
Itu.
let loose. Don't mind if I do. ember. Give me a breath like the fire you'll soon remember. Ooh. I'll be inflicting till the end. I'm singing. Ooh. Drowning out all this propaganda. How do you do? For all the things that I've said, pushing me closer to the edge. Hand back, John, now let loose. Don't mind if I do. For all the things that I've said, pushing me closer to the edge. Hand back, John, now let loose. Don't mind if I do.
FPX sayang banget tuh. Kalah gara-gara si Kamin Berlin ayam. Besok PRX lawan KDG. Nanti lawan Heretic.
Help me with some translation. Solo, congratulations on that first map win. And now up next is going to be Breeze. And at Pacific, we know that this is a map that you guys beat Paper Rex on, but it can also be 50-50 for you guys. What's your plan?
일단 첫 번째 세트 승리 축하드리고요. 이제 다음 세트가 브리즈인데 사실 젠지가 페렉을 상대로 브리즈에서 승리를 거두기도 했지만 어떻게 보면은 반반 갈 수도 있잖아요. 어떤 계획이신가요?
저희가 조금 브리즈가 부족했던 부분이 많아서 저희가 마스터즈 오기 전에 준비를 좀 많이 해가지고 네 조금 그런 부분에 있어서 저희가 자신이 있어서 픽을 했기 때문에 네 자신은 있습니다. 네.
So before coming into Madrid in Pacific, we saw a lot of points where our breeze was lacking. So we tried really hard. We put in so many hours to fix those and really add on to our breeze. And I think we made the breeze stronger. So we're extremely confident. So all I can tell you is that we're feeling confident.
Ooh, well, after that map and after that, a little bit of a teaser. Cannot wait to see this one. Let's see if Genji can close this out.
Oh, I can't wait to see it either. Genji. Welcome to Masters. What a statement they made here, Mimi and Kukuka. You just can't help but love this team already.
Yeah, I mean, they played incredible. You see it in all of these reactions, just how much it meant to them. But for the squad, it really seemed like they were in control for the first part. But then the last 7 or so rounds of the game, Loud stepped up. Les was out there dropping almost 30. Sadak seemingly couldn't make a wrong call. But Genji still prevailed through that. Won 2 critical 1v1 rounds and pulled it off.
Yeah, exactly. And actually, for being a first map in a match here at Masters Madrid, I think it's crazy the amount of overcook and overthinking that has been going into some of these rounds. We know and expect that Genji was going to be a little bit more aggressive from the defense, and actually seeing Loud adapt onto it, as you're saying, like the duel of the minds. Some rounds being crazy just because of it, because of taking not the extra mile, but the extra 3,000 miles.
These teams were so closely matched, and it really came down to the little things. There's 2 rounds where Loud plant the spike, go for a reflank, but it's just not planted in quite the right position to win because of it. It really came down to
and what a way to close it.
And yeah, I mean, that clutch, beating Les in that situation to end the match is ridiculous.
There is just something about Loud on Icebox. It just feels unlucky at this point. But let's take a look at Texture and QCK, because we were very, very hype about both of these players coming into this. Kakuka, what did you make of their performances?
I think that QCK struggled a lot on the attack. He was not finding the impact that you would expect from a Jet coming onto Icebox, knowing the support that it was coming with it. And I think that Loud had to help in that regard. I think he went 0 and 4 in those first duels just on the attack. On the other side for Texture, I think that he was one of the pivotal and key parts to making them get into the game and actually find that success later in the game.
Yeah, and I agree with you. I don't think this was the best map for Quick, but for the other side, I mean, Texture was ridiculous. Yeah, I think both the guys who are big question marks for Genji showed up. We saw Kara
percaya di
being clutch.
namanya
We just talked
But
about
that's
that
with
very last
Genji,
Or
they
on the
don't
road.
just always go their way.
Ada gitu-gitu nggak?
What's the question
Deal.
still of could they continue it against the
True,
best at an
true.
international
Yeah, yeah.
event against
Paper
a
Rex
team
ain't
like
the best.
Loud? Not this year, not this year. But yeah, I think that they have proven that these players can
Belum
still
kayaknya, masih
come
hari
compete at
berapa
this
ini?
level and still have that consistency that they did show back in Pacific.
Yeah, I mean, Loud, they have a lot to do now for map 2. But first, let's hear what STK has to say
Dua,
ahead of that
tiga,
map with
empat.
Mika Fabs.
Hari kelima. Belum kayaknya bisa. Udah 2 minggu gitu kan baru ada on road.
Now with Coach Pew and Arthur to help me with some translation. Now, Coach Pew, we saw that Genji, that map was really, really close. So this roster is a bit of an unknown for a lot of people. So how did you guys prepare for this match?
Então, como é que vocês fizeram para preparar com esse novo roster da Genji?
Eles foram um time que jogaram muitos jogos na região deles, talvez o time que mais jogou no mundo no kickoff. Jogaram muitos mapas, então por mais que eles tenham mudado a gente tem muito material deles para estudar.
So overall, like they prepared with a lot of maps that they had, like even having like new players or not, that was not an issue for them.
Awesome. Well, let's see if Loud can make a comeback in this one.
Loud, they do have to make a comeback, but they've done it before. Let's not forget that this is a Loud that
Nggak
ended
usah
up winning
comeback lah.
a trophy at Champs. But Kakuka, we don't know what they do on Breeze. What would you like to see on Breeze?
I mean, nothing too crazy. Maybe a little bit of innovation or something that they may have picked up for other reasons. And I love that you mentioned in Champs because that is probably the last time that we saw them playing on that breeze. It's been a very hot minute. And as we were saying before, they have been banning this map constantly during kickoff. But we can also think that that was a strategy or maybe something that wasn't ready by the time.
Yeah, we have Aegis Select ready now, so let's take a look and see where we are going to go. And Mimi, what do you think of this?
Loud is playing a different comp. It is interesting. They've been cooking on 4 out of their 7 maps with the Phoenix Breach stuff, but I think both on Icebox and here on Breeze, that doesn't really work. You do need that dive agent, and we've seen teams try out the Yoru like Genji, which is new. And I want to talk more about that composition because it's Meteor of all players locking in the Yoru here. It's the only flashes they have, and honestly, I really like this comp.
I love the fact that they're playing this double duelist. We know what the Yoru is capable of doing in this map. The support that is going to come onto Texture, I think that this is one of the most important duos. We know how comfortable they are also playing on that double controller.
Ini berapa kali musuh pakai Yoru ya, dan itu dibully-bully.
After they're up one map, if they have a strong start, if they manage to get those mind Euro games into the heads of Loud, this should be a 2-0.
This is the map, Breeze, that is the aim check map, the mid-rounding check, where it'll go into the most chaos. So for me, I'm really looking at Loud needing to step up. We need more out of QCK as the sole jet on this team. We need to see the Sadak, who is pulling off the perfect calls towards the end of Breeze, or a Genji, who is looking incredibly hot right now, might have a big upset on their hands.
And also think about it, Loud knew exactly that Genji might bit into this, but Genji is not scared. They're also bringing in something new. We were talking about how important the anti-strat, the preparation coming into the match is, but for this one, it's not going to be that simple.
Absolutely, and for Genji, right? Like, this is a team where I think that element of surprise can help them out a lot. They tend to play a lot of default comps, a lot of normal stuff. Them coming out and having new ideas for Madrid, I think is really good for a squad like this that is showing the fundamentals. I like them taking this extra step by trying to get ahead on the meta and come up with not necessarily an original comp, but something different from what they've shown before.
I think it's funny because we say it's not original, just based on what we see for a month. You know, it's like, it's been just a month, but
I mean, a lot of teams played this Yoru comp.
Yeah, but Breeze wasn't even in the map for sure. You know, it doesn't really, but if we go into think about how this first map went and how aggressive they were and the success that they were finding into bringing back that chaos that we have been mentioning during the day, I think that this is probably what they intend with this composition, is not only being aggressive every round, is planting the doubt in your opponent's mind that that might be happening.
Think about the implications for Loud, though. The team that has made 7 international events in a row. They've had events where they haven't done well. They bombed out at Copenhagen. They went out early in Tokyo. It happens for them. But this is a team that has expectations when they go to international events to succeed, to beat everyone else, to be one of the best. That's the pressure that's on these players. And they're really on the precipice of being upset here.
Yeah, it would definitely be an upset, but it also would play into the Genji story, right? This is how they got here. They upset everybody. Maybe Loud is carrying on the NRG curse. I mean, an America's team has to lose to a Pacific team team on the opening day. That's just tradition. So with NLG not being here, somebody else has to do it. But I want to give some credit to Solo, because we want to talk about old guards. When Lakia was here at the last global event, Solo was his teammate. They played on the same team together.
I forgot Solo was on that team. That's crazy.
So the fact that Solo is being able to kind of go from the playing career into a coach and also come up with all these cool things and structure things that we've seen, we got to give him some credit.
Yeah, I mean, you absolutely do. Gen G,
Shanghai
if there's one word to
3-3
describe them,
tim.
it has been disciplined throughout their run in Pacific. They're really good at kind of doing things right in the late round, at setting each other up well with utility, at playing the basics, the fundamentals at a really high level. Sure, it sometimes descends into the clutches, into the badness. They can thrive there too. But I think that's the identity that Solo has instilled in this team.
Yeah, exactly. But hey, this was just one map. I know that we're very surprised by the performance that we saw there at Pacific, but I think that going into the tournament, Gen G is going to be able to learn a lot from their opponents. I think that from this Icebox, even just today, after this day is over, they're going to have a lot to learn. And I don't think they're going to be the kind of team where next team is going to beat Icebox into them and kind of dismantle them. I don't think they're the kind of team that is going to struggle with that.
Well, earlier we asked you guys at home to vote in the MasterCard fan poll on which international league will win it all. I wonder if things might change.
Okay, let's be honest.
This game.
Let's be honest, Sue. Everyone who voted Americas
was you.
Was part of Sen City.
was Sentinels. Everyone who voted Americas is Sentinels. The question's not in Portuguese. It's in English. It's all Sentinels.
I am Spanish and I speak English. You say
that's true. I mean, obviously, Brazilian fans also do speak English. Some of them.
No one from Heretics voted here because
I feel like you're putting some words in my mouth that I didn't really say.
All I'm gonna say is I want to run this poll again tomorrow, depending on what happens later today, and see. But I'm gonna put a pin in that because the map is ready. We are also ready to dive into Breeze and hand this over to your casters. His Pansy and Hypok.
Yeah, I don't really know what we're walking into. Mike, if I'm completely honest with you, we kind of theory
We're free-balling. We're free-balling right here, to be honest.
Free-falling, I think, is actually the phrase.
Yeah.
But no, genuinely, because we were kind of like theory crafting Veto and kind of talking through options and what we thought might come out. Breeze was never in that conversation.
No, it isn't. And to see Gen G now pull out a little bit of a switch up as well is a massive concern for Loud, because through all of the Phoenix and Breach and all of the, call it madness, call it overcooking, whatever, we come out here with this composition on Breeze. So that does actually bring into question whether or not it was left out here, and you know what even happened with the Veto. And again, won't speculate until we do get an answer or something in an interview. But was this a potential to see today for Loud? Period. And if so,
look.
What's the response to that? Because if you look at the rest of the map pool with QCK coming in here, and I mean, I was having this conversation the other day with GB, you make anybody play that much Phoenix and they don't come out looking like the best duelist in the world. I'm sorry, they just don't. So to come in here and sure, it could be a bit of a reassurance that we do see him on the Jet. It's a bit more of a vanilla comp. Then maybe Loud dial back into, you know, where they're
classic.
Yeah.
Loud. It does feel like they somewhat baited the Veto, right? You know what I mean? Like you permaban something for an entire season. Basically, when I say entire season, it was kickoff. So let's, you know.
Yeah, again, it's weird because it feels like a small sample size. Yeah.
But for what it is, it was their perma takeaway, and then to adjust and leave it open as an option. You know, if you're Gen G, you think, well, surely that's...
But Breeze is such a... for me, it always becomes such a question mark on the day. Another team can simply just out-frag you and beat you on Breeze. Unfortunately, that's just the way it happens sometimes. So to have it as kind of like a maybe, that's why I'm hoping for Loud. It's just something. It's something of a pocket pick.
You're hoping so, right? You're bloody hoping so.
Is your permaban your pocket pick?
My brain hurts and I'm scared because if I'm going to be honest, you know, I'll be transparent. First time for everything in esports. Icebox I thought was going to go Loud's way, just because.
Sure.
From what I'd seen, what I expected, I thought, okay, I'll put it there. Close game, but Loud's favor.
For all intents and purposes, this should now be a 2-0. In my eyes.
If we're going off
don't get me wrong,
we've seen, what we expect, I don't know.
Gen G didn't look fantastic at this regionally.
No.
I mean, they struggle versus RRQ, and to come out now with a new composition and something a little bit quirky, which Loud have stood the test of time playing against teams like, you know, international teams, the teams that bring out curveballs, your Fanatics, your Paper X's. Is this going to work? When you take map 1 in the nature that it did, it might.
I don't know. There's a lot of theory crafting, right? We can sit here and just kind of talk it around the houses. There is a little bit of delay. If you didn't notice, there's not like a tech pause delay. Like they haven't done the powers of
They haven't flown a banner. I think they did that
so
on,
that's a
on
short
purpose.
One. You know that's a short one when they're not doing that,
Yeah.
which is a good thing. So sorry, watch parties. You'll have to actually say something to your chat for a little while. You know, get to work. You can just chill out afterwards once the game starts, like normal, Sliggy. But genuinely,
That's who
Breeze.
you were throwing shade. I was curious of who you were directing at. Actually.
Yeah. Gotta go. For
Sliggy's definitely drawing something right now.
You reckon? He's on the map.
Well, he should be.
It's probably just a chair on the stream.
All the dead footage we've got going on here. I mean, for once, they didn't pass back on camera. Usually it must be...
That
yeah.
is because of producer Kevin. We've bribed him enough, and we just start swearing at the camera, so he knows better. But no, we love producer Kevin, one of our favourites. And now you've said that, there is a very high chance he'll just throw us on camera. So I'm going to sit down
There'll be a flash of us ahead of the map starting. I do see...
The countdown's begun.
I do see a clock ticking down.
Sorry for the delay, folks. It's us. So since Mike's back, thought we'd treat you again. But roll your mind back just a moment or two ago. Map 1 was mental. 13-11.
I still can't believe that ending.
What an end! Ness's clutch, the defuse, the round after. It was
Ada Sentinel.
wild. So let's hope we get a little bit of that.
Kalau main lama pusing nih.
Breeze was Loud's permaban. Genji didn't look fabulous, but the new comp, it's all unknown now. Loud on the attack, Genji on the defense. What the hell's going on, Dan?
Sure, and really for me, early on we need to see some sort of comfort from Loud, because obviously there were a few hit and miss rounds, a few 50-50s that didn't go their way on map 1, but coming into the question mark here on Breeze, definitely want to see them composed and in control here. They're going to drift very quickly over towards B. No real confirmations, I mean, other than deep down halls, the whereabouts of Genji, but with Munchkin and Karen posted up here, as I say that. Munchkin actually drifting out, but contact is found elsewhere.
Yeah, look how quick Les was as well. He was so deep by that point. By the time they got contact, he was just by the pillar anyway. Good trade out for Munchkin, can at least keep touch somewhat on this. But again, it's not like QCK is stopping. He's really trying to take a lot of space here. Meteor and him very close by, but doesn't really make much odds. You're looking at the likes of Munchkin. You're then looking at Tui's. It's kind of, the fight on the fight, but who gets the timing on each other here? And actually, looking at this, Munchkin's got a lot of room. Finally noted by Tui's, good timing to turn. QCK not going to spot Meteor crossing, and Loud. Very comprehensive pistol there.
And never really in doubt. Trade comes through, and Loud able to just steamroll their way onto B site. See if we do see Genji toy with the idea of any purchases once again.
Yeah, because they went for that Stinger buy,
yeah,
didn't they, before?
The Stinger purchasing the Sheriffs to follow up as well. Let's clean up here from Cow and Zine. Maybe looking for, I mean, we don't say this often, but maybe looking for some early confidence boosters for Loud. It's not often they ever really have to rely on those.
But hey, it's, I think seeing the teams that have come out to this, nice, there we go. Not bad at all. Did actually take damage from that too, but seeing the kind of change of the guard, right? Yes, I'd say that Loud are one of the only remaining old gods here. There's very few who've been able to stand out, and yeah, of course there's roster changes to it, but still at least having a core who's been to previous events. It's a whole different world this year in Valorant, and I think a lot of teams know it. Right now, Genji showing us a great deal. Good little work from Les there, unfazed by the pressure over towards pushing out on B. A little bit of attempt in middle. This round, somewhat of a throwaway, it feels like, as it is just kind of that Marshall 2 classics. That's it.
Nah, gini cowok.
Looking to explore though. Hey,
Ada Sentinel, main lama musuhnya kan.
Sure, and Nakia considering digging him out, not with the rotation coming through. So Karen will be called upon here. Sadak just turns his head at the wrong moment, but Tui's from the back lines. And QCK with his deep position, punish Lakia's rotation. Meteor just going to try and get an orb. Constellation will find a third from his death. There's some early progress towards it, but really much else for Genji really to work off of. QCK does catch a glimpse. And a 49 HP though, did take the tag with the classic. The third on the round for him.
Outlaw wins. But still, I mean, it's just like, in my mind, I don't know what I make of this yet. It's still so early. I'm still waiting for it to crumble. I think map 1's left me reeling. I'm nervous about this game, Michael.
Yeah, I mean, already, like I said, if you look at this veto, obviously Breeze's surprise, yes, but like I said, I wasn't buying into it too much, but I still would have expected Loud to come out on top on Icebox. Just seeing regionally where Gen G struggled and where you'd expect a team like Loud and what we know of Loud to really excel at. I mean, Loud losing out on clutches, right? Coming down to 1v1s and then losing a map because of it.
Yeah, that doesn't feel right, but a little bit of a different look here. Loud, straight up tube. No subtlety to it. The Flash gonna ring the dinner bell, and everyone's in response. Actually, Sadak the one to succeed there, taking down Meteor. That opens up the map. That causes such an issue. You put Munchkin now on his own, basically. If they can hold this, make it a problem, Texture's gonna have to bail him out big here, which maybe he does. It is Texture, and Les has his eyes away from the prize, and Texture with the punish. Oh, not quite there, but the headshot was. QCK living through that, and pressure elsewhere again. I'm really surprised they're drifting at these times, trying to find this, information or trying to take space. Karen's been noted, so it's no surprise he's here either. They know that he's going to be still around. That spike is still in spawn. This is what I mean. I don't know what to make of this map. Tui's going to go down, and now Sadak what is happening?
I'll be honest, a really bizarre setup on both sides of the coin here. Gen G, like you said, drifting out in a number of different positions. Meteor gives his life up early, a rifle retained, but Loud unable to really convert that into any sort of snowball throughout that round. It seemed like a very, very strange round to watch back. Some damage done. Gen G retained. I mean, as much as they need, Lackey's going to come into this with a Guardian, but it's about as even as you'd expect coming into round 4 here. That's how this started. Sadak the closest at 2 off the null command. Actually, Meteor 2 off his as well with that early orb retrieval.
And it just feels like, okay, previous round, Loud, walk tube. This time, all right, we'll do the same.
Yeah, Gen G, very quick to try and respond to it. QCK already top mid. In I was going to say, in a position to support him there, but Munchkin shuts it down.
Yeah, and I was waiting to see if Tui's actually gets played in further on this. Possibly, but as it stands, this is just scrappy fights. Meteor going to grab that one, but that felt like a 50-50. 5v3 now, Sadak less than Tui's with no real foothold in this map. Losing 2 towards middle gives them very little beyond it. They're going to have to re-clear tube somewhat diligently. Walking into it late. Eyes wide shut, and now Sadak, got to be careful, there's 2 players here. Again, individual fights. You're kind of banking on Tui's finding some value here, maybe catching a rotate after Sadak's taken contact. You've got to be looking at Tui's. And yeah, well, it's lucky to go down, and now the round feels... I don't know, it's just feeling like it's all in the hands of Tui's, right? Like, how much more can one man do? A great deal, apparently. Tui's can do so much for them. Munchkin now in the undesirable position of having to deal with 3, and his
alasannya kenapa kalau main game gede Aspo Sentinel ya kawan-kawan.
Less down at 14 HP, but a 1v3 nonetheless. 70 for Munchkin. Doesn't even look like he's really too interested in going for this.
Oh, you look at Les's position, even if you just hold it, he'd be...
He might even catch Les here.
Oh, I'm surprised Les went that far. I kind of thought he'd just maybe hold down by pillar. Maybe looking to remove the rifle from Munchkin. But again, these rounds feel scrappy. They don't feel as refined as I was hoping.
Definitely not. Again, obviously talking about where this lies in the map pool and the overlap of these 2 teams. No surprise really, but you'd hope really, with this being left as an option, potential to see it, Loud would be well equipped, and at least here with a 3-1 scoreline, they're able to keep Gen G in check. No nonsense from Meteor on the Yoru just yet. But yeah, I mean, Tui's just doing Tui's things here.
That was very nice. I mean, that's how you basically save a round that wasn't his favor at all. What? I think it was like Sadak who was stuck.
I mean, yeah, they didn't really have control of anything outside of where spawn barriers are, so...
Yeah. Well, hero rifle left on Munchkin, that's it. The rest are down on Sheriff's. Light armor, I think, behind it, and... Arsenal. You got Meteor's ult, but you're not going to, bring that out now, I feel.
Definitely not now.
No, very little chance of that, actually. Clean work from QCK. And, well, we're going to see the rifle shown off there, so Munchkin, they're going to note his positioning. Not a surprise, I mean, this has been his site the entire time. That's not going to be a you know, head turner really, but it's going to, if anything, maybe force Loud to commit to this a little harder.
The utility sent in towards A here, but no follow-up just yet. Loud happy to give QCK some time to explore a little deeper. Obviously the goal here for Gen G is still a little bit of damage on the way in. Lucky posted up close with a ghost, but yeah. As if Karanzine sends the owl drone out, going to be spotted out very quickly. Munchkin, see on the X-ray here, trying to find a flank, but Chewy's posted up for it.
Oh,
no
God.
way. That timing is
Nice.
ridiculous.
It felt like they were pausing for this. Genuinely, and now can they get away with daylight robbery? No. Very well aware of the possibility of them pushing closer towards the entrance, and is very precise
Hari-hari,
towards the
cocok.
site here for Loud. Again, Munchkin was really the only one coming in with a rifle for Gen G this round, so he was the only one expected to do a little more perhaps, but again, the post plant very difficult to break. Not gonna have. Oh!
Oh my God!
Get out of it, Munchkin! Come on now, you're not meant to be doing that. You're not meant to be doing that. It's not meant to even feel that close. A valiant attempt, but it's a round for
Aku
Loud.
peluru nyusar kena kepala udah kelar tuh, Cok.
One
Ace and
hell of an ace, though.
My brain was in the next round. That man was trying to pop off. Ridiculous.
How close is he?
Oh, kena kepala tuh.
Far off.
He was
You
not
are
far off. Yes,
Okay.
a sigh of relief for Loud to find their fourth.
Udah bisa gunplay moment kan situ.
Loud rinse and repeat though, Lauren.
Yeah, but look at this quick attention to middle. It's Larky who's aware. Oh, the drop of that is just perfect. Teed up for it. Caron smartly and rightly going to pressure the extremities, and he's actually going to be able to isolate the spike. That's gone down and it's in his hands, but he needs the rest of Gen G to back him up. And then Less than QCK with effective trading, keeping them going in the right direction. It's going to be, again, Caron is your last line of defense, right? Like, he's the one holding that spike back. He knows where these remaining players are. They know where Sadak was because he was taken down earlier, and obviously QCK with the res. So now how do they approach this? I'm surprised that Munchkin's drifting this far away. And it's going to be Caron on the chopping block, right? Like, how does he handle this pressure? You got presence from both sides. Does he commit towards one side of the fight? Does he try and just live in the corner?
I mean, Caron seemingly, I'm just looking at the minimap here, it looks like he has a decent reload.
Nice.
Munchkin to find QCK.
Beautiful.
Sadak 60 HP now, has to retrieve this spike. Still plenty of time to work with though.
I was worried the Munchkin might have left Caron out to try, but that's not the case
Nice.
at all. Caron held that spike down, kept them safe for the round, and Munchkin catching QCK just before that impact point.
It's just some really bizarre round. Like I said, Breeze can be whoever frags harder on the day, and there's very little nuance to what we're seeing.
Oh, that's
okay,
what he caught.
that's what he caught.
Because I was like, where did he just get that angle? Beautiful. Risky play as well to go all the way around top mid to that and hope that he didn't cross ahead of it.
Yeah. Yeah, already what I've seen so far, Loud obviously trying to keep Gen G on red alert. That somebody's going to constantly pressure up halls, be up towards switch, and really cause some problems on A. Potentially opening up the rest of the map for them, but well,
Nice.
now posted up with a Guardian. Shut down QCK on that very mission.
That's a bit naughty, that is. Oh, Munchkin, though, so overwhelmed. Less with a quick shot. And Texture now feeling quite vulnerable. There's a little bit of room that he's not safe, and you can see the response potentially as well. Meteor getting a bit closer. Lakia trying to apply a little bit of pressure, trying to give him a way out of dodge here. And Karanzine was so blind with his 2 East to punish Meteor. And middle is being won out by Loud until now. Can Texture change? He can't! Sadak with just a pistol. Gonna put him to bed in a 1v2 now. Caron before did so well to isolate that spike, but I love this quick read from him.
Yeah.
Really smart and quick adjustment. Does he expect 2Es? He does! 2Es! Snappy adjustment. Loud stretching the lead.
Third on the round for him with the Guardian. Loud coming in, definitely disadvantaged there. Yeah, Gen G may be feeling a little rattled after that one. See some investment thrown into it. Loud, yeah, definitely looking like they're happy to just commit to gunfights and feeling confident that in terms of just I guess, the basic fundamentals that they're going to win out in some of these rounds. Well, Gen G have anything cooked up in terms of proactivity on the defense that, you know, whether it be around Meteor or anyone else in that regard?
It has been a quiet beginning between Texture, Caron, and Meteor. I got to say credit for Caron there. One of the rounds was pretty much his gathering as well. You know, the nice little catch of the cross as well. But I'll tell them a little bit quiet, not seeing those individuals finding that impact.
Sure. I mean, also for Gen G, this could just be damage control in the first half. Obviously, expecting this composition to be able to deliver and excel when they are able to attack. But
sure. But there's going to be a limit.
That feels very risky, especially if it's such a question mark with Loud not showing anything here.
Well, that's the thing. You can't come in with prep for Gen G, right? There's
no
tape on Loud.
If anything, Loud should be in like the upper hand because there's so much tape on Gen G. They showed everything from the map ball, and yeah, we've seen a little change here. But the fact that Loud aren't really tried and tested from kickoff on Breeze themselves, you can't then just bring that in as, well, it's blank canvas, really.
Yeah, and I think Gen G might have to learn on the fly, and I think this is a really good test of can they learn on the fly? Is there something they can maybe implement into this game, in this half specifically, to be able to try and get a grip on Loud here, because Loud's starting to get quite the firm upper hand, and this round feeling very uncomfortable as well for Gen G, considering they are down to the Sheriffs. I think there's a Guardian there, yes, for Meteor. Is Caron actively playing this? Going to play into the smoke. Yeah, he's dead. Yeah, there it is. This is site control. They have rotations, but again, this could be a plant pretty quickly. Wall dropped, and now away we go. Texture here. Already, you can note Meteor has drifted up closer as well. This is a tough angle for QCK, actually. He could be overwhelmed here, but fortunately, he's got the boys by his side, and it's comfortable for Loud. Look at this.
No real threat whatsoever. Munchkin, last year, he's got a trip in front of him. Nobody saw. We didn't see that. They get a kill though? No. It's going to be a flawless coming through here. Allowed to find their sixth. Feeling very comfortable in terms of the pace of Breeze so far. And Gen G not really taking the fight to them in the majority of these rounds. I mean, the pink didn't even come through there instead before the Aldo had even revealed his position.
One enemy remaining.
They're going to need to see a switch up.
Tidak jadi menang langsung, Cok. Kambing.
Maybe in this round, yeah, exactly. Ultimates available here.
Susah sih kalau
Operator back
ada sentinel.
He's going for it, right? If he's willing to stick on this, he's in a bit of danger. Flash will catch, but he's going to be able to retake the angle there, and they are falling off. So now look at where they're starting to commit. Look at the difference. Look at Munchkin is just
charging.
Full double.
He's going to get hurt.
They haven't turned.
Well, it got pinged out on the minimap.
Yeah, okay. Oh, it's laboured, but a 1-for-1 trade. I don't know what Gen G are up to as well. This allows texture.
Okay, nice.
That's nice. That's the spike. That's huge.
Noted, yeah.
That's huge. Win out in middle, though. So varying wins on varying fronts. No one's finding comfort. The spike's back in hand. And now Texture trying to control A, but they've lost middle. Caron's gone down because there was no structure to support. Lockett playing ahead here. Nowhere to fall back to. What is going on?
Really uncomfortable viewing, yeah. Allowed able to just pick Gen G apart across the map. This sort of play style not suiting them here on Breeze. They've only got anything to set Meteor or Texture in motion on the defensive side here.
Bully-bully, Cok, ini, Cok. Ini.
Like I said, was on a mission from the get-go. He was not slowing down.
Dia bully-bully.
Desperate to look for a flank and commit to it.
But the way you said it then, desperate. It felt very desperate. It didn't feel well thought out. And again, all of them trying to make these individual plays to try and maybe get something in favor, but there's no trades coming off it. There's no space going to be taken off the back of it that's favorable. They look really lost here. And maybe they don't want to hit another timeout, but they've got to do something. Look to a different site now. First time we're really seeing this B side tested. No look towards middle from Loud, so this is going to be quite all in if they continue along this path. Already mid can be taken by Gen G, so hard to fall back away from, but they are. So now do they punish rotations? If you're Loud, you're looking to maybe catch one in middle. You're looking for players out of position, and Texture may be one of them. Sheriff could sing here, though. It's just not going to hold tune at this point. They fall away towards A, and they're just being drawn around the map.
It's similar to what we saw Loud try and do on Icebox.
Yeah.
Show presence one side and very quickly try and catch rotations or even get ahead of rotations. We'll drift slowly back into a little bit of control here towards bottom mid. Punching on the other side though, finally finds that pick onto Meteor. Kamzin gets spotted there. No, I thought maybe Lackey had spotted a rifle barrel, but
Mospet udah nyampe situ lagi cuy.
Probably the
Dari depan
easier
Mospet.
target, the most down a little lower. The spam, it works.
Was that completely through the smoke?
I think it was.
Okay, nice.
Now it's getting scary because it's 20 seconds.
Allah.
And QCK goes into bailout mode. And you've got to keep going. It's 19 seconds and they've got the spike. It's Texture playing bodyguard duty, trying to keep it safe. Pressure from the left, pressure from the right. Kaunzin going to take down Texture and his game on towards the side. Spike should go down uncontested. And what can Munchkin do now? There was a little bit of hope there. There was a heartbeat, a new lease of life, and that has been put down. Less keeps things going. Loud, fully in control here. Genji looking unprepared here.
Yeah, to be honest,
compared to map one,
there's not enough coordination here to really put either of the power players here, this composition, Texture and Meteor, in a position to really deliver. Yeah, I mean, obviously Lackey can only really do so much on us over here to put his duelist in, you know,
1 kill.
an opportunity or a scenario to
Lackey
really
lihat
find
1 kill,
anything.
0
We
assist.
don't even see Genji rely on that. To be honest, it
just feels so
Salah
strong.
pick ini
individual
cocok.
laboured fights across the map, and Lauda, I mean, I said it before, they're completely dissecting them.
Oh, they'll lap it up.
Aduh, Lackey bombong
Tag,
10.
okay. Yeah, tag and Kaunzin. Texture. Going to note some of this utility potentially, so that could tee him up for some success. They are getting close towards that B site. Munchkin's position, dependent on the judge, would have support from Caron, but starting to get a little anxious about this. Munchkin, oh dear, oh dear, oh, it's absolutely atrocious. He's not going to be happy about that. Again, individual fight here, and numbers starting to really favour Loud. 4 standing, make it back to 5. Texture going to catch, I think, through the wall potentially.
Just off the res, yeah, standing back on his feet for a second, but immediately shut down.
QCK, with this position, yeah, he's feeling himself. He wants to get ahead. Maybe didn't need to do that. Could have been patient. Deciding he wanted to try and make a bit of a difference. Oh, going to go in now. I don't know how much of the spike that covers. Kaunzin, though, going to feel the screw.
Kenapa nih? Loading, cuk.
Oh, stunning. Spotting a pixel out of place, and that's Texture dead. Kaunzin looking for fault, not going to get it. Meteor with the trade, but it's a little late. But now a 2v2. Tap on the spike and the spray. Not going to get what they want here. It's still going.
Not again.
Oh, there it is. Tui's. This time going to make sure it doesn't go the wrong way for them.
Yeah, this is heartbreaking for Munchkin. The consideration from Loud. The null command comes through, removes the poison orb. Basically negates any possibility for Munchkin to find value with the judge up close and personal there. On the brink of a 10-2 half here.
Poison's gone. Yeah, this feels like this map pick is a complete and utter shock. Really, that Loud was so prepared for it. Keep in mind, this is Pindy's pick.
Loud, pretty good on their permaban.
Yeah, yeah.
But it's just, it's really bizarre. Like I said, this could have been the intention of Genji to play damage control in the first half and then really try and run away with this composition in the second, but it's a tall order to work back from 2 rounds.
I don't think 2's enough. You know, I just don't think it is. And prove me wrong, I'd love it. Texture. Thought he might fancy a go of it there. Opted against it in the end. He's maybe going to hear some of these rotations. I think he is. So he's really quite poised in the right place.
Right, he's going to get cleared here.
Ult from quite far away, so he is on his own. Lovely Texture, that's what they needed. Get him a 3rd, and maybe there's a little bit of hope, a little bit of something. Have to see a great deal on that second half, but for now, finally seeing Loud with a disadvantage of numbers. Players in the right place as well. Spike still heading towards that A site. You can see them waiting patiently. Caron, one of them. Divide going to come in. Oh, Kaunzin, the combo with that is just rotten to handle. Texture still trying to be pivotal to the outcome because Loud are clawing this one back. He's down to a 3v3 now, and he's just out of it unless That's going to land
How are
that
they
up.
flipping this?
I don't know, but Meteor just right up in between them now, surrounded on both fronts. Tries to take a fair fight, but there's nothing fair about that. Munchkin now just too late to the party. Tries, and actually might do a little bit of chip damage to Tui's here if he doesn't get himself out of danger. And Tui's taking a lot of damage from
Both
this.
of them.
That's a little surprising as Munchkin now ready for a dead set. He gives them the tiniest of margins. 3 rounds, Mike. I don't know if it's enough.
Curse, pakai curse.
Something crazy
Paling
to
curse.
execute here in the second half, but they said the margin is so small for error. It's a team like Loud who just look, I mean, they've come out map on looking
Ini susah
pissed off.
sih.
Yeah, they do.
Like they're happy to just dig their heels and commit to these
Ada
engagements.
cyber defense tuh sulit.
Nothing really too special or much flair to Loud's
Di gue tuh
gameplay.
nggak kemasukan.
Very simplistic. It's what you'd expect with this composition coming out.
Kepikiran gimana cara
Very vintage, classic, good spacing,
menangnya
good executes.
attack ada
Nice
cyber.
full of rotations, but as I said, nothing that's going to change the world. But 3 rounds, that is a lot to pull back from. They're going to have to really pull this one forward into that second half. We'll go to the desk.
Thank you very much, Pansy and Hypog. Loud, they've not played this map the entire kickoff, and Genji, they picked it against Mimi. Do you think they walked into a trap, perhaps?
I mean, I think they walked into the aim test map, and thus far they have not passed the aim check. Loud's players have been looking so good individually, and I mean, I think they were clearly spending some time practicing this one. They are applying the default comp, they're doing the boring stuff, but the protocols looked good. Everything you expect from this Loud squad, they were showing on first.
Yeah, exactly. And on the other side, we saw a Genji that was over-pushing time and time again.
How many times did Munchkin just sprint down B main like a psychopath?
Yeah, exactly. Time and time again. And the duos are so isolated one from the other. Loud had to do minimum work to get the entire map under control. I saw no apparent impact from the Euro. I don't know about you guys, but you know, in EMEA, it's a force to be reckoned with. Here, it was nowhere to be found but on the death count.
Yeah, lot of depths in that regard out of this Euro pick. But it seemed like when Genji was running out of ideas, they started
3K atau bantai-bantai nih pakai Euro cuy.
Yeah, but why is it Munchkin? What I mean, like you have a Euro, he can be aggressive and then go back.
He's the ultimate feast or famine. If you're from EMEA, you know Angel. Same
Yeah,
guy, I'm convinced.
Let's talk about Tui's real quick, because it's not less on the Viper this time around.
But same Vipers for Loud, evidently good. Tui's filling into that role beautifully. This guy was so sick in the Americas kickoff, and he's continuing that here.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that his positioning, his off angles, how he's using the utility, everything is definitely looking very good for a map many people did not think we were even going to see from Loud.
Well, Night 3 is a fantastic start.
Fuerte.
Surely Pansy and Hypog, Loud
Hagamos
would
ruido.
never lose.
Gritemos.
Why have you done that, sir?
Oh, halftime kali dia.
See that smug little look? Don't turn around. I'm next to you.
It's an interesting throw,
Yeah,
that.
all of the desk are being obnoxious right
Yeah.
now. They're like, oh, they wouldn't come back from this, would they? Not a chance in hell, Michael.
Let's see the first few rounds, and then
You're willing and
I'll
ready?
either overreact or say I told you so.
Look, I'm the play-by-play caster here. Let me be the one to overreact. Excuse me? Texture just came bounding in, and he's still alive.
Alah,
Okay.
kalah dua-duanya cocok.
That was short-lived.
Gue bilang juga kan gimana ada Cypher ngalahin cok. Nyerang.
What is going on? Munchkin's a mile away from being relevant to the outcome of this round now. Spike is so deep in enemy territory. And this round was pivotal. This was the only one that could, like, if you lose this, I'm going to be honest, the odds become near on insurmountable. And Loud.
Well, I mean, it's going to be a shame. Pissed around as an indicator here. It looks like Genji have worked on a couple of maybe, you know, geeky executes around this Yoru, but I just don't think we're going to have enough rounds to see them, to be honest. Texture looks like he TPs into sight there, but unable to really string
Udah
anything
ku
together with
bilang,
Meteor.
man.
Loud just absolutely
mana?
dismantle them.
Yeah, he knows it, dude. You see a little smile starting to come on Sadak's face. He's like, yeah, we've got him. 10, very early.
Mungkin juga setup trapnya sama
I think
terus
this
ya.
is the difference of having tape and not having tape.
Ini util sofa udah pasti hilang tuh Sokder.
And completely walk into a trap. This was Loud saying, oh, did we leave our permaban open?
Oops.
Oh, I can't
Oops.
believe I've done that. Can't believe you've done that. And now, well, there you've got 3 rounds and Loud of 10. So, it's a long old road back, Michael.
It starts with a ghost in the hands of Meteor.
This isn't Cadian's clip. This isn't how it goes. You know, this isn't it. It's not Mirage, right? It's not. Do you believe Meteor is the one? You think he's gonna what?
No, I think they're gonna walk into Lester's crosshair.
But they make it out alive.
That's on the first one.
Then what happens in the story?
I must wait a moment.
This is it. They followed that up. It was
Hang
like,
on,
really good. Like this.
Say Texture actually almost finding on the backside here. Cow and Zine. Well, let's find one. Munchkin will fall, but the plants should come through here.
Okay.
Genji an opportunity to reset at least. Texture don't jump onto that, but does find a tag. That's down to 24 now. Are able to stabilize a little bit.
Timing for Caron as well here. Okay, Lucky, that's not bad. Here we go. Yeah,
nice.
Okay, see, if you'd followed up, if you'd committed to the bit, Michael, this could have been quite outstanding. Considering we are now down to a 2v3, and Lucky is still hitting with the classic. Dewey's left reeling with the Bulldog. This has gone any other way than he expected. What a ridiculous round, and Gen G. He can catch Lakia, that's fine. You still had to get past Karen. You still had to get past Texture, and you don't have a chance at it. Time to back away, try and keep that Bulldog in hand. What a turn of events here. Gen G, they're not out of it yet.
See actually what the knock-on effect of that is if, I mean now, I don't think saved enough to really get SMGs or comfortably get anything back into this, but I mean Lakia, double D's got. Definitely the Gen G.
Gotta be.
Hitting a little different there from range.
Oh,
yeah. Was that a right click? I couldn't actually see the ammo counter, but it was a right click. Beautiful. Love to see those.
Okay, one Bulldog, Sheriff, a couple of classics. Oh, Texture.
Nice.
There we go. Okay, Gen G getting fired up here. And they make it to 5. Tui's was the danger man. And he has done damage, but takes a fair bit himself.
Bro.
So, yeah, Texture's just been let off the leash, hasn't he, really? So go frag.
Go
get some kills. Get the game going.
Now, we did see that on Icebox as well. The first round that Gen G actually won. We saw what Loud call a timeout at 4-2 to their advantage to try and slow down the momentum of stringing together a couple of pacey hits. Well, Gen G going to try and repeat that here on Breeze. They definitely need to. The 6-round deficit soon to maybe be 5.
Texture's had a round.
Yeah.
Go on, find us. All right, that's how you get warmed up.
Those are the momentum builders.
Bum.
Gen G up to 5 now. Now we'll be back on a purchase here, but there won't be anything left in the bank after that. No ultimates at their disposal. Gen G on the brink of a blade storm. Texture already taking control of this second half, and QCK unfortunately just face plants into the bricks. Able to get away from that, but with the purchase here, in favor Gen G.
Okay, when do we? It's early. I'm asking. Wow.
Spirit's still high.
Yeah. They're a map to the good. That'd be all right. Maybe. It's not scary yet. Loud still have a 5-round buffer.
Hang on a second!
Is just ripping them apart, and as our Gen G, this guy has been truly let off the leash. Straight in there, no messing about, ferocious on approach, and the site's theirs.
Absolutely now, sweeps a site.
And if you're QCK, you're saving, right?
Oh, definitely,
that operator's not going to be risked. For less, what do? You got 350 credits? Cool.
I mean, maybe do a little bit of damage. You got Munchkin and Texture down, but Meteor's found QCK.
How's he done that? Was he actually peeking out from like?
And now the problem is Les has to try and hold on to the rifle, or I mean, Gen G may be expecting him to go towards the operator. But a beautiful continuation of this pace by Gen G. You can see Loud just get absolutely sucker punched, to be honest. Completely caught off guard.
And it was almost so disrespectful how confident he was at getting in there. Like, 1, I was like, oh, fair play.
Well, 2? Again, seeing, I believe Sadak flashed up behind yellow there.
Yeah.
Was that off Meteor, or is that maybe a high flash from himself? And, you know, Gen G get ahead of that utility?
Hoping we can see it again here if possible.
There was obviously a stun set up here for Texture. Oh, it was just the stun, actually.
Yeah, it was the stun that caught.
But the snake bite landed, made it very easy. I think Sadak trying to relay now what maybe the game plan is for Gen G, whether or not they have a read on it, or actually how versatile Gen G can be with. Meteor on the Yoru here. We talked about maybe being the approach of damage control in the first half. This is where Gen G can run away with it. They become the question mark here, not Loud.
Exactly that. And a second attempt for Munchkin there. Gonna note Kaunzin spotted him on the first attempt, and a pace change completely here. Gen G shifting gear, a lot slower, a lot more curious across the map. Maybe looking for those adjustments, looking for those changes. Because they've been somewhat in their face, almost brash about it, and it worked really well, but looking to identify the adjustments from Loud. Maybe tube the next port call of at least a few of these players. 3-2 split, it looks like, and there's the ult.
Actually, 3 players up tube here from Gen G.
Are they trying to catch him? Are they almost hurting them back here as well to an extent, right? Like, Loud is sitting deep on this. They don't want to get caught, so the site will now go to Gen G, right? Like, that's just a straight exchange. So now the problem is QCK belting shot towards Texture, who has been an animal in the last couple of rounds. Can anyone else from Gen G step up? You still have a likes of Caron here, who has been known for those clutching capabilities, but pressured out of position and nowhere really to go. Loud starting to flex a little on the retake. Meteor now left on his own towards Yellow here, towards the back of sight. Gonna note the footsteps, spot the player, and the wide swing, it works to an extent. Tease up Kaunzin.
Lakia does have the Hunter's Fury here, but certainly in terms of the clock, it doesn't feel comfortable. Kaunzin actually gonna send one out of his own. He's gonna find Munchkin. Lakia now, you can see him shaking his head. Doesn't feel comfortable about committing to it. Will have to concede an 11th round to Loud. Who can peel away from this so quickly. Gen G almost left, you know, wondering what to do with a free site.
And I kind of like what Loud were up to, right? This is lovely, but it's more how they almost held back utility for this sort of play, right? Completely clearing their way back through perfectly, understanding that they can't hold it frontline, so play it on the retake.
Well, look at the comparison. Coming out of the previous, Sadak's like, yeah, I mean, we just got overwhelmed. There's nothing we can do from behind Yellow there. This is the other side of the coin. Loud, once again, happy to concede space. We saw the same thing on Icebox as well. A good read on what Gen G wanted to do. And now with a much more comfortable scoreline, they have a few more rounds to figure it out, should they need to. Gen G definitely slowed things down for the first few rounds. Bladestorm, Hunter's Fury to work with. Comfortable in the purchase other than Texture, but...
They've been trying to be quiet about this, patient about it, beautiful control and a beautiful follow-up. Can't quite make it a third, but the damage is done. Early information, everything they would have wanted. So the 3 remaining, Lakia, Munchkin, Meteor, don't really have a big foothold anywhere on the map here, Mike.
Yeah, a little awkward on the spacing. Gen G punished for it. They'll find themselves in a 3v4. I mean, Loud elsewhere. It's only really going to be Kaunzin that's going to get any audio cues here, but the rest of the utility from Less in position to really spell out what this post plant will look like. Gen G commit to the spike now. In 30 seconds left, Kaunzin already in the back lines.
Oh, this could be criminal. This could be criminal. So little safety. That's a heartbreaking moment there. Kaunzin closing in. He's going to say bye-bye, Lakia. And now Meteor having to find something, no value to be had as Munchkin now. After what was a moment possibility that slipped through his fingertips there. He's going to be killing himself.
Winning moment there for Munchkin. Just too many targets to shoot at. A little bit of a fumble, but this will be Loud on 12 now. I said Gen G were comfortable in the purchase, but now no room for error. Has to be flawless from here on out for Gen G. Otherwise, we will be going to Ascent.
Ini cowok bisa kalah dua-duanya.
And I was almost hoping we saw the moment from Munchkin. As rough as that was the swing moment. Yeah, you can see it. There it is. it's so difficult. What was it, 3 players up there? What a difference that could have made. And it would have been a small lifeline, bearing in mind that Gen G were working uphill, to say the least. This has been an incredibly hard game to come back from. That first half was not good. They're probably not very happy with it. Second half started off with a bang eventually, but then somewhat slowing down. Losing a little bit of that spark to it. You see Kate looking to take heads. His Texture creeps closer up middle, but he's alone. This is a solo somewhat endeavor. Yes, with a little bit of utility help from Caron, but that's about it.
See how quickly Sadak's over here to try and support Cow and Zine. QCK, so holding on to the backside of Nest as well. We're almost there with Lakia jump spotting us, trying to put Texture in a position to punish that operator. Loud, pretty well equipped for it.
Knife probably caught 3 there, or 2 at the very least, I think. And now the pressure's starting to come towards the site. 3 through middle, 2 through main. Flash there, Sadak goes in, gets handled though. 1-for-1 trade out, Texture still alive. Gonna let Meteor work his way in here. It's gonna be less holding from CT, 1 on site. Still supposed to try and clear, and less making himself the problem. Good trade for Meteor, but he needs a bit more. Plant gonna come down, and they still haven't fully cleared site yet.
Cow and Zine's still here.
And that's, okay, Lark, yeah, fair enough. That's the kill you're gonna get. No worries, didn't expect that one. But QCK's position might be unraveled. Munchkin this time should be good for it.
Munchkin will have heard that drop. Was baiting up here with the wall. A crucial kill for him, and it's a freebie. QCK falls. 2E's now left to try and recover.
Enggak lagi kayak tadi tuh.
7th on the board now. You need another couple to break the money. Loud able to steal.
Salah ini 5.
Purchase comfortably, and actually with the pick coming online here, an opportunity for Loud to maybe counterbalance that a little bit, leave 2E's in a position to anchor here, because Gen G have slowed things down. There's an opportunity for Loud to maybe exploit that. Go exploit, they do have rounds to play with. Well, they're happy for, Gen G to continue making, in their eyes, mistakes, I guess.
Are they going back to what we saw before? Or no, definitely not the same pace to what we saw, but
Aduh, pegang. Nice.
Yeah, they've been noting that jump spot that you've mentioned, just that round prior, but that has been a constant. This time punished by Texture with the operators, not able to kind of do that same presence.
Munchkin.
But look at this.
Aduh, kalah
Side of the
Munchkin.
map over by Elbow.
Pernah dia nembak
Gonna
tuh.
spot one that could actually cause a little bit of confusion almost. For Loud, do they continue to commit to being close? They're going to be both spotted. Surely they've got to make a run for it. Tui's got to get out of danger. Texture trying to close the gap a little. Counting does find Munchkin, so the backline worry should be gone. Ult gonna come in and Meteor plays ahead. Big pick towards 2E's. But again, they didn't expect Sadak so close by. That flash, does it bank in? I think it might do. But the plant is in, and they are going to sit deep on this.
See already now, tricky position for Loud to try and recover from. Actually,
Nggak usah geser-geser, Cok.
so some of that utility
Itu aja
outplay
lu
for the
pick.
time being. Miss from Texture, 39 HP.
The timing isn't going to be great now. They've got to get back to having that presence on the spike, and Sadak with a great read, but Lucky with greater positioning. Going to catch Kaunzine. Another
Nice.
tap on the spike, and now it's going to get so difficult for Sadak. 1 in front, 1 to the side, and no time to play with. It's 8 for Gen G.
Oh,
Step
kambing,
by
kambing.
step, they are not out of this game just yet.
Bring it through, and a couple
Where's
of
the
members of
money?
Loud yet still above 2K, but
Okay.
now starting to struggle just a little bit. That's expected to see the timeout at this point. The last few rounds, we've been saying they've had rounds to play with. If the investment comes here, there's a chance for Gen G to really
Texture
turn up the
ngapain?
heat
Pengen
here.
lihat kiri, Cok.
Yeah, this is when it gets fun, isn't it?
Yep.
Because you might get... I want to add into this as well. We've got 2 ults already on deck. We've got Meteors and Munchkins. Then you have Lakia not too far away too for his. So these are big ults, round-changing ults that can completely turn it. So they're going to have that as a fallback plan. If they keep going like this, they've got some nice little reads. Again, just that almost assassination of QCK holding Tube, completely isolating the rest of the players.
Which is exactly the sort of thing you want to see there. But if they are going to slow things down, you want to see them have tangibles to action upon. Find somebody to be able to isolate. So that's a huge positive. The problem being is there enough? Like I said, with absolutely no margin for error, is there enough for Gen G to really fall back on? I mean, now you've removed the operator. Maybe there's not as much of I guess, a requirement to find out players like QCK, dig them out of spots. See what the adjustment is for Loud coming out of this.
Okay, so they've got
tempered purchase. They're trying to keep, I mean, play their cards very close to their chest.
So your danger players, Les, Sadak, and Tui's. Tui's no armor, keep in mind. So Les and Sadak, your heavy hitters. Actually, switch up?
Yeah, I was going to say, Les's utility now. Flash sets QCK in motion, but does spot Karen. Ballsy on the repeat there. Lucky not to get punished. But Gen G almost anticipating a little bit of aggression to come out here.
Oh, the timing on this. Texture, did you miss him? You
absolutely did.
So now Karenzin's been let off.
What? He's rechecking it.
Oh, the guy's just
nice.
Texture.
And it's at the perfect time. He was about to shoot Karen in the back there.
That feels almost...
But he did. Karen's down to 5 HP.
I don't know how he felt that time. Maybe hearing a step, but it felt like he was already on that trajectory. So now QCK fancies another bite of the cherry, but he's going to miss the window. They're already heading away from here, but they're hurting them. 3 players going to be waiting on that B site. Sadak only has a classic, though, again, but the rest have rifles.
A little bit of a misread here from Gen G. Loud be able to position themselves to maybe be in a position to punish this.
Can they still be so diligent about it? It gets so dangerous, right? The slow, oh my word, too. He's going to isolate Meteor. That's great. Held at the door. 20 seconds now. They're starting to run low on time, and there's no fallback plan because look at the flank. He pulled the trigger on the first, which I'm surprised by, but it's an issue. They have to clear him somehow. They just have to run. You can't stop. There is no stopping now. And QCK, a little short on the day there, just to, needs to, there we go. Does get it through. Spike gonna go down. Nothing should be able to stop that here. Karen's just gonna try and play out his life, buy some time for this. Oh,
it's all coming apart.
Falls, and now there's problems. Now it's down to 2. Texture. Oh my god! A chance! A glimmer of hope. Can he hold on to it? Can he do it for his side? Keep them in this game. Oh, Snapper goes astray. The one to break him in this game. And the one to take Loud further in this matchup.
There's a world there.
There's a world
where Tex is able to compose himself after that collapse. Regain his footing.
Ketika nonton sambil tiduran aja gue mau di
Able to
HP.
close things out 13-8. It's that first half.